Yeah, With the mission of stalling. Okay, so I'll make a few announcements first. Yeah. Okay, so I should. Come around here. Yeah, don't worry about coming out this. I'll have it back over there. Oh, so I just have to start. All I have to do is start talking. I have to record these things. Real quick.
Okay, good morning, sorcerers. I'm Alex, I'm one of the organizers of SorceryCon. I want to thank all of you for coming. When we started this, we're like, if we get 250 people, it'll be really good. And there are a few people who looked at us and got the line. There's no way you're going to get 250 people, but we have 333 attendees. We have 14 amazing sorcery artists. We have incredibly talented altruists. We've got 6 vendors. All those vendors and many of those artists also brought people to help them. And we have Eric's Curiosa here. John Carter in the red shirt is our show manager. He's managed many magic shows, and if everything here seems beautiful and well organized, it's probably his fault. He's brought a bunch of staff that have worked with him for a long time. So all told, we have over 375 people here. We'll do a final count. I'm kind of hoping we got over 400 somehow, but either way, this will be the largest sorcery event that has ever happened. So, you're a part of history. Everyone's been asking about the convention promos. Eric's Curiosa brought one for everybody, even though there are so many of us. So a bunch of people will be getting them shortly, and anyone who's not in the main event will still get them. Some housekeeping. People said, there are all these extra bulk cards. I don't want to take them home. I want them to go somewhere useful. I feel really strongly that cards should wind up in the hands of players and make sorcery more accessible. So we're going to have bins up here and over at the admin table, maybe other places. If you have cards you don't want, put them in the bins, and we'll make sure that they find new sorcerers. And then I love all the adept illusionists. I didn't come here planning to cosplay, but on Discord, people are like, "Here's my amazing adept illusionist outfit." And one of the things I've just really loved is the energy here, where some people get excited about something, more people get excited about it, and more people get excited about it. So, thank you all very much for coming. And what's that? Where are the frogs? The frogs are up here in the corner. Always know where the frogs are. Without further ado, thank you very much for being here. I believe if you find your seats, we should start getting product out to people.
David, is this in the way? Is this in the way of this? People who don't even know what sorcery is. We're so happy for you to be here today. And as you can see, the action is getting started. We're doing our sealed, limited, official tournament right now. There's nearly 400 players here ready to get in on the action and celebrate this new release and celebrate this game in general. So if you don't know where you're at, you are at SorceryCon Vegas, okay? This is the biggest sorcery event in the world. And you're here with me, Theron Lewis, AKA Sun God. You can hit me up on Discord. And yeah, you know, I'm dressed as a sorcerer because I'm ready to rule the realm. I think I'm the flyest in the realm right now, you know? But hey, this here is an event for you, for people who want to learn about this game where if you're into hand-painted art, if you're into strategic gameplay, and if you're into immersion and being in a fantasy world, this is your community here. And it's a bunch of great folks. They're all opening their packs, getting ready for a grueling, super high-level event with a whole lot of fun. We got some celebrities over here. You can't really see him. Maybe you can get his finger in here, you know, get a little, yeah, there you go. I think we got him in there. Rudosaurus, you know. Go ahead and put some stuff in the chat. Okay, Rudosaurus, I think you're getting paparazzi'd right now. You're getting TMZ'd, okay?
Right on.
Rudosaurus, look, you've been here since, I want to say you've been here pretty much since the beginning, am I right?
Yeah.
So tell us what this all means to you before we go back to the others. 'Cause this is,
you know, that's such a great question. For me, the community is really what drew me in. So I started playing with Alpha and found a very small local community and ended up going to events. Just grew from there. I attended an event about 300 miles from where I live. For those of you who have seen my channel, one of the big focuses of what I do is just going to as many events as I can. And the reason I do that is because of this whole experience. Like being able to have a fun time with people that are just there to enjoy themselves, to connect, and to have a really good game to do it over is just so cool. So for me, you know, my last big event being Gen Con, coming here and seeing the incredible focus on sorcery. There, we had a lot of new players coming through, a lot of people that are just getting exposed to the game. It's a huge event. But here, seeing the exponential growth of the size of the sorcery events.
I was wondering what the difference is between Gen Con and this.
Yeah,
like,
the growth is exponential,
Man,
so my first event was 4 players, and now we're almost 400. And you know, to see the interest just blossom. And yesterday we ran a Learn to Play. We had about 30 new players that are just so interested. They're attending the con because they love the art, they love the concept of the game, and now they're here learning to play it and actually experience it.
30 new players made the trek to SorceryCon without knowing how to play sorcery. This lets y'all know how much this draws people in. It's not just about the gameplay, which is phenomenal, the best I've ever seen. It's like what you said, the art, the immersion, you know. I got a personal deck of a shape-shifting druid, and I just love that I can shape-shift stuff into a damn wyvern. Like, what the heck? You know, dragon, wyvern, doesn't matter. It's super cool, you know? I tried to make it competitive, but it was about the vibes, you know, and the community. So many people helped me make my deck and like help me learn the stuff that I know now. I definitely ran into you in the chats and stuff. So, do you have anything else cool you want to say? Maybe something about what you're running, just in your like personal games.
Absolutely, yeah. So the deck that I really love, I ran and won 4th place at Gen Con. It's a silence deck. So the whole goal is to kind of eliminate the benefits of your opponents and then take that silence and give you benefit on the negative effects of your own. So pirate ships, ghost ships, and we're just about to wrap up and get ready to start the sealed. So thank you so much.
But I love it. He has a detention deck, guys. Back to you, Zalem and Andrew.
I am Adam Ray, aka Zalem, and I am joined by Andrew.
Yep, also known as Ulavala on Discord.
So today we are going to be doing a sealed event. Each player is getting 6 packs. We are going to start the day off by checking out the feature table. While I'm sure you're familiar with Angerworm, Jarrett, he was one of the, or he was the top place at Gen Con 2 years ago. He'll be over here on the feature table building his deck, getting ready for the event. But before we get to that, I wanted to talk to Andrew a little bit about Limited in AL. What is your favorite card in AL right now? for the limited environment?
So far, my favorite card in Arthurian Legends Limited has got to be Snowball.
Snowball?
Yeah,
That's a
Snowball
good
for
one. I
sure.
love
Yeah,
Snowball.
the interactions that it forces you into in lining up your minions, lining up your opponent's
Yeah.
minions in order to get full value out of that big kind of late game spell are really interesting. So
Especially in a format that has so many little tiny minions, like the birds. We were talking about the birds earlier.
yeah, exactly.
They can just kind of pile up on sites, and there aren't really a whole lot of good ways to remove them.
Yeah.
And you set them up and then snowball in.
Yeah.
Or maybe you set your sights up and kind of funnel your opponent's minions in a certain direction.
Yeah.
They have no idea you have a snowball, but
Yeah,
you
exactly.
always have to be ready for a snowball. You see your opponent playing with water, you have to be ready for a snowball because that can be devastating,
Yeah.
as we saw down in Texas on launch weekend. So besides Snowball, are there any minions that you like in the format right now?
Yeah, for sure. I think the minions that I've been having the most fun with have been the Squire cycle. In particular, Fire's Reckless Squire and the Thankless Squire from Earth. Thankless Squire, though I haven't found it to be like the strongest card, is really interesting because as kind of like an arms depot that you have to like lay down on the battlefield. You have
are strong.
Yeah, exactly. Lances are very strong, so it's very hard to attack the Thankless Squire effectively because it'll kill whatever minion attacks it in most cases. But just in the way that you have to deploy it tactically so that your minions can pick up the lances and go and head into combat easily. It
Yeah.
also makes for a dangerous area for your opponents as they have to now avoid the Thankless Squire so that you can't quickly deploy a minion and give it a lance.
Yeah, and just a reminder, the Thankless Squire costs 5 mana. When it comes into play, it enters with 3 lances. It only has 1 power, and it's immobile, right?
Yeah.
But it can drop those lances, any number of those lances, to other minions or even your avatar. So
Yeah.
it's really cool. I think I do like the Shameless Squire quite a bit.
Yeah.
But the Reckless Squire, I think he's the king of the squires.
Yeah,
You can be king
definitely.
of any squires.
Yeah, exactly.
Because Reckless Squire has charge. It comes into play with only 1 lance, and it's only 2 power minion, or I'm sorry,
It's a 1 power minion with a lance, yeah.
But it comes into play with a lance, so whenever it strikes something for the first time, it will deal 2 damage to that unit. Also, you could any of the squires you can bring them into play and then toss the lance to another one of your minions.
Yeah, exactly.
For a really tempo-heavy turn.
Yeah.
If you have a 3 power minion in front of your opponent's 4 power minion, your opponent is feeling pretty happy about the situation. You drop a Squire, give the 3 power minion a lance, and now it's striking your opponent's minion for 4 damage.
Yeah.
And that's a huge swing.
Yeah, and it's coming out alive too. So lances are really devastating. They make movement and minion positioning like super important in this limited format. Yeah, like the Reckless Squire in particular can really set up some nasty trades because it like you were saying, a 3 power minion when given a lance can defeat a 4 power minion, but with a Reckless Squire it can be a 3 power minion can defeat a 5 power minion because it can drop the lance and then because it has charge it can attack the 5 power minion, kill itself in the process. But now
I love
the
that
lance
interaction.
Yeah, exactly. The lance attack can really take it out.
Yeah,
So,
your opponent will have a 5 power minion there, and you're coming in and you're just going to throw your 3 power minion away maybe, or you can just drop. You can come in with the Reckless Squire, attack for 1, throw him away just for 1, give the lance to your 3 power minion. Now he's attacking for 4 to finish the job. So very nice. Shameless Squire is really cool too because it can tap the minion down and then make it drop its lance.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a huge tempo play.
Yeah.
I love these situations because they're surprise attacks on the opponent.
Yeah, exactly.
The opponent won't know what to expect going forward. They'll feel punished, demoralized, and that's your path to victory there.
Yeah, exactly.
So do you like any of the artifacts in the format in Limited?
I think that beyond the lances, of course, the omnipresent artifact, Iron Man Talus has been interesting. The card doesn't have it's a 4 power minion. It's an exceptional with 3 power that can't be forcefully moved, which means that like the card we were talking about earlier, Snowball can't move it. But
interesting. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, so it doesn't get caught up in Snowball. But yeah, that's the only artifact that I've been really a fan of in the format.
Yeah, I think we did see Forbury not used.
Yeah.
This would be during the launch weekend event.
Yeah.
It was used pretty well in that instance.
Yeah, for sure.
Because it was protecting against one of the Fomorians.
Yeah.
The Earth Fomorians. There's the Murid Fomorians and water, I believe.
Yeah.
And then what is the earth Fomorian? Dirium Fomorians.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the Dirium Fomorians, I remember the player put his Forbury Knot on top of a Sergahiris.
Uh-huh.
And Sergahiris was able to attack and then untap at the end of turn and still be able to block against the Dirium Fomorians. So
Yeah.
Forbury Knot can be useful, but it's very, very situational.
Yeah, it is.
Talking about other minions, though, I love Shellycoat now.
Yeah.
I was a little bit harsh on Shellycoat in videos that I had posted on YouTube.
Yeah.
But Shellycoat is really good in a format that has so many 2-power minions.
Yeah.
Shellycoat prevents the first damage it takes, or 1 damage. Every time it takes damage, it prevents 1 damage. So a 2-power minion versus Shellycoat is going to lose every time. And even one of the other minions that I was a bit harsh on, which is the Huntress, the Sherwood Huntress.
Yeah.
She cannot tap to range strike Shellycoat and kill it because it prevents that 1 damage. So
Yeah, exactly.
How do you like Shellycoat so far?
Yeah, I've been really liking Shellycoat so far. But yeah, so it sounds like it's time for us to head over to our feature match. But
Yeah, it looks like Jared is ready to start deck building, so let us switch over to the feature match table. Oh, it looks like he already has the packs open here, and he's... Oh, it looks like he might be leaning a little bit into water here, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. Yeah, I see the love push in there. Yeah, it definitely looks like he's focused on water. He's got most of his water cards laid out.
Oh, I see a Grievous Insult on top of his on the stack of his magics.
Yeah.
What do you think about Grievous Insult?
Grievous Insult in particular, I started out pretty low on, and I think I maintain that I'm pretty low on the card. That just meaning like I'm not a huge fan of the card in limited.
Not amazing for sure, but sometimes it can have interesting effects, especially when you're playing it against some of the uniques and elites in the format.
Yeah, definitely.
Like the Green Knight.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I keep talking
card
about
is
the
brutal.
Green Knight.
Yeah.
It is brutal. I've lost in the finals of a sealed event just because of the Green Knight before.
Yeah.
They played it out and just ate up 4 or 5 of my minions.
Yeah.
On that on the following turn.
Yeah.
It was so devastating.
Yeah. No, Grievous Insults, especially, it's also really helpful in the late game when people aren't really able to break through in board stalls. Like everyone's just got 4 or 5 minions out. Nobody wants to attack because the defending is going to be miserable for everyone involved.
Right.
So like Grievous Insult can really help in that kind of situation where you tap down a critical defender and then you can finally pierce through. But altogether, the card, like silencing the minion, hasn't seemed very useful in Arthurian Legends Limited so far.
Not terribly useful. I would say that probably the biggest use for it would be to take out, say, a Redbreast Robin that's sitting on top of the avatar, on top of your avatar's head.
Yeah.
A Redbreast Robin deals 1 damage at the end of each turn to all units there, so it can be annoying and difficult to take out a flying airborne minion, especially if you're only playing with water and earth, which I think in earth you would have to depend on something like duel. And water, I'm not even sure water has anything to deal with an airborne minion.
I think it's just the aforementioned snowball that water has to deal with it. But yeah, no, that's for sure. The Redbreast Robin, and if you're having trouble with like a Thieving Magpie or anything from that cycle of 1-cost birds, they do have airborne, which is pretty hard to take out because most of the minions in Arthurian Legends are on the ground. They're knights or squires, so the Grievous Insult can definitely help take them out. Yeah.
And speaking of Redbreast Robin, I see 2 here in Jared's hands.
Yeah.
He's really thinking about his fire here.
Yeah.
It looks like he might be going 3-color.
Yeah, I think he's definitely considering that. Like, what I've found in Arthurian Legends Limited so far is that you can definitely, if you lean heavily into 1 color for the double threshold cards, I mean, Fire has a lot of those double threshold cards, like Fire Breathing, we can see one of them in his pool there, and the Harassing Ruffians, like a lot of the powerful fire cards do have 2 threshold, and then you can go into a secondary color, and then I think Jared's thinking along the same lines as me, where he's thinking about adding 2-3 cards of a 3rd color, because,
Yeah, I'm with you there. And I'm looking at some of his earth here, and I'm liking what I'm seeing.
Yeah.
2 of the brown bears and Dirium Fomorians. That looks good.
Yeah, I think he's got I think I'm seeing a Valor there, the second of the instant speed, quote unquote, to use magic.
I see that too.
Sorcery.
So I was just speaking to one of the players yesterday here about Valor. I've tried Valor in my sealed deck before, and it just kind of sat in my hand for a while.
Yeah.
And he had a similar experience. I'm curious, have you played Valor yet in sealed or draft?
I haven't. So just to recap, the card you can only play it when you're defending, correct?
Yeah.
It's only being able to cast it on defense, like while you're explicitly defending, makes it pretty tough to use appropriately. Like you have to kind of lower your
And not only that, but it can't be on a minion defending an attack on itself.
Yeah,
it has to be defending a separate minion that is being attacked.
Yeah, exactly.
It's very, very situational. And I've found it to be difficult to line up without completely just projecting what you have in your hand.
Yeah, exactly. Like, in order to actually use Valor, you have to like lure your opponent into a really awkward board state, and by that point, they're probably wondering, "What's this guy doing? Not attacking with his 3-power minion? Like, what is he doing with his game plan?" But yeah.
Now, Love Potion here, I think, is just going to be a very important to Jared's success this weekend.
Yeah.
Love Potion has been an all-star in the format. It's definitely one of the top cards that you want to see in Sealed.
Yeah.
It is easy to deal with if you use your Love Potion on a small minion that is easy to remove.
Yeah.
But if you're playing Love Potion on your avatar and then your avatar is at the same location as one of your opponent's minions, you can sacrifice it and take control of it until your avatar leaves the realm, which it never does. So
unless you lose.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, Love Potion for sure it's also a fantastic answer for the unique knights that we're seeing in this format.
Right.
Like a lot.
It's amazing.
Yeah, it is for sure. Like a lot of what I've been seeing is that people's decks in Sealed are dictated partially by how many unique knights they get in a particular color combination, in addition to how many backup cards they can get. Because those unique knights, if you can play them and defend them properly, they just warp the entire game around them. Their abilities are all so powerful.
Definitely.
So.
A lot of the unique knights are very, very difficult to deal with, especially cards like Sir Galahad. He is 3 attack, 6 toughness, and his strikes heal you.
Yeah.
6 toughness is very difficult to deal with.
Definitely.
Especially when it's on an airborne beast called Wyvern. I've noticed that Wyvern is just... He's a he's so strong.
Yeah.
Actually, he is not 6 power.
He's
5
power. Yeah.
But he costs 6 mana. But the Wyvern is... It seems very innocent, and it doesn't have any other abilities but airborne. But because there just aren't a whole lot of ways to deal with an airborne 5-power beast in the set, he really does work. He wins games on his own.
He just takes it over. Like a lot of what we're seeing on Sorcery as a whole is that minions with huge power, especially if they have a mobility, if like a mobility ability like Wyvern does in the Airborne, their presence, like if you just drop a Wyvern right in the middle of the field, or in the middle of the realm, excuse me, then your opponent now has to respect all 8 squares around that Wyvern, because the Wyvern can just get there in a moment and kill almost anything that it encounters. Like,
Now, it looks like Jarrett didn't get a Wyvern, unfortunately, in his pool.
Yeah.
But the Dirian Fomorians are a force to be reckoned with at 7 mana for 6 power.
Yeah.
People are going to have a hard time to deal with that, especially because really one of the best removals in the format is in water, but it only targets mortals. What is that one called again?
It's called Degradation, I believe. Yeah, 2 cost, 2 water threshold. Yeah, it turns any mortal in the realm into a foot soldier.
Yeah, unfortunately that cannot target any beasts. Cast into Exile is a good answer for it, but that's an air.
Yeah.
Generally, I don't play a lot of air in Arthurian Legends Limited.
Yeah.
I usually gravitate toward Earth Fire or Earth Water. Fire is really good.
Yeah.
But Earth having the beefy minions, especially when combined with a pond, that reduces the cost of a beast and eliminates the threshold requirement. You can get out of brown bears on turn 3 very consistently.
Yeah, it's really scary. Yeah. Also, another card that we see here that is probably going to win Jared most of his games is Spear Marshal at the very top of his stack of Earth minions. Spear Marshal is a 5-cost, 2 Earth threshold. I believe it's a 3-power minion that gets a lance once per turn. So
yeah, he did get a couple of decent elites here.
Yeah.
So I'll be interested to see how his games go. It looks like he is settling into Fire Earth.
Yeah.
He's stacked his water aside for now.
Yeah.
We'll have to see if he decides to include it in the end. I see a wall of brambles in his hand. I've noticed that, at least at my store at Games Ahoy in Colorado, we have a couple of players who love playing Wall of Brambles. And whenever I see Wall of Brambles with Briar Patch, which deals 1 damage every time an enemy enters and every time an enemy leaves the site, I've seen it do a lot of work. I've seen it completely just keep the opponent at bay and force them to go all the way around the setup. And if you have your own minions sitting on Briar Patch, it's difficult for your opponent to attack in profitably because they'll take a damage, especially if they're moving through a wall of brambles, which again, it only affects enemy minions. So have you seen Wall of Brambles used very often?
I actually haven't seen Wall of Brambles played in a limited event ever for Arthurian Legends. So yeah, I'm really surprised that it's seeing play, because I looked at the card initially and it seems like a pretty solid defensive option.
Right.
But yeah, I think especially because a lot of minions in Arthurian Legends, like a lot of the filler minions, or like the minions that will make up the lower end of your mana curve, tend to be 2 power or 1 power, like the Squires or the multicolored Exceptional Knights that are mostly 3 power, 2 defense with a lance. They die to Wall of Brambles. So I'm curious to see. I'm curious why I haven't seen Wall of Brambles as much, because it does seem like it'd be pretty effective for keeping not massive minions from getting into your area and getting into your realm.
Now, I do agree with you. On a personal level, I don't play Wall of Brambles because whenever I'm playing in Sealed and Draft, for me it's all about attrition.
Yeah.
So I don't want to be down a card, even though that card is having an effect on the board. If I'm not pulling minions in with something like Undertow to get free kill effects, then I'm down a card compared to my opponent. So For me, it's all about trading profitably in the game and making sure that I stay ahead on board or in hand against my opponent, because in the end, whoever has the most resources, the most threats on board will take the game away.
Yeah.
Assuming there are no bombs preventing attacks.
Yeah,
like
barring any green knights, barring any,
Yeah, that's true too. So, let's see here. Does he have any charge minions that you can tell in his red and his fire?
I'm not seeing any charge minions. But
I see the giant that can throw weaker minions.
Siege giant, at the very top of his pool.
Yeah, there's a siege. Oh, I do see a Saracen Raiders, I believe.
Yeah.
Right on top of the siege giant.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
And the Vikings. Vikings are pretty cool.
They are, yeah.
For 5 mana for 4 power, and then you can tap to deal 2 damage to each unit, correct?
Yeah, each unit at a site
and an adjacent location.
Yeah.
That makes Vikings a force to be reckoned with. We see Vikings a lot.
Yeah,
because he's ordinary.
Yeah, he is, and he's really effective, especially at Fire doesn't have a lot of the top end that Earth has. Like you can see in Jared's pile there, he's got Brown Bears. I know we were looking at the Fomorians earlier and his elite Spear Marshal, but like Earth has a lot of the top end covered, but Fire still needs to make up for the beef that happens for the beef that other colors or other elements can bring in the late game. And Vikings is really the best option there. Not only does it have a sizable power, so it can beat all the Squires, a lot of the families, a lot of the lower cost minions in combat, but it also lets you finish off your opponent when they're at 0 with its ability, which can be a huge issue in Limited, where you don't have access to unlimited fire bolts and unlimited spells to get rid of them.
Yeah, we do see a fire breathing in Jared's pool. He can use that definitely to finish out a game, especially if he's going to be playing with his beasts, which it looks like he is.
Yeah.
Fire breathing does allow you to cast it from one of your beast allies. I also see a Joust here. Joust is really good at finishing the game out or removing an enemy minion. There's a duel, 2 duels.
Oh wow! Yeah, I think that's his pile of removal there. I think that's what he's working with.
Yeah, and he looks like he might be considering playing the Valor.
Yeah, I think he's definitely looking at the Valor. I don't know how I feel about that, honestly, because his deck seems to be so heavy on the top end. He's got the Siege Giant that we mentioned earlier. He's got the Vikings. He's got all that Earth top end. It doesn't seem like he's going to be It doesn't seem like he's going to need to defend very much. So, I'm curious how the Valor will play out for him for sure.
Yeah, he does. He does have some beef.
I think a consideration for the Valor, though, is how many common villages he's opened. Like, a lot of what I've seen in this limited format, it can come down to the ordinary sites that you open. Because now that the ordinary sites that you're provided don't have any abilities, you have the cycle by Kaio Kalazans that don't have abilities for draft site, you now have to open ordinary sites with abilities. And if you have a lot of common villages, I can definitely see the Valor being better, because as a continuation of the village cycle from beta, they make a soldier if you pay a mana when they enter the battlefield. And
Yeah, and I'd love to see his stack of sites. He did lay down a couple of sites here. I think it was Forge and Common Village.
Yeah.
Which Forge is really good and and limited. I like Forge and Constructed too.
Yeah. Yeah,
Lancers are just very strong.
Yeah, I think I remember seeing, we can see the peak of a common village over there. I remember seeing a common village, 2 bonfires, and a forge, and then he had a couple more earth sites, I think a hunter's lodge, the one that removes stealth in there as well.
Okay, great.
Yeah, so his
Wow, it looks like he's wrapping it up here.
Yeah, it looks like he's already done. All right. Getting the bird's eye view again. He's trying to sleeve up. Oh, there we go. There are his sites. Okay.
Yeah, it looks like he's playing with 6 earth sites and 6 fire sites.
Yeah. So so it seems like he's not going for the splashing of another element that we talked about earlier. He probably just wasn't impressed enough with his water cards.
And I think that at the end of the day, that's just if you can avoid splashing a third element in any limited format, it is going to be better for you in the long run. I have lost a couple of games because I just didn't have threshold to cast my spells.
Yeah, for sure.
And I've heard that a lot from other players even yesterday in their sealed events. So I think that this is just going to be better for him. Now, I did notice in his minion stack, he was playing with the Saracen Scout.
Yeah.
How do you feel about Saracen Scout? 2 mana, 2 power, it can be played to any site.
Yeah. I've definitely liked that card. The biggest use for it that I've found is actually picking up lances. Like, I've had a lot of situations where I'm able to answer my opponent's minion with a lance with some form of removal spell, be it a Burning Hands or a Snowball, and then a lance is sitting there on the field waiting for some minion to pick it up. And the Saracen Scouts can get right down there, pick up the lance, and then be hard to kill immediately. And that's been really useful.
Use.
Yeah.
Oh, and we see here field laborers and the blue cap knockers. I like that. Oh, and he's playing the tax collector. Interesting. Yeah, I'm excited to see this play out. I think that the field laborers tapping for 2 mana could help him kind of come out of the gate swinging a little bit quicker.
Yeah.
But generally, I don't play with either field laborers or tax collector just because I usually, if I can avoid playing the lower 2 power minions and in favor of 3 or 4 power minions, I will go for that.
Yeah, for sure.
But if you have the higher cost minions, then it can definitely be useful.
Yeah.
Now, field laborers does require 2 earth threshold to play, I believe.
I believe tax collectors is the same. They're both 2 threshold. Which
and the bears.
Yeah.
The brown bears also take 2 earth, so he's definitely going to have to pay attention to that when he's choosing which sites to mulligan at the beginning of his matches.
Yeah, for sure. Like that's probably the main reason that he's not trying to splash a third element. Is that all of his strong cards and all of the cards he wants to be playing are 2 threshold. Brown bear, and also fire has a lot in the Siege Giant, the Saracen Raiders, and the Fire Breathing. A lot of his powerful cards have 2 threshold. So if he's looking to be able to play any 4 cost card on his 4th turn, then he's going to need 2 fire and 2 earth threshold, which just makes it really hard to splash for another one.
I'm curious I didn't really get a chance to see many of his water magic spells.
Yeah.
But I'm curious if he did have any kind of anything like degradation or maybe even the Dirium Fomorians, just for extra late game beef.
Yeah, I don't remember much about his minions. I did see a snowball.
You did see a snowball.
I did see a snowball.
Oh.
So yeah, I know. I was really curious to see. I like seeing that card in action. It's always really fun.
But snowball does require 2 water threshold to play. So
yeah,
I think he
can't splash it.
Yeah, he could just be making a very smart, very wise decision here, sticking with 2 elements instead of 3.
Yeah,
and just trying to use earth and fire to put the minions out, to use his burn damage to finish out the game, and hopefully make it to day 2.
Yeah.
So, let's talk about the tournament structure real quick. How many rounds are we playing today?
I believe I think we're hard capped at 6 rounds today.
Okay. And then do you know which of the top cut will make it to day 2?
I don't remember the exact tournament structure.
But we will have a few rounds tomorrow.
Yeah.
So we will have players moving on to a day 2, and then tomorrow we'll also be doing a constructed event for all the players who are not entering into the day 2 of the limited event. So that'll be exciting tomorrow. Now, what do you expect to see today in our first couple of games as far as what color combinations people generally choose to play? Have you noticed a trend like what elements people favor in this format?
Yeah, for sure. I've noticed that people tend to avoid playing air, and are pretty happy with any combination of the other elements. I know, as you were mentioning earlier, with earth water, excuse me, you get access to a couple beast synergies, with pond being the ordinary site that reduces the cost of your next beast. That card's
I hate not seeing
massive.
a pond in Jared's pool.
Yeah.
Because the pond, being able to play your brown bears on turn 3 using the pond, which reduces the mana cost by 1 and eliminates the threshold requirement, it is very strong.
Yeah.
So powerful, especially when you're on the play and you go turn 3 pond brown bears and your opponent has nothing on the field.
Yeah, no,
it's very imposing.
It's brutal. Yeah. Another really strong water card as far as beasts go is the Lugbog Cat. Ludbog Cat.
The Lugbog Cat.
That card's outstanding. It's three cost, 2 water threshold, 4 power. So but you can only play it on a water site.
Yeah, it is exceptional. So you don't see it as often in limited. But it is very, very good. Very strong.
Exactly.
4 power. So in beta, 3 power was kind of the sweet spot.
Yeah.
You usually focused on a lot of 3 power minions. If you had more 3 power minions out than your opponent, that usually won the match.
Yeah.
In Arthurian Legends, it's a little different. Even the 2 power minions have a lot of uses in this format, particularly because the lances are in the format and can increase their power to 3, or at least their attack power to 3, and then they'll be able to strike first. So the difference between 3 and 2 power in Arthurian Legends just isn't as stark. It's not as big of a deal in this format. But 4 power seems to be a really nice spot in AL. It's very difficult to deal with. A lot of the minions are 2 power, and even with the lance, they cannot take out the 4 power brown bears. They cannot take out the 4 power Lugbog Cat.
Yeah.
They can't take out the 4 power Vikings, which is also ordinary, and we see very often. It's difficult to block against the Wyvern, which we see very often, and all of the Fomorians being at 6 power. So it's an interesting format. It's very different.
For sure.
And so that leads us back to something like Thankless Squire that comes out with 3 lances, because lances can be stacked.
Yeah.
So you could put 3 lances on to a 2 power minion, and now all of a sudden that 2 power minion is striking for 5.
Yeah.
And now your opponent can't attack with the Wyvern.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, no, for sure. The lances really make it so that there isn't a hard and fast break point in this format for relevant power.
Yeah.
I do think you're generally right that the 4 power minions tend to beat out most of their competition. A lot of the utility, like curve filler, low cost minions, like the I believe it's Kettletop Leprechauns is a strong one that Jared has.
Minion.
Yeah, exactly. And the family cycle, that give you additional threshold. All of that people tend to be playing at low costs, and even and if you were to give them a lance, they still die to the brown bears and the Vikings and all the 4 power minions. So those tend to be dominant.
In my games, I've played 4 power minions like brown bears, and they have been removed fairly easily on occasion because of lances, because of something like Reckless Squire that can have charge, or honestly just playing something that has a lance and then tossing it to another minion. You can throw away 1 minion to that to attack that 4 power minion and die, and then you give a lance to another and attack in, and now you have first strike. Yeah. Or your minion strikes first because of the lance, and now you've only traded 1 card for their brown bears and a lance. Yeah. But it's not 2 for 1 anymore like it was in beta. So it's a very interesting format. It's to me, like I said, I'll reiterate again, it is all about attrition. Yeah. If you play your match and you continually draw spells, and if you continually draw sites just to get up to your 6 mana so you can play your Fomorians, your 7 mana spell. Yeah. And your opponent is trying to be a little bit more conservative and taking their time and tapping for sites and drawing spells every turn. In the long run, you will run out of resources if they're able to deal with your bigger threats. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you have to strike a very careful balance between your low cost minions, or between drawing sites every turn and drawing spells every turn, which is partially why I think Jared's really liking the Kettletop Leprechaun that he opened, and I think it's probably why he's looking at the Field Laborers.
I agree with you. I don't think the Field Laborers is an outstanding card, but I think if you're looking at a deck that's as top heavy as Jared, like I could definitely see him wanting to get to the point where he can go Brown Bears and then duel something, and he needs just tons and tons of mana to make that happen. And I think that's why he's taking the chance with the Field Laborers, because that's most of his deck.
And and I'll go back to the Kettletop Leprechauns, or Leprechaun, I believe. So the Kettletop Leprechaun is actually one of the best minions that you can play
For sure.
In the format, because it does give you a sight when it dies on its death right. And I can't reiterate enough how much you gain from card advantage over your opponent. So anything that gives you card advantage, whether sight or spell, and limited, is going to go a long way. And in this format, I'm trying to think of other ways that you can draw cards other than the Kettletop Leprechaun and then gain advantage over your opponent.
Yeah, there are a couple. Lances are the big way, are the big way to gain advantage. And that, like, a minion will come down with a lance, you drop the lance, and then you trade just the lance with your opponent's minion, because they won't strike back. So I think lances are the big way to generate card advantage. You also have
that's very good.
Yeah, you also have the big removal spells, like the recurring snowball and lava flow. If you can get your opponent's minions to set up in a file, you can really get like 3 or 4 of them dead with one of those crazy spells. And then finally, there's a couple spells that cantrip. They draw you a spell, like a magic spell that draws you a spell when it resolves, like Grievous
Power
Insult.
Flight, Grievous Insult. Yeah, it's very important for players to focus on increasing their hand over their opponent's hand. So using effects like you were saying, like Snowball and Lava Flow, those are very good ways for you to do that.
Yeah.
So I'm very curious to see what happens in round 1, which we should be starting here in maybe 20 minutes.
Yeah, I think that sounds correct. I don't remember exactly how much time they have for building, but it seems like a lot of. I mean, we obviously said Jared is finished, but I think some of the people are taking their time.
So, in the meantime, I'd like to talk a little bit about Constructed in Arthurian Legends. We have had about a month with the set now.
Yeah.
What have you been finding to be, let's start with the most fun?
Yeah, for sure. I've always been partial to Death Speaker. Death Speaker didn't get a ton of tools in Arthurian Legends, but I still have been messing around with the various, like, I mean, obviously we see some really powerful elite, like, incentives to stay in one element between Wizard's Den, a site that draws you a spell, but it doesn't give you any threshold, and then a lot of powerful triple threshold uniques, such as there's a bunch of sites that have effects, like Field of Kamlan, that destroys all but one of each player's minions, and
very
then
powerful site.
Exactly, and then powerful, and then the cycle of spellcasters that require triple threshold, Lady of the Lake, Merlin, Morgana, that all generate crazy card advantage, all on their own.
Yeah, I think that one minion that I was excited for in Death Speaker was definitely the Hider Sprites, which when the Hider Sprites interplay, you can name a spell, and your opponent can't cast that spell until your next turn.
Yeah.
I have played with it with Death Speaker a little bit so far. I've been testing so many decks, it's very difficult to focus on one, but it's been very good. Hider Sprites, especially in a deck like Death Speaker, where you can recast it from your cemetery to get that effect again.
Yeah.
The fact that it's ordinary and you can get it with common sense. I remember I built a fun a Wolves deck, which I've never built a Wolves deck before, but I built a Death Speaker Wolves deck that also has Lady Azult in there with the Grain Sparrows. Yeah, for sure. Along with the ring for the infinite life gain, the combo with Lady Azult.
Yeah, exactly.
But the that deck, I did play some Hider Sprites in there, and my opponent I remember locking my opponent down for 3 or 4 turns, and it was difficult for them to respond. Yeah. So especially like if you're playing against a wolf deck, and you know
for
that
sure.
they want to be playing wolves
the sprites
every
look
turn.
Pretty good. Yeah. All right. Well, I'm actually getting a signal. We're gonna throw ourselves over to the feature match right now. So let's take a look at that. All right. There we go.
It looks like we have CJ.
Oh, it's not a feature match. This is just a bit of a deck discussion. So.
into a deck. So just, tell us a little bit about your pools. Just tell us what you're thinking, you know what I'm saying?
So I'm in a similar position now that I was on day 2 of the cup.
Okay.
Which is, I didn't draw almost any bombs that I can build my deck around. I didn't get the things that I wanted, but I have like kind of a consistent, low power, but consistent deck that I'm trying to build.
Right.
I was telling you beforehand, I pulled a foil Templar, which you can't use as a box topper, so the only way you can even get it in your pool is by pulling a foil, which is like pretty unlikely.
Right.
And I got 2 knights. So I can't run him unless I just want to have basically 2 power.
What's the lowest deck size we can run? Just kidding.
I know. And my 1 knight is not really splashing. My water is just not good. Triple threshold, I'm running a lot of earth and fire with double pips. So if I want to run water, it's a little risky. I can consider doing it, and then I did. I know that you guys wanted to hear my decisions here. I got a tournament grounds, which allows either player to play a knight without ignoring threshold, which means Sir Gawain is an easy splash.
Exactly.
But I have 2 total knights, which means it's likely I'm going to play that just to stay on curve, and then my opponent's going to take better advantage of it and be on my back line.
Exactly.
I can't run it.
It's super risky.
No. I want to, but I can't.
You know what?
And I can't run this. I got almost no spells.
This guy got the coolest avatars and can't run them,
Yeah.
This is a quick aside, but it's like, this reminds me of those drafts back in the Magic days where they would draft and somebody pulled the Tarmogoyf.
Yeah.
And they didn't have
Didn't run
any
it.
green or
Yeah.
anything. Tarmogoyf was a very expensive card back in the day.
It was good. I sold mine for like $40.
Hey, I think it's worth less now. So,
Thanks, Modern Horizons.
Exactly. And now with Sorcery, it's like, I don't even think about that much anymore.
No.
You got these awesome cards, and
These are all my best cards I'm not running.
Yeah, right. And while you talk about your deck, I'd love for you, because guys, you don't know this, but CJ, I like to call him a hometown hero. I'm not even from his hometown. He literally won the Courtesan Cup, and this is a constructed tournament, and he's just an all-around great player, but he's also someone who's really about the vibes. He loves making cool decks. I think he really represents that part of the game, and he's really down to teach other people. So, what's like your biggest tip for somebody trying to play Sealed right now?
In Arthurian Legends?
Yeah. Arthurian Legends.
Go fat.
Go fat, guys.
Yeah, big booties win you games. The Arthurian Legends doesn't have much hard removal. It's almost all damage based, except for Cast into Exile. That might be it. I'm trying to think. There's no bury effects, there's no drown effects that I can think of, and there's no banish effects other than Cast into Exile, which doesn't even remove the minion, just puts in their deck.
Right.
So the fatter your booty, the more likely you are to survive, or they're going to have to 2-for-1 themselves to get rid of your thing. Which is why you'll see I'm running a lot of fat things. So
there you go. And just if you actually didn't get it, he's talking about creatures with large amounts of power. They're hard to kill. So you got brown bears.
That's my bomb.
There you go. Makes your stuff dang near invincible.
Yeah, that's my bomb. That's why I'm trying to get hard advantage through her, essentially. So I'm not actually pleased with my deck, but I gotta say it's more about consistency. It's not gonna be a high variance. Basically every game I'm gonna draw 3 mana 3 power, 4 mana 4 power, and things of that nature.
Yeah.
And try to win like that. I've got some really good ones, which, things to shout out. Spear Marshal's not bad, especially with Lady Isolde. I'm going to have card advantage. She's so good because she basically means as long as she's on the field and nearby my allies, when they die, they come to my hand.
Exactly.
Which is almost like drawing a card.
Exactly. It makes it nearly impossible to truly kill your opponent's minions.
Yeah.
So if you're a chess player, if you just don't know anything about card games, it's like if somebody said, "Oh yeah, I'll use my queen to take your queen," and they said, "Oh okay, my queen's back on the field."
Yeah.
And it's like, what? What's going on here? Holy crap. So this is a
She's my bomb.
huge hit.
Opening her, everything else, I was like, this is so cool, and then the deck's not working around. That's my bomb, that's what I need to hit.
Yeah.
I gotta say my fire's good. It's not perfect,
good.
but I got Vikings, which I think is, you always take it, you always run it.
Vikings is so good.
Lumbering Giants, no plan constructed, but in limited, it's great.
Right.
4 mana, 4 power. Can't defend, can't intercept, that's fine, I'll just kill your minion the next turn. Harassing Ruffians, not bad. I probably wouldn't run Hamlets Ablaze, but my pool's a little shallow. That's fine.
If you see a lot of people running a bunch of 4-color stuff, it's like, maybe.
I'm punishing.
Yeah.
So again, I'm trying to be consistent, and I can punish inconsistency.
There you go.
I was talking about
nice.
If I wanted to side in Sir Gawain, which has 1 water threshold, and my water cards are bad, I would run probably 2, maybe 3 water sites. But so many of my things are double threshold, as you can see, literally all the ones I've pulled so far are double threshold. then I'm going to be on turn 3 wanting to play a double threshold Earth and didn't get it.
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to hit with consistency over splashy bombs.
Exactly. No, that makes a lot of sense.
Blades lets me destroy your lands and makes your consistency less consistent.
I love it. And guys, the threshold is literally like the thing that allows you to play your spells. And if you have stuff that gives more threshold, that means you have to have more of those types of sites.
Yeah.
So if you're a fire sorcerer, if you have double threshold, you need to be mainly fire. You need to have most fire. That's usually the best way to keep your stuff consistent. But I'll bring it back to you.
Yellow Knight is one of my 2 knights and the only one I'm running, which is why Templar is not that great.
Yeah.
I got these. I got to be happy. Siege Giant.
Oh,
including a
man, you got
foil,
2 of them.
And I'm going to have Truitt sign this for me shortly.
Yeah, Truitt
Right.
Parrish is one of the artists here.
Truitt.
He made these, and man, they look awesome.
I got a painting from Truitt for the cup.
Which?
That was one of my
that's
wins.
right.
So it's not a card from the game, but it is an original from Truitt.
Oh man, you and Truitt got to be like bros at this point.
We're
now.
buds. Yeah. I was pretty excited.
Yeah. We know. I'm curious.
Yeah.
You've played a ton of Sealed, I bet, right? You played a lot of Sealed.
5 games.
5 games.
So much.
That's enough. That's enough.
So much.
What is the funniest or most fun thing you ever did playing Sealed?
Actually, my buddy who's only played 5 games of Sealed, I played them all with him. And that's actually the total number of games he's played of Sorcery.
Wow. Yeah.
And he's here competing.
Yeah. Right
the
on.
Funniest and most fun thing I think I've ever seen in Sealed was actually his play, which is he had the axe that doubles strike damage, but you also take double strike damage.
Exactly.
And he had Sir Aggravate, which is a 3/2 knight with stealth that says whenever an adjacent or a nearby ally strikes an opponent or one of their minions, he strikes without losing stealth.
Right.
So he equips Sir Aggravate, this 3-power dude, with this axe that deals double strike damage, but he doesn't take anything back because he's striking, not fighting.
Exactly.
And so he just had like 2 1/1s hit my avatar. So he was like, I'll hit you for 1, and then Sir Aggravate will hit you for 6, and then I'll hit you for 1, and Sir Aggravate will hit you for 6, and then Sir Aggravate will hit you for 6. I deal 20 damage, you're go. And I was like,
Well.
Good game.
Yeah, literally good game. Good game.
Man,
Good game. Good story. I'm going to SorceryCon and I'm talking about
20
this.
damage, turn 5. That's cool. That's
Yeah.
great. Love losing like that.
Oh
It was
my
really fun.
gosh. Like this is the really cool stuff you can do in this game. It's almost like making a storybook out of, wonderfully painted cards, and you can make
Yeah.
your own story. Or you could get trampled by somebody else's story.
Yeah, and again, I think that the knights are going to be powerful, and people who are going to get good knights are going to maybe run me over. But I think Lady Issel, she's going to give me enough card advantage that maybe I can.
Such a bomb.
She's so good.
Yeah.
And like I said, there's not a lot of removal. I mean, she dies to Red-Breasted Robin. If my opponents get Red-Breasted Robin on her, I'm in trouble. But I'm going to try to prevent that.
I gotta say, I know you were bummed about these cards right here, but I think you got a really solid strategy.
doable.
I'm not in the tournament. I'm just an onlooker, but man, I'm excited to see you play this deck. I think it's going to be really, really cool. You'll at least have some great stories to tell.
Yeah, I'm not disappointed with the consistency. I just didn't have the bombs, but that's okay.
Yeah.
My buddy Kevin, who's played 5 total games, has drafted a bunch of bombs.
Sorcerer.
2 love potions and a green knight. He's looking good.
Coming around and picking up
Okay. Oof.
Yeah.
Where's the... Dang. All right.
No, I got
Kill him
nothing.
before he drops it.
Yeah, just gotta beat him down before he destroys me. That's the plan.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
In Lady Assault, we trust,
Yeah?
Yeah.
She's the combo queen, right?
Exactly.
Her and Vivian.
Exactly. We'll figure it out. But, man, CJ, is there anything else you want to tell the folks out there about Sealed and maybe why they should be playing this game?
Why they should play Sorcery, because it's amazing.
Exactly. And maybe Sorcery Sealed.
Sorcery Sealed, so the constructed environment can get a little bit, there's a lot of fun decks you can build, but it can get quite competitive and decks can be pretty consistent. But the sealed pools are really fun, and it allows for an equal playing field. Like I said, my buddy Kevin, who has played 5 total games, was able to deal 20 damage on turn 5 with the cards he pulled open. Right?
Gotcha.
He didn't have to come up with the crazy combos, he didn't have to study the cards to win. He was just like, I got a cool knight, and I got a cool equipment, let's put them together. And then Sir Aggravate beat me to death with an axe. And that's so fun.
That's what I love about this game. You get to use your imagination, and you usually can do some pretty cool stuff with it.
Yeah,
it's usually effective. Well, CJ, we're about to wrap and get on to the next folks here, but tell us, where can they find you? I mean, you're big on Discord. You want to shout out your Discord name?
Sure, I'm OFNCJ on Discord, and I have a YouTube channel called Old Fashioned Nerds.
That's right. Awesome. Old Fashioned Nerds. Check that out. You can see more gameplay and just more funny stuff, like funny moments.
Yeah,
it's a good time on that channel.
Yeah.
Always a pleasure, CJ. All right. Well, I think we're set here. Back to you guys at the front. All right. Thank you.
We will see how this goes.
Hey, I'm pretty sure we're off camera. I think that's nice. I don't know. I won my 8-man with less. We'll put it like that. But that's an 8-man. Very different.
So no, at the cup it was the same thing. I had 0 bombs.
Yeah.
I just did everything with 3 men or less and just aggroed them out.
Okay.
I had 1 4-drop and 1 5-drop and 1 6-drop that I never drew, and I ended up going undefeated there. So it's all about just consistency for me.
Yeah. That's literally what won
If
me
they
that
go,
game.
I was
That
screwed. I'd
match,
be like,
or-
perfect. That's what I needed. That's how I stole the game.
Consistency. I think that's just like the name of the game in all card games for sealed and like limited.
And that's why I'm still on the fence about running just like Bog, Bubbling Book, and hoping I can hit them by the turn 8. But if I miss them both and I have an Aggravating in my hand or Swain in my hand, I'm just dead.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah. Well, good luck, man.
Thanks, man.
Absolutely.
Cheers.
And you know we got to get a constructed game sooner or later.
I'm down, dude. I'm here.
Oh yeah. No, we'll definitely find something.
Sounds good.
All right, man. That's right. Oh. How long will it take? Okay, I'm gonna get us ready now.
So, I want to just cruise around, see if we can find someone on the pitch. That seems like a good start. Yeah. Like, if we can find someone with a witch and just be like, hey, do we go
Oh, maybe you're playing a Death Dealer match. We'll see. Oh, okay. I mean, whatever's fine. Set your stuff down here. I think you'll be playing over there. Marcelo will tell you how to set everything up.
You made it down. Is the stream on Twitch?
I don't know.
Okay, I need the stream info.
Yes, we will absolutely get it to you.
That's crazy.
Marcelo.
Yes.
Streamer. This is everything we want.
Okay, cool. Yes, we're gonna use this map.
Okay.
But when we get to there, we'll do that.
All right. Do you want him to do anything else?
No, just this is your seat.
That's your seat over there?
Yeah.
You said 45 seconds, but it has negative 617.
It's gonna reset.
It's going to reset.
It's gonna go to 45.
Okay, so we'll wait for that. Perfect, thanks.
Okay, so we're going to wait for the pairings and flying.
Yeah,
The person and
Just planning ahead.
we'll be able to find this person really quick because you've got your phone.
Yeah, no worries. Whoever's paired. Like Matt.
We're streaming on YouTube and it's on the Sorcery channel now, so it's on Discord. Sick. No, I'm like, I can find the judge who's getting.
The judges are currently collecting deck lists, going over the lists here, getting ready for round one. But before we start round one, we did want to get in an interview, and that would be with Vinny. And who is Vinny interviewing?
She's interviewing Beasts with the Den, I believe.
Beasts of the Bay.
Beasts of the Bay. Thank
and
you.
that will be talking about their 4-player format. So let's go ahead and kick it over to them.
Yeah. Yeah, it's on us. My bad.
We're going, we're starting, we're live, great. Okay, hello, I am Vinny Ballerina and I am here with Beast of the Bay. All right, so Jeremy, what is the Two-Headed Dragon? What is this all about?
Well, it's a great format that us at Beast of the Bay have modeled after Magic's Two-Headed Giant format, right? And it's pretty cool because it's a multiplayer format, but it's 2v2 team format. So you and your partner Dragonhead will be against another 2 players. And what makes this fun is that you share turn, share life, your resources are your own, but it gives the feeling of a multiplayer, but not all the chaos of maybe some of the other multiplayer formats that we've seen out there where, you know, you have free-for-all, right? And you're sitting across from each other and you don't really know what's tapped or not. And then sometimes people feel like you're going to be ganged up on 3-on-1, right? So we've tried to model the rule set, which we have at beastofthebay.com or in one of these cards that we can put on there. We've modeled it after the one-on-one, style. So the goal is just you could take your regular constructed deck, you sit down with a partner, and then you just play against 2 other people, right? So it's pretty fun. It's great for new players, especially because if you can partner up with somebody that's a little bit more seasoned, then you can actually learn while doing, right? Which, as we all know, in life, that's probably how the best way to learn, best way to explain things, just experience together. And whoever you're partnered with, you know, can kind of show you, you sit there, you strategize. If you're losing, you can blame them, right? That's always a good key, you know? And you end up with just, you know, we have this like puzzle here that we've been showcasing and selling these mats at the con, but you just end up with these crazy and wild, you know, situations where you have this bigger board and you're gonna roll a boulder all the way across and, you know, hit like 5 or 6 different people, right? So, you know, we found that those are some pretty fun and exciting plays.
No. Amazing. Thank you so much.
Well, Dexter's been one of our guys showcasing it here today because we have a couple of side events. We've been asking people if they want to just grab a deck, playing with some of our other Beast of the Bay members. But it's been extremely fun, and people have been solving puzzles, and we've been selling tokens and little swag because, you know, from the old school Magic community, that's kind of been our ethos, right? Like, we want to build around, you know, meeting and connecting and the social aspect of it. Totally nothing wrong with one-on-one, totally nothing wrong with the competitive scene, but I think that changes when you're able to make it more social, right? And sometimes you maybe don't want to grind really hard and you got 3 other buddies and you just want to relax. Two-Headed Dragon is definitely a way to still play the game while relaxing.
Yeah, I love that. It's great. So cool. I'm excited to try this out.
Yeah, you guys should definitely try it out. We got sample decks and other people to play with.
Amazing. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I think.
All right, we're back here, and it is time for round 1 of SorceryCon 2024. So let's go ahead and move it over to the feature table. Our 2 players are resolving their mulligans at the moment. And it looks like we have the Witch making a debut here right away.
For sure.
This is very cool.
Yeah.
So Spellslinger, just as a reminder, Spellslinger just gives you an extra spell at the start of the game, which this will be. Oh, we don't know who which player 1 is.
I think player on the left is our player 1, and player on the right is our player 2. So I think Gavin's on the left, and Tim is on the right.
Tim is on the right.
Yeah.
So Gavin will be playing the Witch today, and right off the bat we see a Forged Blade and a Lance given to the Witch.
Yep.
And on Tim's side, a Lookout, which reveals Gavin's hand.
Very nice. So we see a Finwife, a Burning Hands, and a Reckless Squire. So yeah, this is the kind of deck that I've been seeing a lot of in Limited, is a water fire deck that plays a lot of the on rate, or like a lot of the best minions and removal spells that you can play. And in Sealed, I think we're going to be seeing a lot of that.
Right. What do you think about Finwife? Finwife, if Finwife is near another avatar, an opponent's avatar, then Finwife will give you 2 mana the turn it's played or at the start of your turn.
Yeah. Finwife's really interesting. I found it really hard to turn on the ability properly.
Same.
But some people have been having success with the card. Some people have really liked it. But yeah, it seems pretty niche. What it does do though is it fills Curve, which is I think what it's going to be doing in this deck. Is it's just going to be giving him a 2 power minion to play.
Yeah, we'll see if he can get close with the Finwife to get some value out of it. Oh, yeah. And we see a Sherwood Huntress come out on turn 2,
very nice,
sitting on top of an impenetrable copse, which prevents projectiles from entering that location from the outside.
Yeah.
So this will be really interesting to see here what Gavin plays here. Gavin's on the left, correct?
Yeah.
So Gavin cannot play a 2-power minion on the Valley of Delight.
Yep.
Out of fear of the Sherwood Huntress shooting it down.
Yeah. So we're not going to see the Finwife this turn then, even try to get close to his opponent's avatar. Oh, it's a foil Witch. That's incredible.
Oh, it is a foil
That
Witch?
is insane, yeah.
Oh, wow.
But, yeah. Okay, so he is going to play out the Finwife onto his Troll Bridge over there.
So I'm wondering, I'm assuming he drew the Troll Bridge for this turn.
Yeah.
Because we probably would have seen that come out on turn 2.
Yeah, for sure. You definitely want to play Troll Bridge in the middle of all your sites to make it awkward for the Huntress or whatever minion to approach.
Yeah, we'll see if Tim blocks the Finwife from advancing toward his avatar. Is that a Hamlet in his hand?
I can't tell. Oh,
he has
he's
a
got an
town
annual?
and a Hamlet.
Oh, that's a town. My bad. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So town reducing the cost of your exceptional minions by 1, and he'll immediately take advantage of that with the hunting party.
That is the hunter. Oh man, I can't remember his name. He's
hunting
a minion
party, I
hunting
believe.
party.
Yeah.
So 3 power with ranged.
Yep.
And he was able to cast it for 1 less mana, and he put it on the town to the side there. I'm surprised he put it off to the side instead of on the impenetrable copse. Wonder what his plan is there.
Yeah, I think he's probably worried about in general in this limited format. It seems like people want. You want your opponent's minions to line up properly for you to get like a good kill spell. He could be afraid of some. I can't think of anything right now, but I think he's just looking to leave it out to the side.
Yeah, because the impenetrable copse will protect against the magic missiles.
Yeah.
But it won't protect against a haste with a couple of lances. A charge minion, but the Reckless Squire is only coming out with 1 power plus a lance, so it wouldn't be able to actually kill the hunting party.
That's really interesting because he could have defended pretty easily, but I don't see why he chose not to.
Tim chose not to defend with the hunting party against the Reckless Squire.
Yeah, I could see him trying to shoot it down with an airborne minion and take advantage of that lance, but yeah, we'll see what his plan is here. And there's a Hamlet.
It's possible that Gavin was trying to bait him into moving over so that he would be in line of sight.
Yeah.
But I don't see anything in Gavin's hand that would benefit him from doing that.
Yeah, really the only thing I could think of is that, I mean, we can see so far that Gavin is playing, Gavin has water, so Tim is going to be constantly aware of the threat of a snowball. But what happened there? He got struck with ranged. Oh, so that's why he didn't defend. I forgot that the hunting party has range. He's just looking to shoot down.
It does have ranged, but it also has 3 powers, so it could have defended and protected him from the damage.
And also the cop says that like you can't, so the projectiles can't enter there. So with the new ranged rules, I don't think the shot could get through there. So we'll see what they're.
All right, so we definitely see Tim really wanting to protect his hunting party, using it in a defensive way. And then Gavin, he plays a bonfire, which will destroy all nearby artifacts.
Yeah, so that makes sense. He's trying to clean up the lance from the field so that Tim can't immediately pick up the lance with his minion and create a really annoying board to deal with.
So right off the bat, we see this game is it's both. Neither player really is ahead on board just yet. Tim does have a hunting party out. If he plays another minion here, but he chooses not to. So I think that Gavin needs to take this opportunity to get something out that can deal with the hunting party, or at least start to put a little bit of pressure on Tim.
Yeah.
So that he can start using his witch to drain Tim's life.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, because the hunting party, where it stands, it represents a pretty big threat to that whole side of the board. So, like, right now it's threatening to kill the Shellycoat. So, yeah, he's going to place the Shellycoat differently. That makes sense. Yeah.
So he wants to give the Shellycoat a lance, which will definitely deal with the hunting party if the hunting party decides to advance.
Yeah. Well, we see a Sir Percival in Tim's hand. That's a really interesting card in Limited. Sir Percival asking your opponent to choose any site on the board, where Sir Percival then, and then Sir Percival can try to walk over, and then of course you draw a card when he gets there.
Oh, is this a Thundering Giant?
It looks like a Thundering Giant.
We're already at 6 mana in this game?
Wow. No, I don't think so. It looks like he only has 5.
He does have 6. He has 6 mana already.
Yeah, there you go. That's incredible.
So Shellycoat takes 1 less damage?
Yeah, that's...
So it'll only take 3 in the lance?
All right, we're discussing the Shellycoat at the moment.
Yeah. Shellycoat taking 1 less damage from strikes here, so I think there might be some confusion over power.
So the Thundering Giant, when the Thundering Giant comes out, it does have charge, which means it can attack right away, and it does have an ability that allows it to teleport once per turn to a nearby location, tapping all units down at that location.
Yeah.
So it'll only be 3 damage, and this one will hit. Oh, I see. Yeah, they'll both live. Yes. Yes. Lance will get proc.
But the Shellycoat is only 2 powers, so even if the Shellycoat were to block with a lance, it would not.
He takes 3 damage.
Yeah, I think there's probably a bit of rules confusion here that they're trying to clarify.
Oh, I see. Okay, no, you're right.
So I think it's really interesting that neither player has really committed to the board very much. I mean, we've seen minions in both players' hands. Oh, there we go.
Yeah. So we did see the Thundering Giant use its charge to tap and attack the Shellycoat, destroying the lance and killing Shellycoat.
Yep.
And I think the question was the order of events, when damage is dealt and what happens to the lance.
Yeah, probably.
Got it under control here. And then we see the hunting party attack in for 3 damage, reducing Gavin's life total down to 17.
Yeah.
I have a question for a judge.
Yeah, I do think it's really interesting that players didn't really decide to commit to the board early in this game at all. I wonder if that's because they're afraid of removal spells or they're afraid of getting blown out by charge minions. But, I mean, we see a Field Laborers in Tim's hand, and we saw the what is it again?
Tim is stuck on Threshold, and I think it's one of the reasons why he was drawing multiple sites.
Gotcha.
Field Laborers does require 2 Earth Threshold, and this is exactly why it's dangerous sometimes to put sites into your deck like Hamlet and Town.
Yeah.
We do see our first snowball today. Unfortunately, the snowball is not going to take out the giant.
Yeah.
But it will be able to kill the hunting party.
Yeah.
Because snowball will pick up all units along its path and then deal damage to everything at the end of its path equal to the number of units at that location. So in this case, it was 3. Giant survives.
Yeah, I think it's really dangerous to leave the giant alive. Like if I were Gavin, I'd definitely be looking to play another minion before I get that snowball out there, because Thundering Giant, I mean, in a lot of cases you use the snowball to push a minion away from you, but Thundering Giant can just teleport right back immediately.
It can.
It's not really averting. It's not really.
It doesn't have airborne, so it can't attack the bonfire, but it can just teleport there.
Yeah,
and then
exactly.
attack. I keep thinking that it should have airborne, the way the art looks.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Tim's definitely in a commanding board state here, but I think Gavin's going to be looking for some way to disrupt the giant or take advantage of the giant.
And again, we were talking earlier about 4-power minions in the format and just how difficult they are to deal with. But we do see a Submersible come out for Tim, along with the field laborers.
Yep.
He finally got his Earth threshold so that he could play those 2.
Yeah.
Or excuse me, not 2 life, the minus.
So now we have Burning Hands to deal 2 damage to the giant.
Yeah, deal 2 damage to the giant and then 2 damage to the Sir Percival being cast by the witch. So yeah, it looks like Gavin's going to be looking for. Oh, and then was he using? I think he was using the witch ability to shrink the giant.
Well, the witch ability, it can only affect avatars.
Pass.
I'm not quite.
Okay, we have a judge stepping in to correct the situation.
Yep.
So one of the witch's abilities allows it to reduce an avatar's power by 3.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you choose. It only affects avatars. You can either have their spells cost 1 more, or you can drain them for 2, or you can reduce the power of that avatar.
Sorry, that's my fault. It's okay.
So the giant is coming back out on the realm, in the realm, and we're taking a step back and allowing
things. Let's do
Tim to potentially change his turn.
Yeah, to be fair, which is a pretty complicated avatar. It's got a lot of lines of text that are pretty easy to forget. So,
and it is a new set still for a lot of players.
Yeah, definitely.
It has been out for about a month now, but some of these players are learning these cards for the first time today.
Yeah. Yeah, I know some people have opted to go into Arthurian Legends mostly blind, which just means that they don't look at any of the cards before the event starts.
Oh, we see a brown bears drawn by Tim here.
Yeah.
It's just one more minion to put pressure on Gavin. Now, Gavin does have the Vikings out, which is also 4 power, but the problem is Sir Percival is has 4 power and 5 toughness, so Sir Percival can simply attack and kill the Vikings this turn and survive.
Yeah. No, I'm not sure that. Yeah, I think Tim's definitely gonna try to take Gavin out as soon as possible, because I mean, as we saw, he had to draw a sight every turn, which means that he's now down to only 1 spell left in hand after that duel, whereas Gavin is still rocking a pretty full hand. So Tim's gonna try to close the game out as soon as possible, make the game as awkward for Gavin as possible.
There it is.
Yeah, now Gavin's down to 3 life after this turn,
and
I am surprised at the duel here, because Tim could have gotten just a free kill with Sir Percival on the Vikings and not had to use the duel. Duel is really good at finishing the game out once the opponent is on death's door.
Yeah.
Now, Tim does have quite a few minions threatening Gavin on board right now. There are 4, and Gavin has none. So I don't think Tim is going to have a problem attacking into Gavin's avatar once Gavin is at death's door.
No, especially with the ability from that extremely powerful Thundering Giant to tap down everything at the site that it enters, makes it really awkward to defend for your avatar while you're at death's door. Yeah, I think. I think Gavin's just. I think he's trying to race Tim's advance. He's playing the blacksmith family, excuse me, and the witch just try to take Tim down to 0 as soon as possible. But I do think his efforts will be futile because Tim has just a humongous, super oppressive board state going on that Gavin doesn't seem to have an answer for him.
So we do see a grain, grain sparrow come out for Tim, granting him 2 healing.
Yep. Yeah, Tim's just staving off the remote possibility of him going to death's door.
But now Gavin is at death's door. So.
Yeah.
And I think that Gavin understands that there's not a whole lot he can do here unless he has a snowball.
Yeah.
Because a snowball here would absolutely devastating
yeah, it
for
would
Tim.
decimate Tim.
I'm surprised that Tim lined up his minions in this way after recently getting hit by a snowball.
Yeah, I think his thought process is that, he can't possibly have a second snowball, but
we've seen a second snowball come out before.
Yeah. All right, yeah, it doesn't look like a snowball is coming. It looks like Gavin's just going to get Tim down to death's door.
Yeah, Gavin is just trying to deal as much damage as possible before the end of the match.
Good game.
All right, and that is game for round 1 of SorceryCon 2024. We definitely saw the power of 4 power minions during this match. We didn't see a whole lot of little guys.
No, we didn't.
Yeah, we saw the Sherwood Huntress.
And we saw the Finwife, which just traded early. Yeah.
We saw Reckless Squire.
Yep.
But almost everything else was
just
4
huge
power.
minions. Yeah, that game was entirely decided by just 5 massive swings by Tim's enormous minions.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And I was surprised. It really looked like Tim just drew a sight like every turn trying to get to his threshold.
Yeah.
But even still, he just had so many big guys that were able to put so much pressure on Gavin's avatar and Gavin's sights that Gavin couldn't keep up.
Yeah.
He didn't have enough defense.
Yeah. There's definitely an argument to be made for playing a higher, like a top end deck, and then drawing sights. I mean, I think if Gavin had been putting more pressure on Tim, had been playing a lot of minions and trying to take the fight to Tim, then Tim would probably have slowed down on the sight drawing and started to draw spells in order to answer the little critters on the ground. But because Gavin was giving Tim so much time, Tim just felt no pressure in the world, could just draw sights, play sights, and then go Percival, Thundering Giant, and just take over the game that way.
Yeah, unfortunately for Gavin, it seemed like his removal, like Burning Hands and Snowball, they came early, and none of his, we don't know what the rest of his deck looked like, but I imagine it does have some threats in it.
Yeah.
And it seems like they were just piled all at the bottom of his library or his spellbook.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's unfortunate for Gavin, but very fortunate for Tim for round 1, and I'm excited to see the rest of Tim's games. Maybe we might even see Tim return, because with that many BP minions, he should be able to do pretty well.
Yeah,
as long as he avoids stacking them up
and getting a snowball. Precisely. like he risked right there. Yeah, I think if he does face issues, it will probably be from his opponents piling up squires or getting an aggressive unique minion down. Because if you have enough squires, enough lances that you can toss around between your minions, then you can really make quick work of those larger 4-power minions. You can attack with a foot soldier to get a damage in, then you can attack with a family or a leprechaun with a lance and finish off those 4-power minions. So as long as he's careful to avoid situations like that, he should be fine.
Yeah, and if we're trying to think of other ways that his opponents can play against his deck, can fight against his deck, one of the first things that comes to mind is Lava Flow.
Yep, definitely.
And if you can set up your sights to try and funnel your opponent down a certain lane and pile them up, then a Lava Flow can definitely take out a couple of 4-power minions for you.
Yeah, for sure.
But it seemed like Tim was just all about spreading out, just totally encompassing Gavin's field with his own sights, and spreading out his minions in such a way that wasn't really convenient to play even something like Lava Flow. Now, in the end, yes, if Tim did have a snowball in that instance, then that would have been devastating for him. So,
but yeah,
it's always good to be careful.
Yeah, I think his thought process behind stacking his minions up like that was that he just didn't want the witch to be able to walk away and then play some teleporting or play some movement effect to get it further. Right. He just wanted to be able to defend against any movement or intercept against movement to prevent his opponent. And also, he had the Thundering Giant, so I don't think he was really afraid of a whole lot from
the Thundering
Gavin.
Giant was so good in this game.
Yeah.
And speaking of the Witch, I've actually personally tried the Witch in Sealed. I've noticed it's not really that effective.
Yeah.
And it's possible that Gavin here had just misread the card. He thought that the Witch would take power away from enemy minions.
Yeah.
Which would make it actually extremely useful.
Exactly.
In this format, but it doesn't. Its third ability only allows it to reduce the power of an avatar, which makes it good against Battle Mage and Avatar of Earth.
But obviously, you're not
limited.
seeing those in limited. I don't. Spell slingers tend not to be attacking unless you really need the damage or you have some powerful artifact that you want to maneuver into place.
And with limited being so much about attrition, making sure you stay ahead on resources and cards, the Witch really isn't terribly effective when all she's doing is tapping to reduce the mana or increase the mana cost of your opponent's next spells.
Yeah.
Or just tax them for 2 life. It's difficult. It sounds really good whenever you're trying to tax. When you think that you can tax your opponent. It sounds really good when you think that you can drain your opponent by 2 life every single turn.
Yeah.
But if you're trying to tap for sights, so that you can stay ahead, so you can draw spells.
Yeah.
And stay ahead of your opponent on resources, you almost never get to use her ability. I think in this game he didn't use her ability once, unless I'm mistaken.
He used it to drain their life, but that was about it.
A couple of times.
Yeah.
So
right.
it's not amazing in the limited format right now.
Yeah. All right. So we're going to be moving over
better.
to a post-game chat with Gavin. So send it over there. Give us a second. Sorry, bear with us for a minute. Okay.
And we have Gavin, who's giving us a little report from the first round of the Steel tournament. He had a super close game, and I would say this is in the feature match, right? Yeah. Well, that's what happens when you get the foil witch. It's good now? Should I start from the top? Go for it. Okay, cool. All right, everybody, how's it going, Sorcerers? This is Theron, a.k.a. Sun God, flyest in the realm, as you can see. And I have Gavin here with me. And this guy, he had a crazy feature match, and he pulled a really, really cool card. Just missed the victory, but, man, it was something else. Go ahead and tell us about it.
Yeah, I mean, basically, first pack I pulled the Foil Witch, which was the card I was hoping to get when I was flying out here. So that was super exciting. And then they asked
That's a dub right there.
They asked me to play the stream, and I absolutely would love to. I love watching the stream and being in the chat and saying what's up and just seeing all the cool events and things that go on. So that was exciting. And then, the game was really intense and close. I don't think I've played a sorcery game that hasn't felt exhilarating or close in some way.
Right. Relatable.
Which is part of the big enjoyment of the game. But this one, I could have had it one turn, but he just ended up having a little more minion control than I did. The Witch ability, that 2 damage every turn, is really strong.
Yeah, let's talk about that real quick. For the folks that don't know, the Witch is a new avatar from Arthurian Legends, the new set that came out. And man, when this got spoiled, people were like very vocal. Like some people loved it. Some people were like, oh no, my avatar is going to get ruined because of this avatar. And it's a super, super powerful card. Tell us a little bit more about it for a new player.
Yeah, for me, it's super interesting because my first love was Battle Mage, ironically. So I was very fearful of this card becoming a thing. And, I run very lethal Battle Mage, 2 minions, all enchantments. And this was a nerve-wracking thing. But playing with the Witch and seeing it in person, I think it still has balance, but it's got its own characteristic and nuance that makes it fun in itself. Mm-hmm. And I think it has a lot of a competitive edge for sure. So.
Absolutely. I think the most competitive ability, for those who don't know, is you get to tap and make your opponent lose 2 life, and you can do this every turn. So, if somebody's low on life, You don't even got to interact with them, and you can put them at death's door, which is one step away from winning the whole game. So it's a really powerful avatar. So what was the biggest play where you felt like, oh shit, I'm winning, or oh shit, I'm about to lose?
Right at the end, it was about 2 or 3 turns to the end. He had a Thundering Giant. I thought I could use the Witch's ability to give the minion -3 power. I mistakenly read that that's only for the avatar, so...
I hate when that happens, man.
Yeah,
Feel for you.
I was hoping to do that with the Burning Hands and get rid of the Thundering Giant. Had I had known that that's not how that worked, I would have planned it a little differently, but that's when it was over. That's when I knew I was going to be a turn behind for Death's Door, and he just had the overwhelming minion control. I just kept pulling more spells, so...
Man, so the way I see that, the witch, she was like conjuring something. She's like, oh man, I'm about to cook this. What was this, dragon you said, or what was it? Not a dragon. What was it that you were about to?
The Thundering Giant.
Thundering Giant. Yeah. She's like, oh man, I'm about to cook this Thundering Giant, and then it just fizzled. Yeah. She was like, oh crap, I can't do this on this Thundering Giant. And then her days are numbered. Man.
She's brewed for too long. The next card was Ribble Bogart, so I would have had the ability to get that +3 and take care of the giant.
Yeah, 3 strength versus 3 strength, I would have knocked it out. Yeah, that would have been good. Man, well, hey, look. Things happen. We know this game has tons of interactions, tons of rules, but it's still a lot of fun to play, win or lose. So, what do you want to get out of this whole SorceryCon experience? That's what I want to know.
Basically, just have an absolutely amazing time with my friend. All my friends from my local game store, from ABU, all came out. We came as a big group, so just having dinners and playing Sorcery out in public and bringing people to the con that don't know about Sorcery, and just kind of the whole experience of it all. I mean, doing it with Arthurian Legends and just kind of all the lore and stuff of it is just really pulled us in as high fantasy fans, and we just really like the experience of seeing all the art, the designs, meeting the artists, getting to play all these different kind of combinations of decks that people come up with just the new cards, having the multiple events. I mean, those are just the main things that we're super excited for.
Look, man, that's what I like to really reiterate out here is, there's tons of card games out here, but it's different when people are coming out here for the vibes, for your friends, the community. Like, it's a really special community out here, and win or lose, if you're having a good time with your people, man, that's the best thing you could do. So that's what really attracted me to the game, and I can tell that's why you're out here, man.
Yeah, we ended up doing Seattle SorceryCon in February, and we took a boys trip and drove out there, and it was just fantastic. Good people. It ended up more than what we expected it to be, and we said there's no way we could miss the next one, so we're going to be here every year.
This was the one to make, man. I tell you, this is the biggest one that's ever been done, and you already won by getting here.
Right, no, exactly. Just having a ticket. I mean, there's just so many people. Everybody's so friendly. Everyone wants to trade, and it's amazing.
Exactly. So you know what? While we wrap up here, I just want to know, what was the main thing, and just give me a couple words that got you into Sorcery.
My best friend getting the Alpha Kickstarter.
There you go. Get in early and you reap the rewards. Well, hey, this was a great interview, and I wish you the best. We're going back to Andrew and Zalem very soon. All right.
Thank you very much, man.
We are live. Welcome back, everyone. We are finally going to round 2, and let's kick it over to the feature match table and see what we're working with. So on the left here, you'll see this is Pete, and he'll be playing against Daniel on the right here. And I already see the Spell Slinger for Daniel, but I don't see Pete's avatar just yet.
Yeah, it looks like the players are just getting set up.
Yeah, we might still be waiting for the judges to call the round, but honestly, it looks like they're already ready. So
yeah, no, time has started. The players are just getting acquainted with each other, that kind of thing.
I don't know Daniel, but I do know Pete. Pete's been a member of the community for quite a while now. He is. I think he's gotten his whole family into sorcery at this point.
I think so. Yeah.
He runs an event, or he ran one event. I don't know if he plans on bringing it back. I believe it was Midland Mayhem.
Midland Mayhem, yeah.
And what state was that in?
It was in the Midwest somewhere. I don't remember what state. I didn't go myself, so.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to go either, but yeah, somewhere in the Midwest, Midland Mayhem. You can look that up and check it out. Check out Pete's event. But yeah, it looks like we're still waiting on these guys to shuffle up and present their decks.
Yeah. I do see a Lady Isil on top of Pete's deck there. So, or wait, that's Daniel, right?
Yeah, this is Pete.
That's Pete. Okay,
yep.
So yeah, sorry, that's Pete. Yeah, I'm seeing a Lady Isil on top of Pete's deck. So we're gonna be seeing something Earth-based and maybe defensive from them. So
yeah, we are. Yeah, I think they're just waiting for the go-ahead here.
Yeah.
So we were talking about Constructed earlier.
Yeah.
I didn't get a chance to ask you. What do you think? How are you feeling about what the most competitive deck is so far that you've seen?
So far, I've been seeing a bit of Witch, which seems to be like the new competitor that looks pretty promising.
Yeah, Witch is strong, but unfortunately, a lot of people are playing a whole lot of aggro.
Yeah.
And the Witch is good, aggro versus aggro in certain situations, but when the Witch is playing against the Sorcerer just draws so many cards.
Yeah.
And also plays with all the same charge minions.
Yep.
That it ends up out-carding and outplaying.
Yeah, beating out in terms of like card advantage, that kind of thing. Yeah.
I played Witch against Sorcerer with basically the same deck, Fire Air versus Fire Air, but I had Witch, they had Sorcerer. And I lost most of the games in that pairing. I did win some.
Yeah.
Using the tax. So if I'm able to turn 3 start taxing on the play, keeping them from playing 2 spells per turn, then I can actually keep up. But it's tough. And I think aggro is just king right now out there. I've been playing with mono air sorcerer.
Yeah.
That's been pretty good.
Pretty promising, yeah.
I haven't really had a chance to see Avatar of Air much.
Yeah.
So tomorrow I'm very excited to see what people bring.
Same.
Insanely excited to see what makes it to the top tables and to see how these new avatars even
stack up
perform
against our old cast. Yeah.
Yeah.
And also to see how the old avatars have evolved with these new Arthurian Legends cards. It's all really exciting.
I'm mostly excited to see what Druid does.
Yeah.
I want to see Druid really break through, because I think that there's a lot of possibilities, a lot of potential with the Druid.
Yeah.
All right, so we are starting round 2 here finally. It looks like Daniel is playing Fire Air.
Yeah.
You see a Charge, Huntress, Burning Hands, Forge.
Yep.
And Family.
Yeah, it's a
Blacksmith Family.
Pretty typical, aggressive hand to keep in this limited environment.
Yeah, I don't usually personally I don't usually play with the card Charge, because it can help you. It can in certain situations you can play it on, say, a minion with a lance and take out an opponent's minion and end up trading, card for card with it.
Yeah.
But a lot of times all it's doing is adding giving you a little bit of extra damage against your opponent, but then you're down a card.
Yeah.
And like I said, I always focus on attrition in these limited games, so I'm not a huge fan of Charge in limited, but I have seen it work in certain situations. How do you feel about Charge?
Charge is a card. I think it's a lot better if you're playing like an Earth Fire deck, like we saw we saw Jared building earlier in the deck construction
with big beefy minions.
Yeah, exactly. Because then in a late game, when you draw a charge and you have a minion, like a charge becomes an actual removal spell in that case, because your big minion will just dominate will dominate whatever little minion your opponent has on your sites dealing you damage. So it can be pretty effective there.
And here we go with a common village on turn 1 for that value, paying 1 mana to bring out a 1-power soldier token. That's going to be useful for Pete, I think. Even if all it does is block a 4-power minion attack, it's just a free effect.
Yeah, and also another thing that the foot soldiers do in this limited format that's really interesting is break lances. Like you don't think of it as time, like you think of them more as attackers, but attacking a foot soldier into a minion with a lance forces them to break the lance, which means that then you can attack more favorably later on. Or like your opponent almost never wants to attack into a foot soldier with a minion with a lance, because then it breaks and it's completely wasted on the foot soldier, which you spent basically no cards getting out. You didn't play a card from your hand to get that foot soldier.
Right. The other cool thing about having the foot soldier token is it is immortal.
Yeah.
So you can use it to cast Burning Hands right next to an avatar. So it's kind of a sleeping threat.
Yeah.
And if the opponent doesn't deal with it, it will also just ping for 1 damage every turn if it gets over onto the opponent's side. So
yeah.
I like the soldier here. We do see a forge come out on turn 2 from Daniel, but he chooses not to pay the 1 for the lance so that he can get out his Fisherman's Family for that water threshold.
Yeah.
So it looks like Daniel's actually playing 3 colors. We may see a snowball come out. I don't know.
Yeah. No, for sure. He definitely wants to get that threshold set up to open up more of his top decks. He's probably looking for, what exactly am I going to do on turns 3, 4, and 5 that get me further into this game? And the family opens up more opportunities without for example, you could draw a Lugbog Cat next turn, and you wouldn't have the water threshold to play it normally, but the family helps smooth out that draw.
So I am concerned about the threshold on Daniel's side, because we know he's playing air.
Yeah.
Now we know he's playing water, but the only sides he has out are fire.
Yeah, for sure.
So if the Fisherman's Family goes down,
he might be in trouble.
3-color deck with only fire threshold. That could be a problem.
Yeah, Pete's probably got an eye on that too. He's seeing two fire sites from Daniel, and then him opting to play a family on the second turn. He's probably thinking, how can I pressure Daniel's threshold here? How can I make his hand awkward? So
right, and if we see Pete playing Hamlet's Ablaze later in the game,
for sure,
that could be the game changer.
It definitely could.
Or the deciding factor in this game.
Yeah. Yeah,
So,
I was talking about Hamlet's Ablaze after the last match, and seeing how again into some matchups it can really disrupt their threshold. Like we saw last game, that Tim was only able to get his threats in play because he had drawn an air threshold near the end, and had his opponent played a Hamlet's Ablaze on his early Earth or air threshold, then he would have been stuck for many, many more turns to get a threat out.
So we see Daniel play a treetop hideout and give the Fisherman's Family stealth.
Yeah.
I'm surprised we didn't see an attack first, because this was an opportunity for Daniel to attack and bait Pete in to block with his soldier token, just to clear it off the board, and then give it stealth once it's over on Pete's side with that treetop hideout. So he did choose to just keep it back on defense. Maybe he wanted to protect it from getting into a range of anything like Burning Hands.
Yeah.
So because that is his only water threshold at the moment. He does have 1 air now.
Yeah. Yeah, he could also be on the lookout for the ever-present Reckless Squire, which is one of the strongest turn 3 plays you can have in a fire deck. Reckless Squire taking out that family immediately would be pretty brutal for him.
So I think we see a Sly Fox in Daniel's hand right now too.
Yeah.
It's a good way to finish out a game in AL Limited.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely not like the first card that I'm looking to play in my deck. But if I'm at 20 cards and I'm looking for, I'm going to need an option in all these kind of cases, Sly Fox is a really solid option for getting your opponent from 0 to dead. Because stealth attacks can't be defended against, so I will just end the game.
There's an Arc Lightning in his hand too. I like to see that.
Oh wow, yeah.
So yeah, the Sly Fox, sometimes you see a lot of them pop up in your sealed pool or getting passed around in draft. And it is tempting to play multiple copies of them, but I'm the same. I generally don't play them unless I just need to fill a spot.
Yeah.
If I don't have burn, other ways to finish the game out when the opponent's on death's door.
Yeah.
So this is interesting here. I think Daniel missed an opportunity here. He's attacking with the Fisherman's Family after playing his Treetop Hideout.
Yeah.
That might have been in the wrong order.
I mean, yeah, I think that could be what he's doing here. But
oh wow, we were talking about Burning Hands just a second ago.
Oh yeah,
Pete has Burning Hands in his hand right now.
Yeah,
he could cast it to
really
take out both the family and
the Sly Fox,
Sly Fox in one go.
Yeah, I mean, if Pete's especially if Pete has some like really high cost minions in his hand, he could definitely be looking at clearing the board so that they can exist safely.
So it's better that he moved his family up, that's for sure, because Pete can move his soldier token forward one step.
Yeah, true.
And cast Burning Hands, so it deals 2 damage to everything on the forge.
Yeah.
Which would currently kill the Huntress and the Sly Fox.
Yeah.
But he chooses to cast the Harassing Ruffians instead of the Burning Hands for the 2-for-1. I think I would go for the 2-for-1 here.
Yeah.
I'm a little surprised he didn't go for the 2-for-1, especially if it would limit the threshold.
Yeah.
Because we see 2 spells come out for Daniel, 2 water spells.
Yeah.
We know he has more water in the deck. If he casts Burning Hands here, takes out the family, the Fisherman's Family, then that's it for water threshold.
Yeah, I mean, I could also definitely see him really trying to stretch out the value of that Burning Hands, because if the Ruffians is placed properly, such as if the family moves up to attack the foot soldier to get out of the way of the Ruffians can then move over onto the wasteland and Burning Hands killing all of Daniel's minions. So I think really Pete's looking to get the maximum amount of value possible out of his Burning Hands. Like as you were saying, this limited format is all about attrition. So getting getting as favorable trades as possible will be what wins the game. And there's the attacking of the family.
He could have protected the soldier token by playing his 3rd sight to the left of his avatar and then playing the Ruffians on the back row.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely something he could have done, but I think he likes putting the Ruffians where it is, because now it's threatening the treetop lookout, and now Daniel can't. Now, if Daniel wants to play another low-cost minion to progress his board state, he doesn't really want to play it on the lookout because the Ruffians could attack it, which then plays into Pete being able to get even more value off the Burning Hands. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, definitely some really interesting decisions going on here for these players. Yeah, I really like this about Arthurian Legends Limited. Because of the lack of hard removal spells like we saw in beta with Barry and Lightning Bolt and Fire Bolts, all this just, I'm going to kill your minion from across the board. With all the removal being location-based and being movement-based, it makes a lot of game states like this really doable, which I think is really interesting. Yeah,
you do have to be careful where you place your minions. You have to be able to contend with Snowball. You have to be able to contend with Lava Flow,
Burning
Burning Hands.
Exactly.
Projectiles from the Huntress.
And Joust and Charge, like we were mentioning earlier.
You have to be ready for a Reckless Squire to come out, especially if you're playing fire against fire.
For sure.
So they're deep in discussion here. I wonder what they're discussing.
Yeah. It could be that Daniel had a rules question for Pete. Pete's just helping him clear it up, but yeah, we'll see.
Attack again, play a creature.
Pete might be the sorcery veteran in this matchup.
I think so, yeah.
Trying to explain how certain things work, or different strategies possibly.
Yeah.
Maybe he's trying to help his opponent. Pete is a helpful guy.
He is, yeah. Something you're choosing to do while anything else is currently being resolved. Now there are sometimes things that trigger, and that's where it can get weird, but we don't have anything out right now that has triggers. Like you might have something like, when something moves.
Just so the viewers know, we cannot hear what Pete is saying right now, but
so
it sounds like you can
move and strike here, if possible. But I don't have anything like that. So yeah, you can do one attack, do something else, just think of it like if you're doing multiple attacks, you do them one at a time, declare one, fully resolve it, and then you declare the next one.
I was just like, can't keep everything in my head at once, so I'm thinking like, okay, this attacking this site.
Okay, I'll take 2.
All right, so Daniel is attacking
that's now
for 2.
Down to 16.
He's choosing to attack the site, and Pete takes 2 damage.
You can't range strike a site.
Oh, it has to be a minion or an avatar?
Yes. Yeah. So when you range
He doesn't
strike,
want to
you hit
attack with a
units, which
Huntress
is
here
either a minion
unless
or
he
an
wants to
avatar.
trade both his Huntress and a Sly Fox
I've
with
got
the Harassing Ruffians.
here, So like if they move to there,
which is what
the
it
Ruffians
seems like
can
he's
block.
thinking of doing.
Yeah.
In his hand, we see the Arc Lightning, the Blacksmith family, and the Charge.
The Ruffians block, and then you finish it off with your
Not
Yeah.
amazing in this situation, especially if you only have 1 air.
I could see Daniel wanting to keep Pete's board completely clear here, because as I was mentioning, a lot of the removal in this format is like you have to use your minions to make it happen. So if Daniel, I mean, obviously Daniel doesn't have a lot of threats here, so he's just trying not to get overwhelmed by Pete. So I could see him trying to 2-for-1 with the Ruffians, and just so that Pete has to play another minion next turn and then has to keep developing, as opposed to being able to play some combination of a removal spell and a minion and to wipe Daniel's board away.
All right, so we do see him attack with the Sly Fox. Now, Sly Fox does have stealth here, so the Harassing Ruffians cannot block. The Sly Fox loses stealth, but at the end of turn, the Sly Fox does gain stealth again.
Okay.
And now we see the Blacksmith family come down, which will give Daniel another fire threshold, which at the moment he does not necessarily need.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Pete's probably going to be moving in with that Burning Hands here. I mean, stacking the family on top of the Huntress was a really risky move by Daniel, because it left him to get blown out by a potential Burning Hands.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Burning Hands will not take out the Sly Fox here, but being able to 3-for-1 Pete, hitting the Huntress, the Blacksmith family, and the Fisherman's family is definitely going to be worth it. So this is 3-for-1ing Daniel.
Yeah.
It's definitely going to be worth it for Pete to consider the Burning Hands here.
Yeah. I could also see Pete's not really being threatened by Daniel's board right now. Between the Ruffians and the minions that he has in his hand, which, I mean, he has 5 spells in his hand. He's definitely winning the card advantage race as it stands. I could definitely see him just not... Oh, it looks like he's going to go for the... He's pulling the Burning Hands to the front, so...
Yep. He's using the Soldier token to cast Burning Hands to take out all 3 of Daniel's 2 power minions, and then attack with the Ruffians.
I'm going to go forward and backward. So I do
for 3 damage, bringing Daniel down to 17. This is an absolutely devastating play.
Yeah.
For against Daniel here, I think that it's going to be very difficult for Daniel to come back from this, because Pete still has a fairly full hand, while Daniel has no minions left, nothing but Arc Lightning and a Charge
in his hand. Yeah, so Daniel's really going to be praying for the top of his deck here, and to note, he doesn't have any water threshold. So if he draws a potentially like a scary minion, but it costs water, he's not going to be able to play that now because of the death of the family.
And a lot of those scary minions do require at least 2 water thresholds.
For sure. Lake All Funk is one that I could think of that he'd be just an ordinary threat that he could be looking to get here.
Oh no, I spent 3, got 1 left.
Yep.
So I will pass.
Sorcerers.
Now we see a Power of Flight drawn by Daniel.
Box lunches are available in the hallway outside the Presidio room. That's the room.
So Power of Flight, Arc Lightning, and Joust. This is not really where you want to be.
Outside the doors by the artist. When you have completed
Now, Power of Flight can draw a card. So we'll probably see him just play it to draw the card to see what he can get off the top of his spellbook. But that will leave him with only 2 mana left, which is probably not enough to draw or to play this next spell. We do see a Stream Pool, though. Now he does have the water threshold coming.
Yeah, to play a potential top deck. Yeah, no, Daniel's going to be taking quite a bit of a beating here from the Ruffians, and the foot soldier's probably going to get in there as well until he can muster some sort of defense for all of that.
Can you target your own? I don't think you can target your own minion when it has stealth.
At the least, you're just trying to.
I don't know.
Stealth minions can't be targeted even by the controller.
Yeah.
So that's an illegal play on power of flight.
You could and kill my foot soldier, yeah.
Unless the rules say only enemies, but let's check the ruling on this one.
I think so. Sure, yeah. I think it works. I think your opponent can't target.
Give us a moment here while we double check.
Sure, yeah, if you want to. He could just give it to, oh, it's minion, yeah. They changed the stealth rules. So do we have a rules card right here? Because it's got the rules right on the card.
Oh, it's only from your opponents, so he can target his own minion with stealth.
Do you have one of the rules cards?
That's pretty favorable for him then. Yeah, we got our judge over coming to clear this up.
Marcellus was wondering if Daniel plays the power of flight on his Sly Fox. Is that legal since his Fox has stealth?
Yes.
You can target your own stuff with stealth.
Correct. Yes. Stealth only prevents your enemies from targeting your units, not yourself.
You're good. Come on, guys.
Can target your own stealth units.
So Daniel is going to be able to dig through his deck a little further with a power of flight, still looking for some defense for the Ruffians. Now, the airborne that Power of Flight gives the Sly Fox isn't going to be relevant here. Sly Fox is most likely going to move in to attack another one of Pete's sites because it can't be defended against, but he just wants to get another card in his hand. It looks like he's drawn a Sherwood Huntress here, so that is something he can play.
He can play it. I'm surprised he doesn't play it where his avatar is.
Yeah, actually, right now, Daniel does have the Arc Lightning that can answer the Ruffians, especially if Pete doesn't put another big threat on the board. But Daniel is missing the air threshold for that, just showing more of the risks associated with being bold with your Atlas in Limited.
Yeah, he's playing water, fire, and air.
Yeah. Though the mulligan in Sorcery is pretty forgiving, especially in Limited where you have only 12 sites in your Atlas, you still have to be very careful that you're not going to be tripping over yourself trying to find threshold.
It's a sneaky one.
Oh wow! There you go.
Liz Danforth is here.
Yeah. So what happened there is we saw a hunting party from Pete, which has a static ability that removes stealth from all of your opponent's minions, which then allowed Pete to trade his foot soldier with Daniel's Sly Fox.
And then we see the Ruffians come in for another attack, bringing Daniel's life total down to 13. So now Pete has 2 3-power minions on the board, threatening Daniel's sights. And now we see Daniel just draw another 2-power minion. So here, this is a good example of the difference between 2-power minions and 3-power minions. When you focus on power over flexibility in Limited, it usually pays off.
Yeah, and Daniel doesn't have any lances. Like, he wasn't able to make the lance with the forge, which means he doesn't have any way to turn those 2-power into 3-power interactions in his favor. So right now he's more or less at the mercy of the top of his deck again while he gets beat down by these 3-power minions.
Yeah, not only that, but now he can't play his Sherwood Huntress where his avatar is now. He could have played his stream forward and played the Sherwood Huntress on the stream to protect his site from the hunting party. Surprised he doesn't do that here. I'm wondering what he's holding his Sherwood Huntress for.
I think right now though he could play it on the stream, he's probably focused on the Ruffians right now and not thinking so much about the hunting party. So Although, yeah, him not playing the site up there does let Pete get in there with a Wasteland and then play a Vikings.
And
that is
now
a
we have
brutal play.
Another huge minion coming out onto the field that Daniel will have to figure out how to deal with. And look at Pete keeping, well, I was going to say he was keeping his minions pretty spread out. Seeing that Daniel's playing water, he needs to be wary of Snowball. A Snowball here would be very good for Daniel.
Yeah. But Pete's doing a good job of keeping his minions on different sites, making any Snowball lines
He
pretty
was,
awkward.
but then he moved the ruffians over.
He did move the ruffians over, so he does run that risk.
I don't think he's thinking about it
But then again, Daniel doesn't have any sites in his hand, so he doesn't have access to the
second water.
Yeah, we come back to this threshold problem again and again. So yeah, this is gonna be pretty tough for Daniel. Looks like he draws a Black Knight. Was that a banishment?
Banishment.
Gotcha.
Or is that a Black Knight?
I think it's a black. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
it definitely looks like a Black Knight. So
that is a Black Knight.
So yeah, 5 power with 3 defense. It will be able to take on the Vikings, which is what Daniel's gonna be looking to do with this.
But
with
the
this
problem
Black Knight.
is it has 3 toughness.
Exactly.
Like it could just die to the ruffians or the hunting party.
Yeah, and also it only costs. Its ability says that it costs 2 less. It normally costs 5, but it costs 2 less to play if you have. I believe it's more life than your opponent. So if you are the aggressor, then this card is useful, which he is not currently. He does not currently have more life than Pete, so he's not going to be able to play this Black Knight out.
The White Knight would have definitely been, a better card to draw in this scenario.
For sure.
So it does look like he's going to play his Black Knight out. He does have the threshold for it.
Oh no, he does have the mana. Excuse me, I mistook the Forge for one of Pete's sites. Okay, so yeah, gonna play out the Black Knight there. I'm curious how he's going to defend this turn, because if Pete wants, the Ruffians can, because the Ruffian's ability says that minions attacked by the Ruffians can't be defended by additional minions. So if he decides to attack the Black Knight here, that'll just be a guaranteed trade.
I think he's missed that the hunting party can just shoot it.
True, yeah, he can also just do that. Yeah, no, Daniel's minions are certainly at the mercy of Pete here. Yeah, we'll see what he decides to do.
Yeah, he's not on impenetrable cops, so all Pete has to do is tap to shoot. What did he tap his Vikings for? That's what I'm trying to figure out. He tapped his Vikings and then pointed to the location with the Black Knight, but that would have killed the fairy.
Also, I believe.
I can play him to any.
I'm not quite sure. I believe Vikings is also adjacent. Correct?
It's adjacent only, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, we got someone that's coming over to rectify the situation. All right, cool. And the Vikings is untapped, and we'll see what Pete decides to do.
So you're still at 4.
Yeah, because Pete was just really going for the kill there. I mean, we saw with all that together, he was trying to put Daniel down to 3 life, but we'll see.
Okay, so the Black Knight kills the Vikings. Okay, and then.
Okay, so we do see Daniel choosing to block the attack from the Vikings.
Yep.
All right, I'm going
Trading
to
is so Pete. I'm still a little confused why Pete does not use his hunting party.
I think he's probably looking to use the hunting party on Daniel himself, just looking to get Daniel to 0 as soon as possible before Daniel has a chance to draw anything else. But yeah, it would definitely. Oh, and there's a power raise. Okay, that's a very strong card.
Which means that they can attack the turn I play them, so they'll attack you here.
So we see the power raise come out.
Yeah.
They do have charge, so they can attack the turn they're played. They're attacking for 3. They must attack every turn.
Or else they die. Yeah. Yeah, Daniel takes it and he goes to 1, which means now Pete has the option to tap his hunting party and take Daniel to Death's Door. Though it looks like the Ruffians attacked the Spellslinger directly here, or the site, which can't be defended, so it took Daniel down to life he is now.
And here we do see Pete doing a really great job of completely surrounding Daniel. Just blocking any retreat that Daniel might hope to have.
Yeah.
And also avoiding getting blown out by a lava flow or a snowball.
Yeah, precisely. Yeah, and he does end up shooting Daniel with his hunting party, which I believe should take Daniel to death's door, although the life totals are not updated yet.
Good game, sir.
Yep, and
All right.
Daniel calls it there.
And that wraps up round 2 on the feature table with Pete taking the win.
Yeah. That was a pretty decisive game. You can really see there how in Arthurian Legends Limited, the difference between power really matters, especially if you don't have a lance to help you bridge those gaps. That whole game was really was decided by the fact that all of Pete's minions had 3 power and all of Daniel's minions had 2 power, which just meant that his just lost every fight that they had.
Yeah, and even though you have some of this utility, like with the Sherwood Huntress, and what are these fairies called?
I believe it's
Tooth Fairy.
Tooth Fairies, yeah.
Tooth Fairies,
Tooth Fairies,
yes.
yeah.
So they have good abilities. The Tooth Fairy taps down a minion at the start of your turn, an enemy minion. But when you're fighting against a bunch of 3-power minions, they can be vanilla and still just take over the game.
Yeah, yeah. So it looks like Pete's going to be laying out Daniel's deck. Getting a post-game chat here shortly. Yeah, Pete's just being helpful.
I don't hear someone saying, "Woo, that's me." I'm gonna call another number.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, this looks like Daniel's deck. I don't know if I agree with the addition of water to his deck, even though it is giving him access to 2 additional knights.
So what I'm seeing right now is you got a lot of red. And,
just looking at his deck, yeah, it looks like Pete's just looking at his pool, trying to give him some help. Oh, he's got 2 unique knights. That's really interesting.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you can work those unique knights into your deck somehow, you're definitely going to be at a huge advantage. In a Wizard's Den, a Stone Rain.
Next up, we have a couple of cards donated by Radio John, one of our lovely staff members.
I think his stuff is here.
The first of which is a Beta Foil Death Dealer.
Whoa.
That is going to 610-1413. So 1413 is the last 4 digits.
Yeah, so this is nice of Pete, helping Daniel with his deck for the next round. Checking out the water. Oh, wow. 2 Lake Effings.
Yeah. Yeah, a bit of a post-game chat going on between the players here before we get one with...
2 Yellow Knights.
2 Yellow Knights, yeah. I must say, even though Yellow Knights are mechanically identical to the other Knights in its cycle, I do think I prefer their art.
What is the color combo for Yellow Knight?
Yellow Knight is Earth and Fire, so it's 3 costs, and then you need an Earth and a Fire threshold for that particular Knight. Yeah, I must say, I really do like those Knights because they, even though they can be pretty hard to cast, coming in with a Lance and having 3 power means that they will trade favorably into any 4 power minion your opponent tries to play, which, as we were saying, tend to be pretty important in this limited environment. These Knights, also notably, Lances work when you are fighting with the cards Joust or Duel. So if you have one of those Knights out and you play it, and then the turn of you want to get rid of a 4 power minion, you can play a Joust or a Duel to get rid of that 4 power minion and leave yourself with a 3/2 body. So, yeah, those Knights are pretty nice. I think that was probably the main reason that Daniel was trying to stretch his threshold a bit, was to get those 2 Knights in there, which are very powerful.
It might be hard to get like these stronger creatures out.
Of all of the unique cards in the set.
So
you can take some scissors and get your
All right, so
I would cut these 4 out. This was already out. I would cut these 4 out, put these 4 in.
All right.
Because these have 3 power, and then this is damage.
Right, yeah. Pete's being a nice guy over there, helping him out with his deck construction. We are going to be waiting on round 3, so let's go ahead and go to a break here, and we'll be back shortly. Thanks, guys.
And then from there, I mean, I feel like this one is pretty good, like if somebody's playing 3 colors, but if they're only playing 2, this just kind of slows them down slightly.
That is the extent of our drawings
you
for
could
today.
leave that one in. I would suggest taking these 2 out and putting in like
we will go ahead and reiterate the codes or the numbers that were drawn that no longer maybe they're at lunch.
Yeah,
We'll
it's
let
just
folks know
it's basically
when they come back from next round. And if no one plans the tickets at that point, we
You
will
can also put this
draw
in
for that
to
item.
like start the little
Also,
fires.
I want you all to remember
This
that
could kill,
the
like,
tickets
just
that
like
are at the call today are still good for tomorrow. So tomorrow at lunch, we'll be giving away a lot more
Maybe this
stuff.
out, put that in. Yeah, I would
Alright.
This makes something attack and turn its play.
And thanks for coming.
But just having another body is usually better. And then this is just really small, like just one power. I would definitely put this in over it. So like I would do something like, here's 6 cards. I would put in these 3 and then maybe 2 of these.
I still don't know how much utility there is in this.
It's actually pretty good because then they have to discard a card at random. And if they're holding something that's like 5 or 6 or 7 mana, they don't want to kill it. Or if you see they have, if they're holding a card, they attack something, this trades, this dies, they lose that card. But even if they have some cards, like, so that can mess people up.
I don't really need fixing.
Yeah, with the 2 colors, the fixing is important. But the nice thing about this is it's no threshold cost. But yeah, I mean, I feel like we wanted to put these 6 in. Oh, why is this like? Oh, it's because it's water. Yeah.
No, I did a 3rd color because I thought I didn't have like enough playables in 2 colors. So
No, I feel like, and it's like there's definitely some like in these that like, you know, like this Hamlet's the Blaze. I would probably take it out and put in one of those, maybe the Castle Servants. But at the same time, this can be useful. Like if somebody's playing 3 colors, this can wreck them. You hit something that they only have 1 of out, and that could wreck their deck.
Sorcerers, that is time for round 2. The current player finishes their turn and then play 5 more turns. If no one is the victor at the end of 5 turns, the person with the highest life total wins. And then if that is tied, second player.
It also says the guy who
One way to go. One more round.
Do we have, speaking of which,
Yeah,
officially.
Sorcerers, we're going to be starting the third round at 2 p.m. So if you're still eating, please get wrapped up. We'll be starting the next round promptly at 2 p.m.
That's fine.
Cool. What's your name?
Erica.
Erica.
Oh, E-R-I-K-A.
E-R-I. I'll just do it.
Use the first name E-R-I-K-A.
E-R-I-K.
I'm Delana, D-E-L-A-N-A.
Okay.
I can repeat that.
All right, cool. Yeah.
Mine's just gonna sit on the floor in a heap. Do I have food in my teeth? No. Okay. No, you're good. Like, I wasn't anticipating. I always joke, I'm like, I don't have to work too hard to be the hottest girl at the game store. Because usually I'm the only girl. So I'm automatically the hottest girl at the game store.
Contest the realm.
I have a timer going on my watch, if that's okay. So that it's not running my phone battery down.
E-R-I-K-A.
Yes.
And
Delana, D-E-L-A-N-A.
D-E-L-A-N-A.
Yes.
Got it.
Let me, oh god, now I'm like yard sailed all over the place. I have to dig out my life counter, I'm sorry. Oh, you're good. I was not anticipating having to move, and I think that like, please don't put me on camera yet. Let me stop being like, huh? Oh, sick. I didn't need to. I was like, usually they have something between the two. Yeah, clearly. That's fine. I kept telling myself, I'm like, you didn't pay all the money to be here to win. You're here to have a good time and make friends. I like these colors. Thank you. I like these pink glitter ones. Yeah. With like the pink diamonds. That's so cute. Are these your dogs? They are. That's so cute. Okay, everything's on the wrong side for me. I know. Like, oh yeah. What does this do? Do we wait? Do we start? Yeah, we'll high roll for first. Sometimes they want us to wait. Just not done. 10. You got it. Okay, I will go first. I don't know. I didn't draw anything yet, so I'll draw. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Do we get a time allowance? I guess they can hear us. That's a good. That's true. They do have the headphones on. I was like, can we start? He's like, no. So we're good? Okay. Okay. So we already rolled. Yep, we high rolled. I'm gonna go first.
All right, welcome back, everyone, for round 3 of SorceryCon 2024. We are going to head over to the feature match to watch Delana and Erica bout it out. All right, so it looks like both players are on Spellslinger this time.
Yep.
We have Erica on the left here and Delana on the right. And, oh, look at that, Sir Lamorak.
Oh, very cool. Yeah, taking a peek at their hands. Looks like Delana is rocking a Earth Fire deck, and I couldn't tell from Erica if you could see anything. Definitely fire, but
definitely fire. Erica loves fire.
Yeah, and a bit of water. Yeah.
If the viewers don't remember, Erica was on stream at the launch event down in Texas a month ago. She is a regular of the Reaper Game Store down there. She loves aggressive decks. She loves being aggressive with her aggressive decks.
Yeah. Oh, she's got a wizard. I caught a glimpse of a wizard's den in her hand, which will really help her get that aggression going this game.
Yeah, there's a red cat Poweries in her hand for the charge. There's a giant.
All right, Delana kicking it off with a Spire.
Okay. So definitely air fire on Delena's side.
Yeah.
And I do see a Babbling Brook over here too. So yeah, definitely water, fire.
Yep.
From Erica.
All right. Yeah, fire seems to be the common element so far today.
Right.
It's just a crazy powerful element in this limited set, it seems.
It is very good. It has plenty of ways to remove minions as well as finish the game out.
Yeah.
I love the Wizard's Den play on turn 1.
Yeah, same.
That's fun.
Just get yourself as many options as possible.
Yeah.
And also it helps that you get to keep your Wizard's Den away from your front line, so it's hard for your opponent to force you to discard.
Yeah, I want to see what her sights are in Erica's hands.
It looks like Erica's got a Bog, a Babbling Brook, and a Wasteland. So Fire Threshold and then 2 utility water sites.
Very nice.
Leading on a Tooth Fairies from
and
Delana.
a Tooth Fairies.
Cool.
On turn 2, that's what I like to see, that efficient turn 2 play. When you're on the play, you want to make sure and set the tempo early. So now Erica has to respond to this. The cool thing about having Tooth Fairies on turn 2 is at the start of turn, whatever Erica plays, Delana can just tap down and attack in for 2 damage right off the bat.
Yeah, for sure.
And the Tooth Fairies have Airborne too. So, but we do see the Bog come out.
Yeah, which means that there will be no Tooth Fairy attacking next turn. It will immobilize the Tooth Fairies for now.
So we see the power of the sites in Arthurian Legends. The sites are really good. I would say that a lot of limited play does revolve around sites.
Yeah.
You could see Erica making very good use of her sites. She's already drawn a spell and immobilized Delena's minion.
Yeah.
Versus Delana, she only has the basic sites that you're given for free that have no special effects. But we do see a Forge come out right now. We'll see if she makes a Lance. It looks like she might want to...
She's thinking about it now.
Yeah, she might want to get out her Harassing Ruffians here.
Yeah, I think that's probably what she's going to end up doing. Yeah. Okay.
And she plays it to the side.
I think... never mind. I was going to say she could be afraid of a Lance here, but
it's pretty early.
Can still defend. Yeah, it is pretty early.
Yeah, it's pretty early in the game, so I don't think that there's a big risk in piling up on the center site here. On 8.
Yeah, it could just be like very long-term planning for, if I want to attack with Ruffians next turn, then things will be lined up a couple turns from now. But
I
think they're just spreading it out.
I do like that Delana is aware of this. You know, she doesn't want to pile up her minions.
Yeah,
I like that because Erica could play something with a Lance, give it to her Fisherman's family, and then attack the Ruffians, and then Delana would be forced to.
Lose the Tooth Fairy.
Lose the Ruffians or the Tooth Fairy.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, Delana could double block, though.
She could
take out the Fisherman's family as well. So we see
true.
Lake Athank,
Yeah.
Swindler Troop.
And then a Poweries and a Lumbering Giant in Erica's
I like this hand. 3 power minions, 4 power minions.
Yep, just a reasonable. There's a good amount of diversity among the powers and abilities of all the minions in our hand. So we're going to see a Babbling Brook. That'll be pretty effective this turn.
But I'm excited to see Sir Lamorak come out.
Yes.
Can we pull Sir Lamorak up? Is he available to pull up on screen?
Nope. Wait. Yeah, there we go.
He is.
Yeah.
So yeah, Sir Lamorak has 4 attack, 3 toughness, death right, strike each enemy nearby.
Yeah.
So very, very interesting card. I think he did require 2 air to play. And Delana does not have the second air, unfortunately. The site that she has in her hand is the Hamlet.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, depending on what she wants to play out next turn, I could definitely see her tapping her avatar to draw a site in order to dig for the air threshold required, because Sir Lamorak is very powerful, and getting him out early would be a pretty big benefit. Yeah, we can see here the Swindler Troop, the ability not actually not working because of the Babbling Brook that Erica played on the same turn, which disabled all nearby minions. Yeah, normally when Slither Troop enters the realm, it gives one of your allied minions stealth, but of course its Genesis ability did not trigger because of the brook.
So very cool. Delana was able to draw into the second air and get Sir Lamorak out.
There
She
you
is
go.
playing it defensively off to the side to avoid any tricks from Erica. So this is pretty cool. I like it. I like it. I don't know about this board state necessarily. I think that this board state is a bit fair at the moment.
You don't think either player has any strict advantage right now?
Yeah, I don't think either player has too much of an advantage, and also Sir Lamorak is just not going to be as efficient if both players just end up trading their units across from each other.
Yeah.
Because right now each player has a 3-power minion facing down and a 2-power minion facing down, and then we have Lamorak.
Yeah.
Now, very interesting that Eric played the Forge in front of Sir Lamorak, though.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it could be that she's trying to get Sir Lamorak to... Oh, okay, that makes more sense. Get our family over, pick up that lance, and be mana efficient. Because the Forge's ability only triggers once, so you don't really want to waste that opportunity. Yeah, I think Delana's placement of Sir Lamorak is actually really interesting because her last spell in hand is Power of Flight, which gives one of your minions airborne. So I think by playing Sir Lamorak out to the side, I think she was hoping that Erica would commit another 4-power minion to the middle of the board, and then that she would be able to do a surprise attack, so to speak, by giving him airborne and then trading with all of Erica's minions in addition to dealing her 4 damage.
Yeah, that would have been a really nice play.
That would have been really good.
But Erica did not fall for the trap.
Yeah. No, instead she just widened her board, give the family a lance so that Lamorak would die. Yeah. So the Lamorak would trade with the family.
Well, Eric
normally
made
it wouldn't trade, but yeah, Sir Lamorak's Deathrite would kill the family.
Yeah, and Erica made a really good play here by going ahead and trading right now her 3-power minion for Delana's 3-power minion.
Yeah.
Because Sir Lamorak is always this threat.
Yeah.
This threat that can just take out her minion without her being able to use it. Now, I am a little surprised that the Thieving Magpie was played there because the Tooth Fairies have airborne. They can fly diagonally to attack the Thieving Magpie and gain a little bit of card advantage for Delana.
Yeah. We'll see if she ends up... I think she'll probably end up taking that line. I'm just going to consider her options first. The argument can still be made that you do want to trade Sir Lamorak. You want to attack with Lamorak into the family, but I think Delana's probably going to go for a more direct attack with Lamorak.
So Delana has Power of Flight to get a card draw. I don't think she's terribly interested in the airborne, but she draws into another Power of Flight.
Interesting. So she's not going for the Magpie. She's going directly for Erica's life total right now.
Yeah, I suppose she's not too concerned. But so one issue with this play, unless she has a follow-up here, she leaves Sir Lamorak open for the Lance Strike. Oh, she does have a follow-up. She has a Banishment to give all of her minions stealth.
Yeah, that's pretty useful because that means that Lamorak can exist pretty safely in that area and then be able to threaten to kill, be able to threaten to fight and then decimate Erica's board if given the chance.
And so Erica should be at 15 life right now.
Yeah.
She took 3 damage from Sir Lamorak.
No, Lamorak is 4 power, so it'd be 14 life.
14 life. So Lamorak dealt 4 damage, and then the Tooth Fairies dealt 2 damage.
Yeah, something kind of cool about giving Tooth Fairies stealth is that its triggered ability will not break the stealth. So if Delana really wants, she could just leave the Tooth Fairies on that site, tapping down a minion and making every turn and making her attacks a little easier. And then near the end of the game, when Erica finally gets to Death's Door, then she could finish her off with the Tooth Fairies. It might not be the line of play that she takes, but it is an option.
I do like the game plan here by Delana.
Yeah.
Getting in damage while you can, knowing that Sir Lamorak can almost at any time die and then destroy all of Erica's surrounding minions, assuming they are 3 or less.
Actually, really lucky by Erica, or really lucky by Delana.
She had a degradation.
Yeah, but Lamorak has stealth, so
it doesn't matter. Degradation doesn't target.
Oh, you're right. It doesn't. It goes straight through stealth. Man, you're right.
It's so good.
That's insane.
But
But he loses his death.
What a crazy use case for degradation.
I can't remember. Is degradation destroy or
No, it's a transform into a foot soldier.
That's right. Transform into a foot soldier. So now we have a foot soldier with stealth out. Wow. And Delena's advantage on board is immediately
flipped around.
Reduced.
Yeah, exactly.
To a 2-power Tooth Fairies and a 1-power soldier token.
Yeah. They have
so
stealth.
it's kind of
but
back to It's kind of back to square.
Yeah, for sure. And and now she can't really. Now the family can just kind of do whatever it wants because it's now the strongest minion on the board, especially with that lance.
So because degradation was a transformation effect, Sir Lamorak transformed into a soldier token, but the soldier token still is the same object in the realm, so it maintains its stealth.
Yeah.
So now we see Erica attacking in for 2.
Yep.
Bringing Delena down to 18.
Well, now, yes, just 2. Yep. It's all about learning.
Taking a peek at Erica's hand, it looks like she's got a slumbering, or not a slumbering, excuse me, the giant that can't defend, and then poweries, red cap poweries, and then a lake Alfonk in her hand. So she's still got quite a lot of beef left in her hand, whereas Delena's only working with 1 Keening Banshee right now.
And now we do see the poweries come out with charge, attacking for 3, bringing Delena down to 15.
Yeah. Yeah, Erica's really going to be looking to take this board state and turn it into her advantage and get as much damage in as possible before Delena can muster a defense by playing out some minions, making sure that the poweries can attack as freely. Yeah, she's got every advantage here. Might as well take it.
That's crazy. The power of degradation in this format. When your opponent has that bomb knight, that awesome Sir that they open in their sealed pool, and you have degradation, it doesn't matter if they have stealth, it doesn't matter where they are in their realm, degradation will just transform it into a soldier token, and all of a sudden the tables are turned.
Yeah, for sure.
So we do see Sherwood Huntress, as well as that Keening Banshee.
And then one other card that I cannot... Oh, it's a Power of Flight that she drew earlier in the game, yeah.
Yep.
All right. Looks like she's sending the foot soldier in to the Wizard's Den to force Erica to discard one of her cards. Yeah, it's pretty easy to forget that the Wizard's Den can be attacked, especially when it's covered by an avatar, but Delena kept that in the back of her head.
Yeah, that is unfortunate for Erica, but there was nothing that she could do about it. These units did have these minions did have stealth.
Yeah.
She chooses to keep the Lumbering Giant. I think that's a good call.
Yeah.
Lumbering Giant can't attack or can't block, but Erica does have Delena a bit on the ropes.
Yeah.
So being aggressive, forcing Delena to respond to a 4-power minion is probably the better call.
Yeah.
I like also how Red Cap Poweries was played off to the side.
Yeah.
To protect it from the stealth attacks from Delena's minions.
Yeah. Also to note about keeping the giantess, the giant, excuse me. The Poweries in the family, they both trade with or kill 3-power minions, whereas the giant can go toe-to-toe with 4-power minions. So it'll help threaten any potential swing back minions that Delena could draw, like a Vikings or something along those lines, or the Thundering Giant that we saw earlier, although that's not likely.
This is a really cool game. Both players playing out their sides very similarly.
Yeah, agreed.
Just kind of blocking each other from surrounding each other's avatar. You can definitely see the skill coming from both of these players in this match. I feel like it could still be. It could be anyone's game. Erica is down to 11. Delena's at 15. Delena's about to take another 5 damage.
Yeah.
Taking her down to 10, though.
Yeah, unfortunately, she didn't have enough mana there to play out the Power of Flight and try to dig for more cards because she just wanted to get down some minions to do something. And she didn't really have the option of playing the Keening Banshee by the Red Cap Powers, which would prevent it, which would force Erica to either trade the Poweries or let it die, because the family is sitting there with a lance, which would kill the Banshee. So once again, we can see lances in action as really powerful tools for disincentivizing certain lines of play.
Exactly, lances are really difficult to deal with.
Yeah, they are.
It'd be nice to see a Shameless Squire come out or something like that, but Delena is not in water. That is Erica.
Yeah, on the topic of lances, I heard someone bring up just today, Just a Rock, the card that got a fair amount of attention when it was first spoiled for Arthurian Legends. But whenever I've played with it, I've not been very impressed by it in Limited. Have you found the same thing?
I avoid it.
Yeah.
Just a Rock is definitely a dead card in hand in Limited, and it's often a dead card in hand in Constructed as well.
Yeah.
I had it in a Constructed deck that was playing Water Fire.
Yeah.
And just every game, I never had a chance to use it.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it would be helpful here, but not. At the end of the day, you would prefer a removal spell or another minion that would help you trade to the lance as opposed to having a very narrow card that can get rid of it.
But this is interesting here. Erica did move her minion over in front of the avatar.
Yeah.
So, but she has a blocker, the Shelly Coat. I was going to say that Delana could use her avatar to take care of the lance. But
true.
Also, she moved her unit next to the Sherwood Huntress.
Yeah. No, the Huntress is threatening to get rid of the family here, and then the Banshee could move in and pick up the lance. But, and not only that, but if Delana is able to draw something like a lava flow, then it could really ruin Erica's plans.
Yeah, I wonder if she forgot about that. And also, it looks like she missed the trigger on her Tooth Fairies to tap down the Shelly Coat.
Yeah, she did.
I don't think that's going to matter here, but...
Yeah. No, I think the reason that Erica...
She could have attacked with the Keening Banshee on the Babbling Brook, but because she didn't use the trigger on the Tooth Fairies to tap down Shelly Coat, now Erica has a blocker.
Yeah. Yeah, I do like moving the Thieving Magpie over from the Babbling Brook to the Wasteland, because that means that if the family does end up dying, which it likely will this turn, then then normally you'd be scared of the lance getting dropped, and then another one of Delana's minions picking it up. But the Magpie is there to steal the lance right back up because it can pick up artifacts that are even carried by other minions.
I think that Delana just played Power of Flight on her Sherwood Huntress.
Yeah.
Which I think that she missed a major tempo play here.
Yeah.
If she had played it on the Keening Banshee, she could have attacked the Shelly Coat to kill it.
Yeah, agreed.
Then used the Huntress to kill the Fisherman's family.
Yeah, I think she's underutilizing the Huntress a bit here, but yeah, we'll see how it ends up. Yeah, and I don't think Erica's going to be defending the Banshee either, because it just kills the Shelly Coat, and 2 damage is very relevant in this kind of race where both players are more or less ignoring each other's minions and just trying to burn down their opponents to get them in a race to death's door. Excuse me.
That's what it does look like here. We see a Hider Sprites in Delana's hand. There has not been a lookout played, though. So Delana does not know what Erica is playing. So Hider Sprites will most likely just be a 2-mana, 2-power minion.
Delana is looking at a Sword and Shield here. This card is pretty interesting in a lot of these situations because, as we were talking about earlier, the difference in power between minions deciding combat can be, I don't know if she fully understood what Shelly Coat did there. Yeah, Shelly Coat taking 1 less damage every time that it would take damage meant that it would just kill the Tooth Fairies outright. Yeah, well, what I was saying about Sword and Shield, that how we've seen games decided in the past in Arthurian Legends Limited has been that one person just has one overwhelmingly strong minion that's able to dominate the battlefield, taking advantage of cards like Joust and taking advantage of movement cards. And Sword and Shield gives you that strongest minion pretty much no matter what. It's upgrading that Keening Banshee to a 5-power minion, which would defeat the giant in Erica's hand, while also letting her accelerate her clock a little bit. Although I probably would have played the Sword and Shield a little earlier in the turn just to get some extra life loss off that effect.
Yeah, I think Erica was definitely in trouble that turn.
Yeah.
And it would have been Delana's game to win, I think. But there were a couple of missed opportunities, I believe, where Delana could have just kind of cleaned up the board, leaving Erica with only the Poweries left.
Yeah.
But I think that Delana's fairly new to AL.
Yeah.
Even though it looks like she definitely knows what she's doing.
We see
in sorcery in general.
Yeah, we see a crazy good draw for Erica here. The Thankless Squire, when it enters the realm, it taps down an enemy minion and then has them drop all of its armor and weapons, which is very relevant here because the Keening Banshee's Sword and Shield. Now, if Erica does decide to play out the Thankless Squire, it will be forced to drop the Sword and Shield, which then the Shelly can pick up and clean up the Banshee, which would give Erica a pretty sizable advantage on the board.
So something that we noticed down in Texas with Erica, even though she has an opportunity to kill the Hydra Sprites here with her Red Cat Poweries, she probably won't.
Yeah, she'll probably just go straight for the...
She always goes for the throat.
I mean, why not? If you have to play on Death's Door, you have to play super awkwardly. So I totally see her reasoning there. Yeah, I think right now she's probably looking at instead of killing the Banshee with the Sword and Shield that could be dropped by the Squire, she'll probably just go straight for Delena's Forge there.
The only problem is if she attacks with all of her units here, Delena will still be at 1 life. Meanwhile, if Delena attacks with all of her units the following turn, Erica will be at Death's Door.
Yeah.
So I don't think that Erica's out of the woods here. I think that it's pretty even on board.
Yeah, I think Erica probably will have this one in the end though, because of the the Squire forcing the Keening Banshee to drop the Sword and Shield. That will let the Shelly Coat, as I said, pick up the Sword and Shield and then get the last point of damage on Delena if that's the line that Erica chooses.
True. Yeah.
So.
And here, yeah, we see the power of the Shameless Squire, which is that's Shameless Squire is one of my favorite squires. I think Reckless Squire is definitely my first choice, but Shameless is just so good. And you can see it here. This is going to allow Erica to take Delena to Death's Door if she chooses to attack with the Poweries, which she is.
Yep.
And now Delena is going to have to defend against 3 different minions.
Erica did forget the Lance on the Squire, but I don't think it'll be super relevant this game. Yeah, actually, what I did realize is that even without the Thankless Squire, Erica would still had lethal on Delena here because the families have a Lance, and Erica can just attack Delena's avatar directly to get that extra point of damage on. Yeah, I do think Erica's in a pretty commanding board state here, especially with so many minions surrounding Delena. She's going to have quite a time trying to get out of here. Vikings is a start, but...
Delena just has Vikings in hand, so that will not be enough to defend against 3 different units.
Yeah.
3 different minions. So sometimes it is good to expand your board to keep your opponent away. And you can see both players did that here. What I usually like to do, especially in Limited, is create a grid right around my avatar.
Yeah.
Just like a 2x3 grid. Who cares about the outside locations? Once you spread your sights out so thin like this, you leave them much more vulnerable.
Yeah, for sure.
But you see this pretty often in Sorcery. People just do not want their opponent to advance their sights into their, onto the, their half, quote unquote,
exactly,
of the map.
Yeah, that's definitely one of the things that makes playing a more controlling deck, especially in Limited, really hard. You need, if you want to develop your mana late game and play out big splashy threats like the Fomorians that we've been mentioning, or if you're lucky, a Year of the Blaze or a Great Drowning of Men, some high cost unique, you do have to play out your sites in a really broad way, and you have to find somebody to defend all those sites. Yeah, Delena plays out the Vikings. That's her last card in hand. So I do believe if Erica opts to attack, then this game is hers.
So, yeah, Erica is at Death's Door, but that will be the game here because Delena only has 1 defender.
Yeah. Yeah, so she'll take it step by step, and I think Delena knows she's lost. She's just making Erica play it out.
Playing it out.
Yep.
Being a good sport.
Yep. For sure. And there you go.
Really good
all right, and there's the handshake.
Right, good game.
Yeah, that was a really good
ladies.
game, honestly. I liked that a lot.
I like that game a lot. I think that each player had a chance to... Each player had a chance to win that match, I think.
Definitely, yeah.
It was very evenly matched as far as the cards that were drawn and played. We saw the degradation play on Sir Lamric. I thought that probably the defining play of
Definitely.
the match. If she had not gotten rid of Sir Lamric when she did, who knows what could have happened.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, she was able to play out the poweries and have a couple like higher power a couple of higher power minions hit the board,
Right.
and Lamrack would have really cleaned that up. And also, we saw near the end of the game that it was really a damage race. It was really, who can get who to Death's Door first? One that Eric ended up winning. And having an active Lamrack out for longer would have really helped with that.
I know, it's so interesting that they were both almost unconcerned with each other's minions, just only interested in dealing damage to the opponent.
Yeah.
Let's just get the game over quickly. But I didn't even see finishers in their hands.
Yeah.
So they did not care.
No, not at
had
all.
nothing. They had no interaction with each other on that front.
Yeah, for sure. Both
So
players,
very good
yeah.
game.
Yeah,
very
for
good
sure.
match. I think that we are going to. We might have an interview with the winner here soon. But in the meantime, I wanted to jump back into constructed talk.
Oh, of course.
Every chance we get, we should talk about constructed.
Absolutely.
Because constructed is going to be the main focus tomorrow for the footage.
Yeah.
And we were talking earlier about Flamecaller.
Yeah.
And you were mentioning going up against Flamecaller a couple of times, and you're thinking that it's feeling pretty strong this go around?
Yeah, definitely. I think in beta, sorry, let me backtrack. I think for these aggressive decks, a lot of what it comes down to is having charge minions and having minions that are above rate, like Autumn Unicorn or the new cat, and it's just having these like really above rate minions. But charge minions are really better because if your opponent answers them, then you still have gotten damage on because you play the charge minion in your turn, you attack their site, you get some damage, and then they earthquake you. That's fine. If this is the play pattern for the whole game, then the person with the charge minions will get you to Death's Door eventually.
And there are so many charge minions in the set
They
right
are.
now.
Yeah, we just saw the Poweries.
Yeah, we have the Red Cap Poweries now. We have the Warhorse that was added.
Yeah.
We have the Saracen Raiders that can be played on your opponent's site as long as there are no enemies there. And then we have the cards from Beta. We have the Petrosian Cavalry.
Yeah.
We have I've seen some people playing just decks full of charge minions.
Yeah.
Even with air with the Gyre Hippogriffs.
Yeah.
And even the Thundering Giant, who was also introduced with Arthurian Legends. So much charge. And then we have Horn, too.
Yeah,
that
Horn
can give
of
other minions
Carolon,
charge.
I believe, yeah.
So we do have some cards that work against charge, namely Pebbled Paths. Pebbled Paths is a very important site. It does prevent charge. It takes charge away from any minions that are nearby. So I think that Pebbled Paths is going to be an important card going forward in any Earth deck. You'll want to play Pebbled Paths.
For sure.
It will probably be just as important as Gnome Hollows was in the beta meta.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, well, because now it's not only the aggressive decks that are playing charge minions. Any deck is going to be playing charge minions because just all the good minions have it.
Yeah.
So yeah, it really is just going to be useful against any aggressive deck in shutting down their minions. And also with the increased Atlas size going up to 30 sites, no longer having such consistent access to Gnome Hollows means that people who are trying to control the game are going to need to broaden their options as far as controlling sites go. And Pebble Pass is definitely the next best option in this going up meta.
That's true. What I'd love to see tomorrow is maybe some Druid decks, some Archimago decks coming in, putting in the work. I hope it's not just Sorcerer, just the day of Sorcery, taking over again. We might see Avatar of Air come in and make a comeback too. So it'll be interesting tomorrow. Yeah. But for now, we are going to break and for the
post-game interview.
And then after that, we'll head out to round 4.
And, well, I got to say, I have 2 super fly players. Like, they are, they had a super close game. They're both really knowledgeable about the game. And, we on? Okay, we'll start from the top. All right. Yeah, if you end up looking at me, that's not a problem. As long as me or... And I'm going to start looking at Charles, so this is just while I'm talking to the folks here. par for the course. He's doing this mobile concert. Yeah. And he's got like backup batteries. And Marcel's is like by himself. He is great.
I did broadcasting from high school, and my sister's a cinematography major at UNLV right now. And I
you just let me know when you want me to start. Okay, so this is your first time like meeting each other, like
oh yeah, we've never.
I saw you at Martin's now
Yeah, I was at Martin's Memorials too, but yeah, I was at the recent, yeah.
Right. And wait, I think I ever asked you where you're from.
I'm from Reno, so the northern
That's
part of the
awesome.
state.
Yeah, that's what's up. I'm gonna ask favorite deck. Let's get out of the way right now.
My favorite Avatar Bear. That's what I play in Martin's. I love her.
But she's like also super like she's so Avatar, like it's very evocative.
I just like the my favorite is I call it the Menagerie of Menace. I drew it, and it's all critters. It's all animals, beasts,
Well, you already know about my custom druid avatar, so I think you're speaking my words right now. I'm man. Okay, well, that's what's up. Well, I will ask that on stream. I feel you.
I know he's got. Sorcery He's got like a, okay, perfect. I'll just say that. I know what you're talking about.
Druid type.
Yeah, Druid's so good.
It's sad to see the feature match. You don't want to see the mistakes.
So what you guys record now?
I am 1-2.
1-2?
Yeah, we were 1-1 recently, so.
Got it. Okay.
He's not playing anymore, so.
Y'all got go. All right. Y'all are good.
Check, check.
All right, we're good.
I think that's my favorite part. It's like it feels like an equal playing ground.
I would say it is. I'm live now? Okay. We're going to save all the rest for the footage now, right? Okay. Welcome, sorcerers. This is Theron, a.k.a. Sunglot, the flyest in the realm. And I have two even flyer players. Like, they just did a feature match, and it was super close and super technical. Like, it was some great stuff. So I'm just going to let y'all introduce yourself. We'll start here.
Hi, I'm Delana. I'm from Reno. Hi, I'm Erica. I'm from Dallas.
There you go, guys. Delana and Erica, and now they're here. They just clashed, and it was a really close match. You know what? Let's see. Well, we'll give the result, but I really want to know what was like the coolest stuff that went down, because it was really close during some points in that game. So, okay, who ended up winning this?
I did end up taking it very narrowly.
Okay. And I think you have some interesting cards that came into play that really kind of turned things around there. Okay, well, congratulations. But yeah, this was an awesome game in general. So you know what? Let's start like this. Go ahead and talk about what you think like really was impactful from what you played, and then we're going to go to you next.
Yeah, really what was most impactful for me is I played, I think it's Degradation. Yeah, Degradation.
That's such a bomb.
Sir Lamarek.
Yes.
The one that has the crazy death ride effect.
Mm-hmm.
So I just transformed him into a foot soldier that took away a huge, really powerful body, which would have destroyed, like she had him set up right in a nearby site where she could have killed a lot of things.
Yeah.
So I was able to play that, and then later in the game, I played one of the little squires, and Shameless, she remembers all the names just because she's been scarred.
Yeah, see, y'all need to do like two-headed dragon or something.
I know, right? Yeah, we should.
Absolutely.
But Shameless Squire, which had one of her minions drop the sword and shield, and I was able to pick it up with my Shelly coat, and that turn I then was able to do enough damage to take her to death's door on that turn. Otherwise I would have been just shy, and that really helped. She was able to still take me to death's door on my next turn, but I knew if I could outstep her the one, maybe I could do it.
You were trying to run the race.
At that point, yeah. But that was kind of my perspective, yeah.
Look, okay, so for y'all who don't know, like, Degradation is basically, in chess, it might as well be like the queen if you're a mortal, because it hits anything, any mortal, anywhere on the board, and it turns it into a 1/1, which is like the weakest thing in the game, besides a 0. So this game is so full of knights and all these different like powerful mortals. When you play that card, that's really hard to come back from. So, oh man. But and then Shameless Squire, it's as hilarious of a card as it is like how it looks. Like, so your Shameless Squire like tripped her knight and took the lance, and then he got demolished like that. That's like a Game of Thrones story right there or something. I don't know.
That's what got me. I think I would have been okay if she'd have only transformed Sir Lamorak. I could have come back, but because she took the sword and shield and had a +2, I would have had you at Death's Door, and then the next turn, the next turn you would have had me at Death's Door, but then my following turn I would have killed you and I would have won. So that really
100%.
that was the clincher, was that sword and shield.
Guys, it literally can come down to like 1 or 2 cards, and a dropped lance can seal the deal in this game. So that's one of the reasons I love this game so much. It can get so down to the wire, and even if you lose, it's like, wow, I just witnessed like a really cool story happen right there.
I would totally rather lose in a close game.
Yeah.
I mean, I always want to win, but
I feel you.
but like it's not
competitor spirit.
Yeah, but it's not so hard when it's the like smoked, like turn 3, you're done, you've lost. You're
Yeah.
like, all right, well that was no fun. Yeah.
Can someone say Storm? Anyone? This is for the Magic fans out there. Storm. Oh man. That used to be basically you play a spell and it copies for all the times you played a spell. So it's like I play this card and it says I deal 20 damage, I win. All right. Anyways, we're talking about sorcery now. That didn't happen. Thank goodness. Well, tell us about your deck and what tell us about those big bombs that she had to fight against, because you were not playing around.
So the Sir Lamorak was definitely my biggest one.
That was huge.
with
And
that
real quick,
Deathrite.
well, you want to tell them what it does?
So Sir Lamorak, you play it, and it's a 4/4, and it can take 3 damage. But its Deathrite is it strikes all nearby minions. So I had it positioned right in the middle where it would have struck all of her minions when she killed it. And then she turned it into a foot soldier, so it didn't matter. Didn't do anything.
That was the only card that really could affect that. To my knowledge, that's pretty much the main thing. I mean, yeah, there's some burn spells, maybe a magic missiles or something.
But it still would have triggered.
It would have still tricked. Exactly.
Yeah.
See, guys,
And then it's
this
a
is what I'm
board
talking
wipe
about.
essentially.
Yeah. So this is high level play. That's like a bomb. Like you run that card, Sir Lamorak, because it basically kills everything when it dies, except for degradation. If you have degradation, oh man, we need to talk to Eric about that. No, I'm just kidding. No. It's really an awesome card, and there's so much good balance in this game, right? Because you have so many really impactful knights that talk about King Arthur and their different quests and all these stories. But you have ways to combat that if you're like, hey, I'm playing beasts, or I want to play, old school beta cards. Like, I don't want you to overrun me with my knights. So, but anyways, this was great. Back to the people at the front. I wanted to give you guys the last word. Snuck up content. I was like, oh God, I was.
So, what does your process look like when creating a new piece? I think we kind of have a somewhat of an idea. I don't know.
Process changes from time to time, but I like to do a sketch at first, and then once the sketch is approved, I go to the canvas. So all of my works that I've done so far for the set have been with acrylic painting on canvas, basically. That's it.
So you do the sketch first, and
Sketch first, yeah. And sometimes I actually do a sketch on my tablet on the computer, because I find to get color ideas quickly and things like that helps me. So sometimes I start with like a black and white sketch, then I go to color, and then once that's approved, then I go to the canvas, basically.
What's your process when you start a new project in general, a sorcery project, any sort of painting project?
I got a sketchbook right there with my processes in it if you want to look through it.
Oh man, I think we're gonna have to have like a separate view of this. So yeah, guys, you guys will see some of his like exclusive sketches just from page 1. This is just
idea, loosen up sketches.
Awesome stuff.
So so if you go further in, you'll see the ideas of sorcery. I got to get past my token cards for a blood token. But here we go. That's how I think. That's Magic Missile. And, and
One of my favorite cards, too.
As we keep going, my thought process for Magic Missile as I work it out. And, man, my fingers are like thumbs. Here, can you go? Oh, yeah, I got you. Yeah, just if you go through it.
Yeah, so this is the sorcery section right here. Yeah. Ooh, this is the early sketch of Druid, I can tell. There's Tawny. Okay.
And then second Druid sketch, and we finally got to the sketch of Tawny, that you can see in the painting there. And the Magic Missile.
Magic Missile 1, 2, and 3.
And the next incarnation of Magic Missile.
Yes. Yeah, that's awesome.
So what I do is I'll do these and submit them to Eric, and then Eric guides me. I like number 2 out of all of them the best, if you can do this, if you can do that. So yeah, Eric's one of the best art directors I've worked under, but yeah, so you can see the ideas that I've thrown at him for Magic Missile.
That's fantastic. I want these on cards.
So I tend to sketch directly onto the canvas. And once I get kind of an idea of what I want, I paint directly on top of the sketch. So a lot of artists do a preliminary sketch separately. I tend to do it right on the canvas because a lot of times I can't quite make that preliminary sketch match and transfer it to the paper. So that's what I do. I sketch directly onto the canvas, paint directly on top of the sketch, and hope it ends up the way it's looking in my head.
With Truett Parish at SorceryCon 2024. How's the experience?
I'm doing great. I'm enjoying meeting all the people, seeing all the sites, enjoying having people come up and say that they've done pretty well with my cards. So that's pretty fun.
Yeah, so you've been making the rounds. I think was your first appearance at the Sorcery Spring Social in Baltimore?
That's right, yeah.
And then you've been invited to some of the old school Magic scenes. What was that like? How does it compare to the sorcery events, or were they hybrid, Magic and sorcery?
Yeah. So I actually just went to one. It was YetiCon in Denver. It's pretty sweet. It's at this like dive bar. It's a metal bar.
Sick.
Yeah, they had metal in the background. Just like.
Nice.
It's pretty sweet. Yeah, and it was like really chill. Everyone was super nice. Obviously, like a low key place, but had a great time. Sold some stuff and met some pretty cool people.
Nice. Yeah. So we're out in Las Vegas, obviously, and there's been a lot of crossover with the old school Magic guys that are here in attendance from the LA scene, San Francisco, Beast of the Bays here. So how's it going? Are you getting a lot of demand for signings and your new artwork?
Definitely a lot of signings. Yeah. That's definitely the main thing the last couple of days. It's interesting because people ask for certain cards or get hyped about certain cards, and yesterday no one was really talking about Wyvern, but the tournament starts, and now every break someone comes up, oh yeah, this card, Wyvern, it's a good one to pull. So.
Yeah, we've been keeping our ground to the ear on which cards are getting the most play and the most action. That's a big, powerful airborne monster. So what do you think about the creative evolution from the stuff you did in Alpha versus some of the pieces you were asked to do in Arthurian Legends? Does anything stand out as particularly interesting or cool or different?
As far as my assignments, not really. I think Eric initially had me do a lot of armies, and I don't think I did many armies. Actually, I did like almost no armies. I guess Spear Marshal sort of for this one, but the first set was a lot of armies: Crusade, Jihad, Klansmen. But yeah, he's asked me to do some interesting stuff, and it's kind of honed my creative chops, so to speak.
Yeah, so we got the boars behind us. It's probably not going to come across in the window pane, but you got a few originals with you. What are the 2 originals? Is it just 2 that you brought to the show?
Yes, I have Led Astray and I got Pigs of the Sounder.
Okay.
Yeah. I have another original, but it's not in the set.
Oh, you brought one that's not in the set yet, huh? Keep it in the suitcase? Eric is circulating, so you got to be careful. They're always watching.
That's true. Yeah, I asked Eric, though. I was like, can I show it? Because he commissioned it for Arthurian. And I was like, can I show it? He said yes. So.
Okay.
Yeah, when he came around to my table, he was like, oh, I see that you brought it. And I was like, I can put it away if you want. And he was like, no, it's fine. So.
All right, well, we'll have to get a look at that later. Maybe I'll get a picture if we're allowed to share it.
Yeah.
Since it's been authorized. So yeah, one we were talking about earlier, the boars is like a very different concept. You've done a lot of great like nature scenes with Tithe and the boars, and I guess like you say, it was more of the army scenes, but still some of those same elements, but different figures. Have you done a lot of I guess, like creature type things, animals in the past, or is that kind of new for you?
That's definitely new for me. I think this is the first time I've painted pigs, like in my life. Yeah. So I used to draw a lot of creatures and dinosaurs and dragons and stuff as a kid.
Okay.
And I've done a couple paintings involving some animals, but definitely not pigs. And I think this is like one of my couple of dragon paintings. Obviously, we had Spin Attack in Alpha, but
Yeah, you're carving out a little niche with the dragons and the military scenes, and you've gotten a lot of commissions for both Alpha and Arthurian. So doing great, man.
Yeah.
So what do you think the evolution of the tournament scene? Do you feel kind of like the anticipation of excitement, more and more people coming out, more and more interest in the art aspect of things?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, clearly it's grown a lot. Definitely more people than the Sorcery Social Club, and for certain more people than the first SorceryCon. I heard that one was pretty small.
Seattle, right? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think people are getting way more excited. There's definitely getting a more competitive side. People are obviously here to have fun, but there's also some people who are getting really, really into the game, doing like puzzles, doing like all sorts of training and stuff. So that's pretty cool to see.
Yeah. There's been a lot of play events behind the camera here. There's full room of people, 300 people, tons of tables, jammed to the gills. Yesterday was kind of chill. Today it's pretty wild. You gonna get some games in? Have you had a chance to kind of dabble in the game at all?
I have a little bit. We've been trying to learn. Jeremy kind of sat down with my girlfriend at YetiCon and tried to teach her a little bit, and then I watched some videos. So I think today or tomorrow I'm going to try to sit down with someone and get my skills honed to where I can actually play someone and not fail horribly. So
did you play the 2 versus 2 format that the Beast of the Bay guys were doing, or just single player?
At YetiCon, she just did single player.
Okay.
Yeah, but I think the idea is today or tomorrow we'll do the two-headed dragon.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, thanks for your time. Looks like we got a few seconds before we get back into the game action.
Sweet.
Any last words?
No. Good luck out there, tourney people. Good luck.
All right. Thanks, everybody. Enjoy your time here. Thanks.
Hello. SorceryCon. While we're waiting for the next round's pairings, I have a few things to tell you. A lot of you may have noticed that we've got a small table set up over here. These are door prizes. Everyone who is here has a chance of being called up to randomly roll on our table and see what kind of prizes you might win. Everyone here has a chance. This is separate from the raffle. This is not a part of that process. I'm going to read some names, and you don't need to rush up here, but if you hear your name called, come up within, whenever it's convenient for you, and we will get you a prize. We've got 5 names. These names are Matthew Kaminsky, Travis Mann, Caleb Rasmussen, Rachel Santana, and Mac Snyder. All right. Once again, that was Matthew Kaminsky. Are you out here, Matt? Travis Mann, Caleb Rasmussen, Rachel Santana, and Max Snyder. All right, if you can make your way over here, we'll all get you rolling and get some prizes.
Players for the 230 Sealed Mountain Giant event, please go to registration. 230 Sealed Mountain Giant, Please go to registration.
Careful, that is so, this seal is like so sturdy. Best thing to do is just that, you don't want to go through packs. So I'm just using my finger as a guide. Kind of just so it can only go so far. Yeah. There we go. Nice. Oh, you guys opened them at the same time? I was like, hey, I didn't realize you guys were waiting. Hey, I'm good. Because he's like, I can't do this. He's like, now you're prepared. Make sure we don't leave anything else here.
How do we? Is there like restrictions to playing on this? Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, that's why I was going over there. Excuse
Sorcerer coming to you guys. Sorry, next semester.
Sorcery players, sorcery players. Rounds or pairings are up. Good luck, team.
Sorcery players, if you are in the 3 p.m. Mountain Giant event, please go to registration. Once again, if you are in the 3 p.m. Mountain Giant sealed event, please go to registration.
Sorcery players, please count your decks. Make sure you have the appropriate legal deck size. We have had multiple instances of people taking another person's card because you have similar sleeves. Please make sure you have the right deck size.
On this side, John on this side.
What's going on, Noah?
No, it's John.
John, nice to meet you. Noah G.
Get all these tokens ready to go.
Yeah, no, I was like, oh.
I love it. All your stuff on this side over here.
Do you have a big guy like that? I need to get just 2 of those. So if you want to just use
I'll use that. How's your games been going?
They've been really fun.
Yeah?
A little bit tight the last one.
Yeah, I feel that.
That's what happens as we get higher up.
Yep.
Yeah. I've never done a feature match before.
Yeah, me neither.
Let's not take anything other than we're just playing games.
Exactly.
Take your time.
Sounds good.
I'm going to pop out a counter for myself just to protect myself.
Yeah, absolutely. There you go. My notifications don't need to be on the internet. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Boise, Idaho. Yeah, how about you?
New York.
You came from New York?
New York, yeah.
Oh, wow.
We got a nice little community. We got a bunch, 8 of us here.
Yeah? Nice.
Yeah, we got, I think we brought maybe 12 people from Boise. Awesome. Yeah, we've been getting like pretty consistent 8 to 14-ish people every week, and then our Arthurian Legends release weekend, we had like an extra like 15 people that had never played before come on the Wednesdays, and they were like, there was like a whole 2 tables behind our like usual area filled up. Yeah. So, all right, this is gonna probably I'm gonna ship you over.
Yeah.
Like muscle memory, otherwise it will draw incorrectly.
Good. Play with mine like that. So.
You want to roll that big D20 to see?
Here, I got I'm gonna actually.
Just do a high roll.
Yeah, high roll. 4. 9.
I will play first.
Sounds good. Let's do it. I'm gonna put 1 spell or 1 sight and 2 spells.
One spell.
Spells. Alright.
And we're gonna lead our the 4, let's pay the 1,
Sir.
pass it back to you.
I would draw Cipher.
Yep.
Tap to play Village. Foot Soldier. Pass. Okay.
Follow that up with Cast Service.
Alright. Well, untap. I would draw spell for turn. I'll tap to play Valley, Leprechaun, and pass.
This lance is not picked up.
Okay, sounds good.
We're going to try to play Annual Favor.
Very nice. Nice.
The Raptor Squire is going to move to attack your Valentine Leprechaun.
I'll defend.
My mom did that when I was a kid, like with film. There's like 5 or 6 pictures, right? As soon as digital came along, it's like
Trade out.
Yeah. Good. Draw. Trade.
Yep.
Draw sight.
grandchildren.
Alright. Untap. Draw spell for turn. We'll tap to play Wasteland. And Yellow Knight.
Yep.
Pass.
Yep. Yep. Can't pick it up yet. Can't drop it. You can't pick up. You can't pick up or drop after you've been in a fight or just.
Judge?
Yeah.
You cannot drop after you attack, but you can pick up.
You sure?
Yes.
Oh, okay, cool. Sounds good. I thought it was
I got
just
that
both.
from that yesterday.
That makes sense. Cool.
So I've got you down to 17 total.
Yep. Yep. Sounds good. Awesome. Draw spell. Tap to play Annual Fair. And others? Yep. Pass. Pick up.
Attacking with the grounder.
Yep.
And then we'll attack with the lamp. Break that lamp.
I'm not even ever going to open this. It could be a full rim, it could be a curio.
It's a holy grail. It's the only holy grail that's not killed.
Oh, I have an alpha packet. And I want it back to that.
Draw. Spell turn.
It's a good amount of boxes.
How many cards do you have?
We might need to open a few. For next round.
Step up. Magic missile. I had to pay. Yeah. Go ahead. Draw spell.
That's how I remember it.
Tap to. I will play a hunting party. Yep. And then tap to play a treetop hideout. Get a stealth. Good. And pass.
Okay, we're back in round 3 now at SorceryCon 2024. And the game has started here. We have John on the right and Noah on the left. And both are on Spellslinger. And it looks like we have fire, earth, and air for John. What do we see over on Noah's side?
Yeah, on Noah's side we're seeing the same thing. Yeah, fire, earth, and air.
So 2 3-color decks here
Yeah.
going at it. There's a hunting party out that's stealth already.
Yep.
Common cottagers moving to avoid the hunting party.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how each of them has set up their deck, because if previous rounds are anything to go by, going super hard into all 3 elements that are in your deck doesn't seem to work out very much. You do need to you need some planning when it comes to, which color is a splash, which color is your main color, how are you distributing threshold. So it could be the case that John is really heavy into fire. He's running a lot of double fire cards, but that Noah's really heavily into air in the same way. But we'll see.
Is that a foil wasteland?
Yeah, it is. Looks like he's got those.
So John, he must have gotten this foil wasteland either in trade. I guess he could have traded for it, but it's very likely that he won the foil wasteland from winning a previous sealed or draft event at another event. So
yeah,
this could be an interesting game here
for sure.
Oh, we do see the lumbering giant come down for Noah.
Yeah, that's solid. Yeah,
So-
John doesn't have any way easily on board to deal with the giant, but if he could send his weightless squire around picking up the stray lances, and then eventually muster a cottagers a cottagers to get rid of that giant. Excuse me.
Yeah, John definitely needs something here to beef up his minions a bit, or he needs to play his own 4-power minions, something to be able to defend against this onslaught. Right now, Noah has a total power of 7 on the board, while John only has 3.
Yeah, he's got
Even though
lances.
one of his
but
minions does have a lance.
And there's the
so we
lance.
did see the weightless squire pass the lance over to the cottagers, and the cottagers take out the hunting party.
Yeah.
I wonder if Noah actually noticed that. 'Cause that seemed like a pretty big tempo play for John.
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely think that Noah must have missed something there, because trading a lance for a hunting party is never.
Yeah, that's
never
not ideal.
great. No, not really.
Look at this. Both players have annual fair out. I love this site.
Yeah.
So neither one is going to have any issues whatsoever with threshold this game.
Yeah, especially as we get into the late game, you can really play any old card you want. See, funnily though, I don't actually like Annual Fair that much. Everyone seems to be a huge fan of the card, but I don't. I haven't liked it that much. I don't know why.
It's been very useful and constructed at enabling the 3 threshold effects that are on some of these unique sites.
Yeah.
It's also been useful for playing some of the 3 threshold spells that, like Tithe.
Yeah.
Something like Tithe or Arcane Barrage.
Yeah, for sure.
Even Browse from Beta.
Yeah.
So it is very useful. In any 3-color deck, I'm playing with 1 to 2 annual fairs.
Yeah.
And I've not regretted it. It's been, it saved me a couple of times, especially in the 30-card Atlas and Constructed.
Yeah, you got a bit more freedom than you did in Beta.
Yeah.
So you can kind of.
So this, I do like this though. Like when you're looking at these 2 players who are both undefeated so far, the 3-0, you can tell that Annual Fair must have helped them in their games today.
Yeah, for
they
sure.
have both of them have 3-element decks, and they both have Annual Fair to make sure that their threshold is met for their spells.
Yeah,
like
for
I said
sure.
before, I've lost a couple of games because of not having the right threshold.
Yeah.
So definitely Unlimited Annual Fair is without question very valuable.
Yeah.
To these decks in 3-color decks.
Yeah.
Probably not necessary in 2-color decks.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, something that I've noticed a lot about, like the difference, and especially in an event this large with like 200 and some odd people, the difference between the people that go 5-1 or 4-2 and the people that go 6-0 is people that go 6-0 have some risky element to their deck that lets them just take over the game every once in a while. And they hit it every once in a while, and Annual Fair lets you get that
lets you make that a lot more consistent, right? Playing a bunch of super high threshold unique knights will get you that 6-0, assuming you can cast them, and Annual Fair does enable you to cast them.
Right.
You know,
Yeah, if you can get that threshold fixing, then you should play it. And this is a camera. His Discord handle is Camera Obscura. You might recognize his name if you are in the Discord community. He is pretty active in responding to questions in the rules channel. But yes, he has a history of winning draft events and sealed events. So
yeah, he's a pretty prolific player.
Good.
Yeah.
So I think, this is John. But he's in the think tank here.
Yeah. I mean, the Giant, even though John's kind of taken the, he got rid of the hunting party. He's definitely stabilized more. The Giant is still an issue. John's only at 13, so he's got to be wary of, you can't spend too many turns ignoring that Giant.
I didn't get a chance to see what he has in his hand. He's kind of keeping it close to the vest.
Yeah.
But it must be something interactive. But he's facing down 2 4-power minions, and this is not looking good.
Yeah.
It's hard enough to take care of one. The fact that he's spending so long here thinking about it makes me feel like he's definitely trying to figure out which 2 cards he's going to have to lose here to take out only one of these 4-power minions.
Yeah, that's definitely the case. Oh, we do see a Wyvern in his hand though, so he's got a good hope if assuming the game goes long.
Yeah.
But yeah, until then, until then he's gonna have to figure out how to make the magic missiles, the duel, and all of his minions.
Yeah.
The trade off with the Vikings or the Giant.
I think most likely we'll see the magic missiles paired with the Shameless Squire to take out the Giant here.
Yeah.
But he's not going for it. He's going to tap to play a side instead.
Yeah, instead of moving up. Yeah, I mean,
he
it
wants
makes
to
sense.
get the Wyvern out.
Yeah, that makes total sense. The Wyvern is just absolutely killer. I mean, as much trouble as he's having with 4-power minions, imagine the trouble his opponent's going to have when he plays a 5-power minion with Airborne that can't even be easily attacked.
Oh, he's not playing the Wyvern. He's playing Tactical Move.
Huh. Tactical Move is a really cool card.
He's using it so that then he can play the magic missiles.
Gotcha. Yeah, there you go. That
very
makes
good.
sense. Yeah.
I wonder what he's. I'm surprised he's going for the Vikings though.
Yeah, I mean Vikings at times represent. I mean, not only does Vikings in the very, very long term represent a kill on you when you're at death's door, but also if he wants to be attacking his opponent's minions in order to shave down pressure, then the Giant isn't really a concern in that way. So I can see why to that end he'd want to get rid of the Vikings.
I think
first.
he may have missed a move here. No, he is going for the lance. Okay.
Yeah.
So he is going for the lance, which will allow him to first strike the Giant. Tactical moves really showing its power here. I like this.
Yeah.
With that lance being out like that, he'll be able to cast magic missiles on the lumbering Giant and then first strike it with the weightless Squire.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming he moved his common cottagers forward so that they can just attack. Okay, now he's pulling it back.
Yeah, he's taking it back, yeah.
Wow, he's able to give the lance to the cottagers too. Interesting.
Okay, so you're not going to move him? Okay. Yeah. Yep, absolutely.
It would have been interesting to see. So he's casting magic missiles
he's going
forward.
for the Vikings. And he's going to kill it with the cottagers, and his lance breaks.
I was going to say it could be interesting to see him move, give the cottagers the lance, and then attack the Vikings with his avatar.
Yeah.
So because he only needed 5 mana there.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. I mean, he could just wait to play his Hunter's Lodge until the next turn, but...
Yeah, so he could have attacked the Vikings with both the cottagers and the Spellslinger, kept his cottagers, and then magic missiled the Giant, and then killed the Giant with the Weightless Squire.
Yeah, I think he might be worried about charge here. Like, as we were mentioning, charge is a pretty massive part of this game, and especially as you know something?
Yes, we did. The annual fair. He needed the 1 mana to add air for the tactical move and the
gotcha.
magic missiles.
Yeah, that makes total sense.
So that's why he wasn't able to do that better play.
Yeah.
He does end up taking an extra 4
Ooh.
damage from the giant.
Yeah, and that is a Sir Balin. That is pretty scary. Yeah, Sir Balin, whenever it strikes an avatar, it destroys the site that the avatar is sitting on, and then, if I recall correctly, all the artifacts on that site. There we go. There are other minions artifacts there. Yeah, that's really scary.
I wish we could have met Noah just before the match. Is this the Noah that won one of the Courtesan Cup qualifiers, I wonder? He bounces around a lot and travels for his events. This could be him. So both players here.
I don't believe it is, no. I could be wrong, but I think the other Noah is sitting at the table next to him.
Both players here looking very strong, like very experienced.
Yeah, for sure.
But Noah definitely having the better card pool.
Yeah.
And I think John is feeling a bit nervous at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, he just had to deal with the Vikings. We saw him go into the tank for quite a while to deal with the Vikings. Now he's got a unique night to deal with. So this is pretty challenging. But yeah, I mean, you don't get to an undefeated slot. You don't get to 3-0 without being fairly experienced and with a reasonable pool. So it makes sense that we're seeing this.
It would have been interesting to see the Wyvern come out last turn.
Yeah,
because the Wyvern
agreed.
could have grabbed a lance and then dueled
Yeah.
one of the 4-power minions and attacked the other one potentially.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, the Wyvern was. That's probably what John was tanking on, was whether or not he risked giving Noah a chance to use his Vikings, or just getting rid of the Vikings there and then and not having to think about it anymore. Yeah.
Now the other thing is, I noticed the last turn he didn't move his weightless squire after picking up the lance.
Yeah. I think it's just because he's probably just not thinking of the squire very much. It's pretty far from combat, and he's probably keeping it untapped for just to wait.
He is deep in thought again.
Yeah.
This is a tough field for him.
It's also just a really tough situation he's in.
A very threatening. He still has to deal with the giant. Now he has the Sir Balin, or is this Balin?
Yeah, Balin, I believe.
Balin. And not only that, but now his avatar is right in front of Sir Balin.
Yeah, so yeah, exactly. Noah doesn't even need to use like a movement spell or a joust to get himself in position. He can just start blowing up. He can blow up the wasteland that John's sitting on, and that's really not something John's looking forward to.
Meanwhile, Noah is feeling very comfortable in this situation.
Yeah.
Noah still has cards in hand, too.
Yeah.
So we know John has Duel. We know John has Wyvern.
Yeah.
I think there's one more spell in his hand. I think it's the Sherwood Huntress.
Yeah, I think it's Sherwood Huntress, yeah. Yeah, I think John's really looking here to get out the Wyvern at some point, but he has to do it in such a way that it doesn't compromise the field that's already there. Just because Wyvern is a 6-cost card, you can't do anything else the turn it comes down usually. So he's probably pondering, I could put the Wyvern on top of the Giant and on top of Noah's Spellslinger, or you could put it on the Wasteland. There's a lot of different ways you could use the Wyvern. He's gonna put it back on his avatar in the back row. Interesting. Because this means that the Wyvern can't threaten to defend against an attack from the Lumbering Giant. Really only can just threaten Sir Balin.
But it can't do that because Balin has a lance.
Yeah, but Balin's only he only has 3 attack and 4 defense by default. So the Wyvern will take care of him.
Oh, that's true. So I keep calling him Sir Balin, but that's just because in The Hobbit, there's a dwarf named Balin. But maybe it's supposed to be pronounced Balin because he's not a dwarf.
He's not a dwarf in Middle-earth. Yeah, exactly. I thought you were calling him wealthy, but yeah.
All right, and he passes back to Noah.
Yeah.
So yes, the Wyvern is pretty good here. I like the Wyvern. It's able to defend. The problem is if it defends against Sir Balin, then the Sherwood Huntress can shoot it down out of the sky.
Yeah, that's true. That's really what he's. Yeah, and John just realized that now, I think.
But if you played it there, you have to commit. And it's unfortunate, but you're most likely going to have to lose it here.
Yeah, I think he's probably going to go for it. I mean, I think Balin's like a strong enough card that it's worth losing the Wyvern, especially if you don't end up taking 2 damage from the Huntress. But yeah, it's definitely not what John was looking to do. Another option that he could have done is he could have played the Wyvern on top of Noah's Avatar, which would have prevented the Giant from making an attack. But then you run the risk of not being able to. Oh wow, that's rough.
Well, the Giant could have attacked the Wasteland as well, which would put him in the same position.
But oh no, you're right, because the Huntress can still shoot it down. You're right.
Yeah, it's a tough. John is in a tough spot.
The Huntress was really influential in all that trade. She, you know, most of the time when I see the Huntress, at work, she's just kind of protecting a site. But in this case, she was preventing John from making any reasonable play with the Wyvern, which was terrible for him.
And to make matters worse here, now Noah has his Avatar all the way forward. I love Noah using his Avatar so offensively.
Yeah.
And now his Avatar is basically a battle mage.
Yeah, exactly.
In John's face.
Sorcerers, 15 minutes remaining in round 4 of the main event.
Spear Marshal from John. That was an incredible draw for him. I mean, that card is pretty useful right now in his current situation. Oh, especially with a Joust to take care of the Giant. Yeah, unfortunately, that doesn't mean that the Spellslinger can take care of the Spear Marshal, which is a kind of a big bummer for John's defensive ability, but it does mean that Noah won't be able to Death Store him on his next turn.
So Spear Marshal...
Wait.
Did I miss something?
Did he not have enough mana?
Yeah,
it's
Spear
5
Marshal's
mana.
5 mana and Duel is 3 mana.
8. Yeah. All right. Give us some moment to clarify. Yeah. Yeah, Adam's going over to make sure that they do it properly. And there we go. Yeah, there's a handshake between the two of them. Yeah, that's a brutal hand from Noah. Arc Lightning, Duel, Brown Bears. John really had no shot with his one spell left in his hand.
Yeah, it looks like he thought he had 8 mana. But yeah, that was an onslaught from Noah.
Yeah,
a lot of 4-power minions. Again, power.
Yeah,
power.
Power's the biggest thing.
Every time I draft AL, actually any set.
Yeah.
With sorcery, I'm looking for power.
Yep.
It's not the same as drafting or playing sealed in some other games.
Yeah.
Because sorcery is a little bit slower to start. Because you can play defensively.
Yeah.
And not even get attacked until turn 3.
Yeah, exactly.
You're going to get your big guys out. You know, they're coming out every game. So it's all about the power.
Yeah.
And
also,
then Lancers are so strong.
Yeah, exactly. And also, when it comes to your really big guys, compared to your 3-cost or 2-cost minions, you don't almost ever have to worry about threshold for your big guys. It's never a concern, because by the time you've drawn 7 sites, you've almost certainly seen enough threshold to play anything in your deck.
Yeah.
Whereas often if your deck is focused on 2 and 3 and 4-cost spells, you're going to be tripping over yourself in terms of threshold because, oh, oops, I mulliganed into 3 Earth sites. Okay, I just can't play my double Fire Threshold card now. I just have no shot at it. So, the playing for the late game is really important in that way.
It is extremely important. Like I said, I say it every time, power and attrition, it's all about that. It's all about maintaining your resources.
Yeah.
And trading up if you can.
Yeah. It's also that in Sorcery, because compared to the game that Sorcery often gets compared to, Magic, in sorcery, your minions can attack other minions directly, which means that you don't even have to use like a duel or a joust to get to get removal out of your minions. You just have to have them and attack with them, which means that one high power minion can just dominate an entire area of the board and just make it really, really awkward for your opponent to respond there.
Yeah, and usually Wyvern is really good at that. I would have loved to, I think I would have loved to see John play his Wyvern that turn.
Yeah.
Instead of the Magic Missiles. Now, the play was good, Magic Missiles and tactical move.
Yeah.
But the Wyvern with the duel in hand and with lances out on the field.
Definitely, yeah.
Plus then tactical move.
Yeah.
Like,
he really could have had a devastating turn there.
Yeah, he could have really turned it around the following turn. But that's why he was in the think tank. You know, like he was really trying to play it out in his brain. Play it out in his mind, trying to figure out which the correct line of action would be.
Yeah.
But he didn't anticipate the surveilling.
Yeah.
You know, so
another like bomb threat that you have to pay attention to.
Exactly. That's what it's always hard to kind of think ahead to what your opponent might possibly play. Ask yourself, how do I lose? Like after I do this play, like how do I lose? The next turn after the next turn from my opponent.
Yeah.
What can he play? Like, well, if he plays another 4-power minion,
I'm not doing great. Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, something to consider for sure.
Yeah. I think when he was going after the Vikings, he was probably worried about his opponent playing some kind of movement spell or playing some kind of thing that let the Vikings, or they just let Noah use his large numbers of big minions to his advantage. Because as we've seen, a lot of the removal in this format is fight based. If you have a big minion, a lot of your removal becomes turned on. So if he just gets rid of the Vikings, then he doesn't have to worry about as much removal coming out of his opponent.
Right.
But in the end, it meant that his Vikings just died to, it meant that his Wyvern just ended up dying to a removal spell and the game ending.
Yeah, and that's
not in his favor.
unfortunate. There were no lances out. And that was part of the reason why I was wondering. I think he might have just forgotten to move his weightless squire over.
Yeah.
Because the giant was sitting next to his weightless squire.
Yeah.
And I thought originally he was going to attack it and the magic missiles, and maybe that might have been his plan at one point. But then he left it. If he had moved it over, then he could have played his wyvern on top of it, picked up the lance, and then been ready to block.
Yeah. All right, we're moving over to a post-game chat now. So send it over.
Before we read the new names, I would like to call again Rachel Santana, if you're here. We called you up last night.
Okay. Well, we are here with Noah, the winner of the round 3 feature match. And congratulations, Noah.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Well, tell us about your deck first.
Okay.
We'll go into the gameplay.
Well, basketball slinger, no avatars, so
hopefully you guys can see this, but if not, we'll work it out.
But I ended up going 3 colors.
Okay.
I prioritized earth and fire.
Okay.
Because I got a lot of big minions.
Yeah.
So I got old Sir K.
Sir K is a beast. He just untaps. Awesome. He can just keep attacking, basically.
Crazy enough, I haven't seen him in any of my games yet. But this guy, Sir Ballin.
Okay.
Seeing him almost every game so far.
There we go.
3-4 with Lance, which is like good, but just the threat it poses of being able to start pressuring their avatar and possibly destroy sight is like just huge. And even if it's it's just an immediate threat that somebody has to deal with. And if not, it's like, okay, you're gonna lose the sight and possibly more.
Whenever I play this card, I can't help but go ballin'. Whenever you destroy sight, ballin'. You just slam dunked, man.
He's ballin'.
Exactly.
And then
ballin' is ballin'.
Got 2 brown bears, a Viking, a Wyvern, and then just I don't know, just like some pretty good sights or spells. And
it seems like you've got a lot of. It's a very good mid-range deck. You got a lot of well-costed, higher strength minions, and you just keep playing them and just keep pressuring your opponent.
I'm also playing 30 spells. Which is, I know most people do the 24-12 because they want the consistency.
Tell us about that. So, it's normally, it's 24 cards normally. And normally people want to have the lowest amount of cards in their deck because that means that they have consistency, usually. It helps enhance your consistency.
Yeah.
But he just broke the mold, and he's 3-0. So let's listen to what he said.
I don't know. There was a lot of good cards, and the more minions you have, and the more kind of like splashy effects that all fill similar roles.
Yeah.
I think really helps. And I'm also playing 3 colors, so it was easier to build it 3 colors by adding just those extra 6 cards, you know, and still keeping 12 sites.
Yeah.
So I'm getting consistent with my sites, but.
Did it allow you to spread your sites out more evenly?
Yeah, I luckily got the annual fair, so this is just
if you're running more than 2 colors, annual fair is like a lifesaver.
Huge.
It can give you whatever threshold you want, so you can play your cards basically no matter what.
Yep,
that's huge.
And then I don't know, a lot of the ordinary sites in this set are really strong. So like I'm only playing 1 of each of the draft sites.
Yeah.
And then the rest is
you just got all bangers.
All bangers. Hunter's Lodge, Pebbled Pass, Stop Charge. I was an all-star one game.
I bet.
It was like put that right in the middle and then tried to charge, and it was like
nope.
Forge, Bonfire, Lookout.
Lookout's so good.
And then
yeah, Lookout, you get to look at your opponent's hand.
Yep.
I mean, basically for free.
Yep.
Any card game, that's just
pretty
insane.
crazy.
Very good.
Little
very
combo
good.
with the sprites too, so haven't seen
Oh, you
that
got the
yet.
hider sprites
I got
in there?
one.
Got
but
one, okay,
yeah,
okay.
So I don't know. It's just a pretty good mid-range package and got some just quality spells.
Well, you know, I think this is a good lesson. If there's anything that people can take, there's a lot of information in this this deck tech we just did, but the whole thing is, for people wanting to do sealed play, sometimes it's okay to go over 24 cards.
I think so.
Yeah.
I do it. I've done it at quite a few now, so
I think that makes a lot of sense. If it's maybe the biggest reason is it can even out your draws because if you didn't go 24 cards, you probably would have. I mean, if you didn't go 30, you would have had to splash 1 extra color. You would have had, that 3rd color would have been a splash, which means that it's just like a couple of cards.
Yeah.
That's great for your consistency.
Yeah.
But then that means you can only really afford to splash some of your sites.
Yeah.
So then you run into situations where you draw your splash cards, but you don't have your splash sites. And then you're screwed. Then bad things happen. Bad times.
5 minutes.
You're not balling when you do that. Am I right?
Need the ball.
Okay, but 30 cards, you got an even split, then you can just reliably draw your sites that you want and draw your spells that you want. So I think that's a great strategy.
Yeah.
Man.
It's been working, so.
Oh, man,
we'll see.
that is fire. You know, what's another tip that you would give to a novice player in Sealed? It's like their first game. What would you say?
I think 2 things. 1, minions are key, because ultimately the board is what's most important.
Exactly.
You know, you got to have threats out to continue to pressure sites, or at least just respond to other people's minions.
Right.
But I think one thing that's really important, especially with Spellslinger, it's like we're not playing with sorcerers anymore, so you can't get double draws every turn, is conserving your resources. And obviously I have a lot of big minions, but just playing with 1 or 2 out at a time and letting your opponent respond to the threat immediately first.
Yeah.
Instead of like dumping my hands. There's obviously there's a time to do that, but it's like you don't want to overcommit sometimes, because then it can, I don't know, it can cause for really easy 2-for-1s for your opponent. So
Right.
you want to make sure that you kind of balance and make sure that you're staying high on spells so that you're able to continue to like stay ahead once you can get ahead. You know what I mean?
I think that's super insightful, because I think what a lot of people do. What's going on, buddy? We're doing a little feature match interview. How did your games go?
Yeah.
It went good.
They went good? Gotcha. How many cards are you running in your deck?
24.
24?
24 and 13.
He says maybe run 30. He's 3-0. Yeah, exactly. There you go.
I don't know.
All right, you want to check out the rest of this coverage?
Yeah.
You had to think about it for a second. I don't blame you, man. All right, well, hey, look, what you just said is so important about having your minions out and then not playing too many, though.
Yeah.
Because this game, I feel like it can get real swingy, and it's like if you don't want to get 2-for-1s, because it's just when that swing happens, you are in trouble. It's hard to come back.
Yeah.
But you still want to play enough minions to give
You wanna,
pressure.
like,
so that's the balance.
slowly like creep the pressure. So it's like you're always kind of like 1 minion up maybe.
Yeah.
But you're like, all right, I'll put this other minion out, and then it's like, okay, you got to deal with that.
Yeah, exactly.
And then it's like, okay, I'll do that. And I'm like, okay, cool, I'll play this over here.
Yeah.
And then they're like,
It's like, oh man, I thought it was over.
Yeah.
No, he's still still got. But wait, there's more.
Exactly. So
I got a wyvern out now.
Yeah.
Oh man. Well, look. I wish you the best of luck on your games.
Thank
I mean, you don't need it, man. You don't need the luck, but I still wish it.
Thank you.
You're clearly a great player. What would you say is your number one goal? This is a little off topic.
Yeah.
What's your number one goal with Sorcery this weekend?
I don't know. I'm just here to play, man. And
Yeah.
Meet and talk to people. There's all these amazing artists. And
Yeah,
people
right.
all around.
So many.
The community is awesome.
Yes.
Every single person I've talked to so far has been like just awesome.
Right.
And
Agreed.
it's awesome to just be here and be playing this card game with so many people. Like we play weekly at my local game store in Boise, Idaho, and we get 8 to like 12 people every Wednesday.
Yeah.
And but just being around this many people that are also so passionate about the game is just amazing. So, you know, that's ultimately what I'm here for, is to play Sorcery. So,
you know, I think that's the best answer, and that is a testament to the community, because that's pretty much what most people I've asked have said.
Yeah.
It's, you know, I don't know if it's Gen Z who did this, or maybe the millennials. That's me. How did I forget my own generation? But it's really about the vibes, man. I mean, seriously, it is about the vibes. Like, this is a game where you can play it, and even you win or lose, you still are probably having a great time.
Exactly.
You know? I feel like we're all here creating stories by playing these games and seeing how they play. I was like, wow, that was good. I played my best story here, and you know, hey, maybe I read the book and the hero won, or it's like Game of Thrones. Like, oh, maybe you rooting for the Starks? Well, who knows? Are you rooting for the Lannisters? Yeah, well, maybe today's your lucky day.
Yeah.
So. I just love the stories this game creates and like the people that it draws in. So, well, it looks like you're gonna have a lot more of that to do. Are you doing Constructed at all?
We'll see. I joined for Constructed, so
You're
we'll
doing.
end up seeing.
Well, I guess if you do Top Cut here, you have to exit this Constructed.
Yeah, so
Okay.
we'll see. We'll see what happens.
You know what that's called?
What?
Good problems, right there, my man.
It's true.
That's
but
good problems.
I'm excited to see what everybody brings to Constructed. So
I'm excited.
That's one thing. Is like there's a lot of people from all over right now. So
I can tell you kind of want to talk about it. We'll do a quick aside before closing out. What you can either tell me what you got cooking for Constructed, or what do you think's out there? I don't want to throw off what you're doing.
I don't know.
Just tell me.
I've heard some.
Yeah, what have you heard?
There's a lot of things. I've heard Druid sounds crazy.
Druid does sound crazy. I play Druid, so yeah.
I do too. I'm there.
It is crazy. You're right.
I don't know. Water, big boost this set.
Yes.
Water is insane.
Shout out to Lugbog Cat.
Yep, Lugbog Cat. I've seen some land destruction decks that seem insane.
Oh man.
Pathfinder with the Ablaze is just crazy. We'll see.
All right. Oh man.
Who knows? We'll see.
I might have to tell you something off camera, but let's just say I heard some spicy text from somebody. You know, I might have to do it after the tournament. He's playing in the tournament, but man, if you see it, I want to see how it goes.
Okay.
But Pathfinder with land destruction, I've heard some really good things. So it's just so many crazy things happening in Constructed right now. It's just going to be fun just playing in it, man.
Yeah,
So.
and we got a whole year to see how the meta changes. You know?
Exactly.
Like, who knows? So.
Well, you know what? I'm gonna let you get a break up before your next game. This was a great chat, man.
Thank you so much.
Good luck with the rest of your games.
Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
She's like.
Sorcerers in the main event, pairings are up for round 5. Please move to your table.
I built a version of your witch card. Playing it. I've gotten underneath every single deck that I played against, even when I hadn't drawn it. I had built, I built something similar, but then I just didn't build that into that asymmetry, or I should say actually symmetry of the charge, man. Yeah. Adding the sent it over the top. Yeah, over the top. So many times I'm carrying either,
Yeah, really. The main deck that I always want to watch out for is the same deck but with Sorcerer. When you play against Sorcerer Airfire, even though the Witch is better whenever you're playing against like Artemega or Death Speaker or whatever, but when Sorcerer Airfire plays against you, Witch, Sorcerer has the upper hand.
I can see that, yeah, right? By mid-game?
Because it's playing out its charge minions and killing yours every turn, so I haven't figured that matchup out yet. Except I did beat it once just by taxing it early. I went first, and then on turn 3 just started taxing so that they could play anything, for a couple turns.
Love that about Twitch. Go switching it up. Yeah, man.
All right.
Yeah, thanks.
Where are you from?
Yeah, I put my dice right here. Sometimes people write it down and that's fine too. These are
I guess we're on this. So are you a Beast of the Bay?
No, I'm actually from Pittsburgh originally, and then down in Baltimore, D.C. So you're out like.
I went to Pitt, and I live in Catonsville.
Yeah. So I spent 20 years of my life in Pittsburgh, 20 years in Baltimore, D.C.
Awesome.
Actually, a small town south of Pittsburgh. So it's Monongahela, down in the Valley area.
I know the Valley.
Yeah, the Valley area.
Yeah. That's cool.
But
Yeah, I went to Pitt.
I was just at the Peterson.
Sorcery.
The guys out there.
Yeah.
Which was one day sorcery, one day old school magic.
Yeah. Oh, cool.
And if you say, I want to have a tie to make the top 64, that is a no.
That's fine.
Do not make us do something
That's a
terrible.
don't know.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12,
That's a good
13,
call.
14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12.
Do you feel like your list is pretty good?
I
know you're winning, but-
I feel like it's okay. I didn't feel like it was actually all that great. I feel like there are certain things in here that when you have certain things that are playing in the lines that they're intended to play, then it actually is okay.
When you snowball the hell out of something that looks pretty good, that sort of thing. Yeah, I got you. Just don't do that to me. That'd be uncool. Uncouth, if you will. Yeah, no, I got like 5 cards. I'm like, thank God I pulled them.
Yeah, and there are a few cards in here that are definitely like solid, and then the rest of it, I'm just trying to fill around it. Tried not to be greedy with the mana base.
Yeah, that's punished a lot of my opponents.
That's generally been my strategy with playing Magic for a long time too. Is that like I find, especially in this, like I don't. If you want to, feel free. Yeah.
Sure, whatever.
I think there's a special place in the world or hell or wherever it might exist for people who cheat at old school or sorcery.
Yeah, dude, I feel that. I'm not I don't know. I was playing as somebody who like either made a common or a simple rules mistake, or like they were. And I was like, that's not how that works.
Yeah, I'm gonna try. I'll be honest. There's gonna be certain things that I
happy to
might
explain.
need to get clarification on.
So as long as no new information's been revealed, it's cool to do walkbacks. Sound good?
That's fine with me. Yeah, if there's something going on, I'm not trying to do crazy too intense.
You don't really seem like you are.
Yeah. For me, it's been a lot enjoyable. I did it competitively.
We're back for round 5 at SorceryCon 2024, and we are going to kick it over to the top down at the feature match table, where we are joined by CJ and Jared. We have CJ here on the left, Jared on the right. If you're familiar with CJ, he has a YouTube channel. His YouTube channel is called, oh my goodness, my brain, something nerds. Come on, help me, save me, save me.
I don't do social media.
It.
I'm not that.
Oh, what are you doing?
I know, I'm of no use.
Old School Nerds. I got it.
Oh, there we go. Yeah.
See, I'm
Old
not
School
too
Nerds.
old. Old School Nerds is his YouTube channel. You should check it out. He puts up content pretty regularly.
Yeah.
He's very familiar with the game. He is actually the CJ that won the Courtesan Cup.
Well, then I have high hopes
with
for
his
him in this game.
Seer deck.
Yeah.
Seer Roots deck. So this should be a very interesting match.
All right. So on the right, one card that I do want to point out before we start is they are starting is Shatter Strike. We haven't been able to mention that card yet because it hasn't come up in a game.
Such a good card.
Yeah, it is so powerful. I know earlier I made a comparison between the card and Grapple Shot and how, despite the fact that the card is just practically strictly worse Grapple Shot in every way, it still manages to be extremely playable.
I will play a common village.
I see a pond in Jared's hand.
Yeah.
I'll play this.
And we have a turn 1 common village.
Yep.
With the soldier token coming out. Good start for CJ.
I'll pass to you after that.
Yep. Making use of that first mana before it disappears.
Yeah, I think I see a blacksmith family and a lumbering giant in Jared's hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
There's a
think
bog.
I think it's at this point in the event where we start wondering what is taking these 4-0 players to the victory streak that they're on. In a lot of cases, it'll be some combination of, the players just being very practiced at the limited event or very experienced at sorcery in general. But oftentimes they are assisted by some really powerful, unique, or elite that we'll see as the game goes on. I actually see one of those right now in CJ's hand. I believe I saw the end of a spear marshal. So we'll see if that card ends up getting played this game.
So we did see the bog come out for Jared, but its effect doesn't have a purpose at this point in the game. But he did play a blacksmith family, so he was up to 2 fire threshold and 1 water threshold. And then, this is the first time seeing the Redbreast Robin on stream today.
Yeah.
I like that card.
Yeah.
It can definitely do some work
for
in this particular format.
Yeah, it helps bridge the math gap, as we've been talking about continuously over the stream of how 3 power minions and 4 power minions interact. That can help clean up, and it doesn't even have to attack the minion itself. It just does the damage at the end of the turn. In addition to being a pretty potent finisher, so yeah, solid card for sure.
I love CJ playing to the side here.
Yeah,
inviting Jared to push forward, making Jared's side vulnerable.
Yep.
Now he played a pond here. Pond reduces the cost of a beast, but not a giant.
Yeah, it caught it pretty quickly. Cool.
So now we see the Saracen Scout come out.
Yeah. Not able to take advantage of its ability because there are no unoccupied sites that CJ has, but still just a 2 power, 2 cost minion.
I'm very curious why he put it here, though, because CJ can just attack it with his 1 power foot soldier.
Yeah.
And then hover over with the Redbreast Robin
Yeah.
to kill it.
Yeah. Yeah, and no, for sure.
But CJ also has Burning Hands.
Yes,
in
exactly.
hand.
Yeah, so he could instead opt to play a site out and then Burning Hands the two mortals, then move his Robin up for take a damage and proceed from there.
So Burning Hands does come out.
Yep.
Taking care of both of the 2 power minions from Jared.
Yeah.
Cleaning up the board, allowing the Redbreast Robin now to attack in for a point of damage.
Yep.
But he can't attack with both his soldier token and the Redbreast Robin because the Redbreast Robin will kill the soldier token at the end of turn.
Yeah.
That's the only danger of this bird, this particular bird.
So I think that with that, I will pass.
I see field laborers in CJ's hand.
I wasn't paying attention to his hand there. Yeah, I will take another look when he
And this is one of the reasons why I don't necessarily like field laborers, because a lot of times you're just playing something interactive early. You're not necessarily able to drop field laborers on time. So
for sure.
If you don't play it on curve, it's 3 mana. That's like if it was 2 mana, it'd be a different story. But 3 mana.
Yeah.
Like, is he going to play it now on turn 4?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean,
it's a very developmental card, and especially if you're on the draw, you just don't have the time to be developing like that. It could be the same thing as War Mellow Tump. Interesting. It could be the same case as we've seen in previous decks where you just need a minion to fill curve. You need a body that you can send out into battle, and that's the only reason it's there. Probably his 23rd or 24th card in that case, but. But he is playing, the color combination of big late game stuff. You've got fire and earth, and it doesn't. I haven't seen a splash yet. I suspect that we won't see a splash unless it's only for 1 card. He probably is just going all in that late game plan.
So the Redbreast Robin attacked the bog for 1.
Yeah,
but the Lumbering Giant could have blocked there.
Can't Lumbering Giant not block?
Right. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Lumbering Giant cannot block.
Yeah.
That's the drawback of this particular giant.
Yeah, and Jared,
I like seeing the brown bears come out.
Yeah. Brown Bears is pretty worrisome for sure. Yeah, and now Jared's actually pretty worried about the Robin because he doesn't really want to commit a 2 power minion to the area around his avatar in case he wants to defend it. But he also doesn't really want to take 2 damage from it every turn. Like, he doesn't want the Robin to get on top of his Spellslinger, attack the site, hit him for 1 every turn. That's just pretty awkward. So he's going to have to do.
It's going to
something
be
about the
frustrating
Robins.
for sure.
Yeah, exactly. There's the Shadow Strike. Shadow Strike on the brown bear. Yep, that's just very good. No artifacts to be destroyed here, but it doesn't really matter.
So yeah, Shatter Strike does just have you choose an ally, and then that ally strikes an adjacent minion or unit.
Yep.
And now he can attack in. Does he kill the soldier token here, or does he attack for 4?
Yeah, I think he's attacking the site for 4 here. Yeah, but yeah, either that or CJ opted to defend. So
Yeah.
A
I always
troll
like to
bridge.
clear. I always like to clear up minions, especially in this format with lances.
Yeah, for
just
sure.
get them off the field. You
Yeah.
know, kill the token.
Yeah. Clean
Clear-
board state means
yeah.
your opponent can't Shadow Strike you, they can't lance
They
you,
can't
they
do any
can't joust
tricks.
you. Yeah.
But this bird is going to cause some problems for sure.
Yeah, that's a really good placement for the troll bridge because he just doesn't really have to worry about that site. You know, normally every once in a while you have to worry about, oh, if I want to play more mana, I have to extend my sites awkwardly. But troll bridge, your opponent just doesn't really want to ever walk into that site. So.
And because of the way that Jared's sites are laid out, Jared could never play a minion in a profitable location that is also in a position to block the Redbreast Robin.
Yeah.
When the Redbreast Robin attacks. So
Yeah, for
this
sure.
Redbreast Robin is going to be a devil's egg, basically.
Yeah, for sure.
So very skillful site placement by CJ here.
Yeah.
Do you see a troll bridge for Jared protecting his his right flank?
Yeah. Here comes the Spear Marshal. Yeah, this is a really scary card. It's a 5-cost, 3-power minion. We saw it in a much earlier game that gets 1 lance every turn, and that just means that unless Jared has something else to work with, he's not going to be able to attack without Lumbering Giant. And as a matter of fact, we'll have to do something so that it doesn't just die to the Spear Marshal immediately.
We'll see if he can get out another Shatter Strike or something like that to deal with this.
Yeah, he's definitely looking for something like that. Yeah, and the Spear Marshal, it does have 3 power, so like something like a Magic Missiles would work here, but I don't believe he's in air, so we're probably not going to see something like that.
So Jared is playing water and
fire.
Yeah. So he could top deck. I can't see his hand. I can't see all the cards in his hand, but he could play a Reckless Squire just to knock out the lance from the Spear Marshal.
Yeah,
and
true.
then attack with the Lumbering Giant.
Yeah.
That would be a pretty good play.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, and that's another reason to get rid of the Foot Soldiers and the minions early is that now, like, you know, if he had kept the Foot Soldier, then he'd be able to block that, like, such an attack. But
Here we go. Myriad Fomorians.
There's a threat.
Are those? Is that 2 Myriad Fomorians?
Can't tell. I feel like a detective trying to figure out what from like the side profile of the card.
All right, so CJ passes.
Yeah, taking another damage from the Robin.
The Robin? Right now. So good.
Yeah, honestly, the Robin can kind of just sit there for the majority of the game. You know, maybe once in a while it'll run to go pick up a lance or something if Jared plays a Forge, but that's pretty much it. It's just going to deal damage to him every turn, 1 or 2 damage depending on whether or not he wants to play out a defender.
Yeah, Jared should be at 16 life now.
Should he really?
So let's see what Jared has in response to this Spear Marshal. He definitely needs to deal with it quickly.
Okay.
He has a Swindler
that's
troop.
not unhelpful.
So Jared's at 15.
Yeah.
Must have missed a point of damage.
Yeah, probably some attack from the Robin in an earlier turn or something. Yeah, I mean that definitely helps. Like that solves the big issue of I'm going to lose my giant immediately if I don't deal with this. But it does not solve the long-term issue of this is a Spear Marshal that will grow every turn with lances until it gets to slaughter my minions.
Correct.
Hamlet Ablaze, okay. Yeah, we haven't seen much of this card played. We have seen a lot of Excuse me. We haven't seen much much use of Hamlet Ablaze to destroy Threshold, but it could definitely be used here.
Yeah, and I'm actually curious why he wants to choose the common village. It looks like CJ only has one fire source.
Yeah.
So hitting that fire source, and instead of moving there with the giant, moving up to the Wormelo Tump.
Yeah.
But he did take it back.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't have enough mana for it.
It was an issue of mana, you're right. That's a pretty cool stealth token. Forget who was distributing them, but they're somewhere in the conference hall. Picks up a forge for turn. Okay, so that would solve the fire threshold issue. Were Jared to play the Hamlet Ablaze on his next turn. Yeah, Spear Marshal coming in.
All right, Spear Marshal attacking for 3 to take Jared down to 12.
Okay, yeah, Spear Marshal can just continually stack lances on itself, which would be pretty scary for Jared, because if he just lets the Spear Marshal progress uninhibited, then by the time it actually gets to attacking his avatar, he'll be taking 6 or 7 damage from it.
So Jared actually opted to block the Spear Marshal.
Huh? Yeah, to
stay at 15 life.
Yeah. Or no, that's not what happened. What happened was the Spear Marshal came in and attacked, and then CJ played a duel, between the troop and the Spear Marshal.
Oh, okay.
And then put
Yeah,
another
we missed
lance on it with the Spear Marshal's ability.
So yeah, duel was played to take out the Swindler troops. So Jared is still at 12 life here. And now Jared gets to untap with his Lumbering Giant.
And
now we have another
Robin
Red
is
Breast
played, yeah.
Just in case the first one gets killed.
Exactly.
It's too bad they can't be combined onto the same side.
Yeah, it can't truly act.
One would kill the other.
Yeah, exactly.
But Jared has to do something about this. The Robin's going to take the game away by itself.
Yeah, he's already at 10. The Robin's doing all the work. Spear Marshal's helped, but Robin's been sort of the source of 5-6 damage by now.
Yeah, the Spear Marshal is the thing that's keeping Jared from attacking CJ.
Exactly.
Yeah, I love seeing Redbreast Robin do so much work here.
Yeah.
I've tried it in Limited before. It's gotten killed very quickly.
Yeah.
But in some matches, when your opponent's just not ready for it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like a lot of the removal, you don't really want to spend on something that seems as trivial as a Robin, but you don't understand that as the game progresses, that Robin can really complicate, combat, and sometimes it's better to just get it down early. A lot of the times it ends up getting killed with a stray Burning Hands or something along those lines, but
Well, this is another reason why I do like Grievous Insult in Limited.
Yeah, for sure.
And he is playing Water. He might have Grievous Insult.
Yeah.
Just to disable it, attack it, kill it, and draw a card off of the Grievous Insult. Like that's a good trade there.
Yeah.
So we do see the Giant coming in to attack for 4, and he's. And then we have the helpful Hob.
Yeah. So yeah,
there to untap the Giant to attack again for 4.
Yeah. So yeah, Jared's really trying to equalize this life total race because he recognizes that he's not going to win unless he takes some more proactive action. He's just going to die to the Robin passively, but also the Hob is doing double duty of preventing the Spear Marshal from doing anything super relevant on CJ's next turn. Anywhere he attacks, the Hob can defend for. So.
Well, we do have the Redbreast Robin there that can kill the Hob.
Yeah, that's true. The Robin can trade with the Hob, but.
So that's why I was a little confused why the Lumbering Giant stayed where it was. It could have attacked again at a different location.
Yeah, like the
Wormelo Tump.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. That probably would have been better.
But he might just be trying to bait Jared into attacking the Giant. Or I'm sorry, bait CJ into attacking the Giant to try and protect his life total a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, that would make sense. Because Jared's really not
give him a couple more turns by getting attacked by the Spear Marshal, and he's not going to be alive for much longer. So that's yeah. The Giant feels like a bit of a distraction play. Oh, Lady Izzle! Wow!
Oh my goodness, Lady Izzle.
That really makes the trading of the Robin into the Elf Lab that much more brutal.
Now this Robin. So Lady Izzle. Let's bring up Lady Izzle.
Oh yeah, for sure. Let's see if we can get her up on the screen.
This is a great, unique. Great addition to Constructed, too. A lot of things that you can do with Lady Izzult.
There we are, yeah.
If another nearby allied minion would die, return it to hand.
Yeah.
So I heard tell of some really cool interaction earlier today with Lady Izzult and Warhorse.
Yeah.
So that was really cool. He was talking about Warhorse coming out, attacking, dying, coming out, attacking again, dying.
That's
coming
really
out,
good.
Attacking again. So it took out lances and then killed minions.
That's brutal. I love that.
So yeah, Lady Izzult is really good.
Yeah, CJ does end up going for the Lumbering Giant and then playing one of his own. So, yeah, Jared is not in a great position here. He's not only is he at 9 life and losing life total is quickly, but he has a powerful unique to deal with that is going to make it extremely difficult to deal with CJ's board effectively.
And we're pretty sure that Jared doesn't have any kind of removal at the moment unless he has degradation. If he has degradation, then he might be able to stay in this game.
Yeah.
But I think he would have played it on the Spear Marshal if he did.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, I mean, and like right now you're looking at, Snowball. Snowball is pretty good. It gets rid of the Robin, it gets rid of the Spear Marshal, but it would push the Robin all the way back to being next to Lady Izzult, and that was that's just Snowball doesn't really work here. Everything goes back to the hand of the Lady, and it doesn't really have any effect.
Oh, she's the best card by far in my pack, and probably like better than most bombs. I think.
So now Jared has to deal with the Red Breast Robin, the Lumbering Giant, the Spear Marshal, Lady Izzult.
Yep.
And the other Red Breast Robin will return to hand.
Yeah.
On CJ's side. So.
Yeah, it's he's looking at a pretty absurdly hard situation here.
He's getting outrun here.
Yep. Yeah, the minions haven't actually progressed toward his avatar and towards his backline, so to speak, yet. But because CJ right in the very beginning of the game, kind of quote unquote baited Jared into playing out closer to his sights. Now CJ doesn't need to have his minions move all the way up to attack. They can just attack the pawn that's sitting right there, and that means he can play both defensively and offensively at the same time, which is really good for him.
And I love that. I love that play, baiting him in when you know you're playing Red Breast Robins.
Yeah.
So that then you can fly around and get to the avatar. I mean, that is some far ahead thinking. If that was his original plan.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm wondering if he was just playing on his back row so that he can get his field laborers out.
Yeah.
But if he did that, so that then he could get to the opponent's avatar with Red Breast Robin.
Yeah.
That's a pretty
that's some
pretty
next
far
level
ahead
thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think another reason why he didn't play a site there was because he doesn't he's not. He just didn't want to take damage from the blacksmith family back then. On turn 2, he could have taken 2 damage there, but I just think he was trying to avoid that. But on the other hand, right now, obviously this play is paying off, especially with that gorgeous siege giant played there, which can throw the Spear Marshal, which is brutal. Yeah, giving the 2 lances to the giant. Man, that is a horrible sequence of plays for Jared. That was really not what he wanted to see that turn. Yeah. Clearly.
So the siege giant. Let's pull up siege giant if you can. The siege giant can throw a weaker minion, and even though the Spear Marshal has a lance, it still technically only has 3 power.
Yeah.
So the siege giant was able to throw the Spear Marshal.
Yeah.
Into a diagonal location. It already had 1 lance, but it took this opportunity this turn to make an additional lance.
With its ability, yeah.
Gave both lances to the Lumbering Giant, and then attacked the Murid Fomorians for 6 first strike damage.
Yeah. That was I'm not going to lie. I think that kind of quashed much of Jared's
That was a
for winning.
huge, massive play.
Yeah.
CJ is so very happy about that.
Yeah.
And it's cool that we caught that on camera, too. And then we have the Red Breast Robin continually
dealing damage.
to deal 2 damage.
Jared's at 8 life, and there's the other Robin coming back. Yeah, CJ's probably just going to sit the Lady Izzult right down there. He doesn't really see a reason to do anything different. So, and now the Spellslinger is getting into the combat too. So
I don't think there's a single spell that Jared can draw, or even sequence of spells that can get him out of this situation.
Yeah. Yep. And he
And
shakes
there's the
the hand.
handshake.
Yeah. Yeah, and going back to that placement of the pond, I mean, clearly baiting Jared into placing his sights so close to his avatar worked there.
Right.
But I've seen in a lot of cases, especially in Arthurian Legends, where that just is not a good idea.
Well, tell me about that. How do you
Yeah.
get punished for letting your opponent get close to you?
So yeah, you get punished by letting your opponent get close to you in that a lot of the removal spells then start doubling as damage spells, like in a very direct way. Joust, Duel, Shatter Strike, like a lot of those spells
That's very
now
true.
can just, I have a giant there, fantastic. I'll fight your avatar immediately, I'll attack, and you get a little more flexibility in how you get to attack your opponent's site while just getting a ton of damage on them.
So it seems like a risk versus reward play because we know that CJ was playing with Burning Hands.
Yeah.
He probably has fire or might have fire breathing, lava flow, any number of spells that can also be stronger.
Yeah, exactly.
By inviting his
That too.
opponent in. So with the site right in front of him, if his opponent piles up like his opponent did in this match, then he can cast one spell to 2-for-1 his opponent.
Yeah.
That can be worth it. So
yeah, I mean, it happened in that game exactly. That he definitely had the Burning Hands. Thinking back, he definitely had the Burning
on
Hands
your
there.
deck construction.
Yeah.
But yeah, I wouldn't always do that. For
Yeah,
sure.
yeah.
But
As
if
a
you're
gen-
in fire, then a lot of your stuff is more powerful.
Yeah, especially
in that
because
type
he
of
had the
situation.
Burning Hands in hand. Like, he had the line ready. He was like, okay, if Jared, takes the bait and he puts the site there and he wants to continue developing his board, he's going to have to play some minion in this line of fire,
Right.
and I can Burning Hands all of it, which is what ended up happening. So
Yeah, and we saw Spear Marshal just doing work. Spear Marshal
Yeah.
is so powerful in this format.
Yeah.
And it's one that I don't think many people talked about it a whole lot ahead of time. But
No.
It's 5 mana for 3 power, but being able to generate a lance every turn is so strong because you can pass it off.
Yeah, exactly. Like in comparison to the Thankless Squire, the 5 cost with Lance, and Immobile, which has to pass off its lances kind of awkwardly. You have to play all your minions to the same side as it so that you can drop the lance, have your other minions pick it up. In comparison, the Spear Marshal can walk around and can use its lance to attack and get into a more favorable position, and then he can generate another lance and drop it for your minion. He's just so much more flexible than the Thankless Squire, while also actually having power himself. So.
And able to attack and defend.
Exactly, yeah.
While the Thankless Squire is immobile.
Yeah.
So very, very strong showing for CJ here on camera.
Yeah,
I
for
love
sure.
his deck. I think he has a lot of options in that deck, and
Yeah.
can't wait to see what he does
Yeah.
in the next round.
All right. We don't have a post game chat for this one, so we're actually going to go to break, and then when we come back from break, we will be on our final round of the day, round 6. So, thank you.
Thank you.
No, that's cool. So I do enjoy this game. There's part of it's because of the depth involved to it. You have to just play to see the lines and be able to pick up all the nuances and the combinations. There's actually a little bit more complexity, I think, in this game. Trying to think about it.
Okay. I can help with that. Just, you can have it.
What's that? Who's it go to?
It's supposed to go to the winner of the game, but they brought us one anyway, so I don't know. Capital T, that guy, he's
Did you leave for it?
Yeah. So, honestly, you made day 2, right? Because only the top
I was mixed from and everything kind of resets anyway.
It does.
There's no real benefit.
So this didn't really matter. It's just getting here matter because it's, I think it's something like 60% of people who go 4 and 2 will make day 2, and 30%.
Did they run match on tiebreakers and things?
It's based on your
how well you do matters.
Yeah.
Right?
So because I'm in first and lost to me, you're going to be at the top of the
tiebreaker.
We're 5 and 1. Yeah. Exactly. Tiebreaker. Yeah. I picked up. I got 2 losses to mono. And my tiebreaker points were nuts because they ended up going in 6 legs.
Yeah. So if you end up playing tomorrow, then you wouldn't play in constructed.
No. Which I'm fine with.
Yeah, what were you playing in constructed when you get
Druid's nuts.
Earth?
Mono air.
Mono air.
And honestly, playing Avatar of Air makes you like a mouse crazy.
Well, I mean, he had some really nice plays. I'm not saying like variance or anything, but he stomped my ass. So it wasn't like, and I had a couple like clearly like miscounts on the mana coverage. So apologies, like I said, for a bad game on camera. But
I don't think it's a bad game. Honestly,
but I've only played a couple dozen games.
Yeah, no, yeah. You don't know. I'm just saying it was dynamic to watch. Yeah, definitely. And I was gonna say like honestly, I probably drew the top 50% of my deck. Like the better half of my deck I drew.
That card, but I also like just watching the position that you off to the side, which makes it really nasty to deal with anything. And I had to put the Giants. Sorcerer. Otherwise, I don't think I had a good place anywhere I went. Because you had the guys that split. You're just gonna like go up the out, go over here, go over there. It wasn't gonna matter. I just figured he was dying. I didn't think he was gonna die the way he did. That was pretty cool. Throwing the giant over. I think that giant's very underrated.
He's so good. So I will tell you, I think Avatar of Air is a great deck. It's actually one of the strongest decks there is. But I think playing Avatar of Air makes you better. Something else? Alright, tell me. Whenever you played on your back row, was it for field labors or was it so that you could only on forwards and get here with your Red Breast Robin without him having minions nearby? Oh, why I played this way? It's because my deck is slow. I honestly don't want to I wouldn't run anything like 3 mana if I could, except for Red Breast Robins. And I saw that he was already putting pressure on, so I'm like, why would I take 2 damage for no reason? And then also I have Burning Hands, Lava Flow, Siege Giant.
And I kind of played into the Burning Hands, just figuring that I was like, if I don't go for a little bit more pressure, knowing what I had in my hand, it's going to be awesome.
And that's the thing, like, you don't have the bombs in your opponent's place. You know they're probably going to be holding bombs.
Yeah.
So it's going to be aggressive. And what's funny is I gotta be honest with you, I drew the better half of it. Straight up. Like, that was the only game in the entire day. Right? Like, Lady is still, I've drawn half, so she's just insane. She's insane. She's pretty fun.
The thing that's won me more games, too, from earlier times, is that I had 2 Hamlets Ablaze in the deck, and then being able to Hamlets Ablaze at sight and then push forward was really offsetting. A little bit of pressure from the hands on the upper end, but I had a more grid and I had a equal spinning card. The best part was the last round, the flavor of the fact that I got the worm deployed in a pond surrounded by earth sites, and he was just hanging out in the soul.
He's like, I'm the biggest fish.
I don't buy the play a lot, so this is really fun. Like I like watching the lines and seeing the different options of things to do.
That was like pretty good.
We'll see. No, I don't think it was a close game. I think we played it well, but I don't think I think the game was very. I had very little answers. It's just like once you were airborne with that, I have burning needles. I've got. Yes, I do. But I didn't have. I have one. There's also a recycler to try to get the top of it, even if nothing else. It's in there.
Yeah, I think just the way that this game's playing out, where you were so far forward, that's kind of what I think, they played it.
And then I couldn't lose my. I just had to keep taking that extra damage because I couldn't move the avatar.
You did a 7 round. Yeah. You did a 7 round? Yeah. And that's fair. I like our rest one. That's why it's the only one drop I'll play.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
It is good. It's the only rarity I'll play. People say owl, but I'm like, I don't think owl. Yeah. 17 glass. 17 glass. Biggest prices. I agree. It's something that dies, but at least it deals damage sometimes, right? So that's why.
Sorcerers at the end of the day, please remember to report the results of your match if you haven't played it.
Yeah, numbers easier.
I'll just text you the name.
Yeah.
So, what's the number?
Well, it's maybe not on stream.
Oh, were you still on?
I don't know. But just in case, it's just they turned off camera. No one's over there, so they're streaming something around. I like it. It's just like
Sorcerers, it is time for more door prizes. Hopefully by now you know the drill. If I call out your name, at some point, please make it up to the table here, where you will be able to teleport the 13 treasures of Britain around, and John will get you some prizes. The names for this round are Neil Troy, Mark Brown, Brian Koenig, I'm sorry, I'm butchering names. I apologize so much. Chris Huffman and Sean Starnes. Or Starnes. That was Neil Troy, Mark Brown, Brian Koenig, Chris Huffman, and Sean Starnes. Once again, if we call your name, you do not have to stop what you're doing. You can come up, whatever.
Sorcerers, 5 minutes remaining in round 5 of the main event. Sorcerers, that is time for round 5 of the main event. The current player finishes their turn. 5 additional turns are played. If there is no victor at that point, then the first tie break is life total, the higher winning. Second tie break is second player. Also, if you do not intend to play in the 6th round, please make sure to drop from the tournament. You can do this by selecting the little people in this website, clicking your name, and then you will have the option to remove me. If you're not able to do that, please feel free to contact a judge who will help you to drop.
Hey, if you are playing at or near table 34, and you have green sleeves on your spellbook, and you are missing a magic missile, or may be missing a magic missile, we have it.
Just plug in, if you have a recorder, plug it into one out here. Let me, yeah. Well, I know
And I thought I never used this.
Sorcerers, pairings for round 6 are up. Please move to your table.
Oh, okay, okay. Is he here? My win condition You got it. Right on.
The Hulkster's on screen, dude. Dude. Brother. Well, I'm a crazy fucking dude. Have you ever looked at something that I don't remember? Okay, even better. All right, I like this. I like this. After an awful night open. Effortless. Basically effortlessly, too, so. Yeah, I was about to hear my nuts. Yeah, that was close. I'm glad I won it we got there. Please don't let me make any mistakes. What I will do. Cool. I like it.
Main event, round 6. Contest the realm.
All right, then.
And we're back for our final round of SorceryCon 2024. And at the feature match table right now, we have Noah, and he'll be playing against Jack. And both of these players actually know each other. They're friends, am I right?
Yeah, they are. Yeah, they're from DC, just like myself, actually. So
Cool.
Yeah, we should see a pretty friendly match here.
Yeah, I heard they're both very, very good players. Now, both of these players are 4-1 at the moment. We do have undefeated players playing, but this 4-1 match between these two guys is still a match that will determine who will win. Actually, that actually makes it a bit more interesting because whoever wins this match goes on to day 2 tomorrow.
Yeah.
Whoever loses is knocked out, most likely.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because we have a 64 cut for the second day. Excuse me. It's not guaranteed that if you go 4-2, you qualify for the next day. So depending on tiebreakers and their opponent's win percentage and all that kind of mumbo jumbo, one of these two players could get eliminated from day 2 contention with this match.
Very cool. So this is another Spell Slinger face-off here.
Yeah, actually, I actually have
Storeworm.
Yeah, I actually have background knowledge about both these players' decks, so I'll be able to give a little more of a detailed commentary. Jack is playing a multicolor deck, but he's packing 4 unique knights in his deck,
Wow.
which have been dominating the games that he's been in.
Really?
Yeah. So we definitely have that to look forward to. And Noah, on the other hand, has 2 copies of Mester Storeworm, which we'll pull up in a second. It's one of the most powerful.
He showed us his deck earlier today.
Yeah. One of the most powerful elites you can open in Water.
So the Mester Storeworm costs 6 mana and has 7 power, and it has a special ability, a unique ability. Now it has Submerged, but it does have Waterbound, which restricts its movement. But its ability allows it to basically breathe poison gas. At sites in front of it, and it's like the 3 sites directly in front of it, and then one more site in the middle in front of it. 2 steps ahead, and then anywhere where that poison gas hits, it deals 1 damage to all units there, including avatars, and then any minion dealt damage in this way dies.
The damage from its ability is lethal. It is a deadly card.
And he does have the Mester Storeworm in his opening hand, so this is going to be a very interesting game.
Yeah,
we also see the Sly Fox, Field Laborers.
Yeah, Field Laborers actually could see its best showing yet. We've seen it 3 times so far for our feature match, but powering out a Mester Storeworm is potentially, although, hold up. No, I can't do math. It's not possible to curve the Field Laborers into the Storeworm on turn 4 because of the threshold requirements for both of the cards. But regardless, the Field Laborers powering out a Mester Storeworm early could decide this whole game.
Well, it looks like he is still searching for his second Earth. He just drew a site to try to get it, but he hit another water site.
Yeah.
So it looks like it might be slow yet again. And it's the Field Laborers requiring 2 Earth threshold is one of the major issues with it.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, if it was just 1, it would be a lot easier to consistently play it out on turn 3 and then ramp into something big on the 4th turn, but that's just not the case for it.
So we do have a Sly Fox out. This Sly Fox does get stealth at the end of each turn. Even if it attacks for the turn, it will lose stealth temporarily and then regain it at the end of turn. So this could be something similar to the Redbreast Robin that we saw last game, where it just deals 1 damage every turn, just becoming a ticking clock for Jack.
Yeah, for sure.
Now Jack is in Earth, and you said what other colors is Jack in here?
He's in at least fire, and I believe he's also splashing air for 1 or 2 of his knights.
Okay, so he does have options like Burning Hands.
There's the Mester Storeworm.
There's the Mester
Thank you.
Storeworm.
Yeah.
Choose a direction for Mester Storeworm, deal lethal damage to each unit at a location in the area of effect. Very cool card.
Yeah, this is one of the. This is a pretty interesting card because though there are almost no ways. There are no ways at exceptional or ordinary in Arthurian Legends to flood your opponent's sites, meaning that the Storeworm is almost never going to attack, especially because we know Jack is not packing many water sites, if any at all. But its ability to just lock down your opponent's board is so powerful that it doesn't matter whether or not it attacks. You just get to kill everything they play.
So Jack is actually playing pretty defensive here.
Yeah.
With both of his sites on his back row. Being on the play, I'm guessing he assumed Noah might get a little bit aggressive with him.
Yeah. Yeah, he might have been thinking of Lugbog Cat as a potential threat, but he might also just want to keep the Sly Fox away from his avatar for a couple extra turns.
That's true too.
So
that Foot Soldier and the Sly Fox will deal 2 damage every turn unless they're dealt with.
Yep. So yeah, just develop to the side. It's easier, and it doesn't seem like Noah's taking the bait, quote unquote, that we saw last game. He's just going to develop to the side and be patient along with Jack. I mean, both players have incredibly powerful cards, as I mentioned, in their deck. So both players feel like they've got the advantage in the long game, but we'll see how they stack up against each other.
And I do like Jack playing the Forge forward with the Lance.
Yeah.
Now he can play a minion here, pick up the Lance.
Yep.
And then attack. I'd love to see a Red Cap Power. We haven't been able to see their hand much, really, have we?
No,
Jack might have a Red Cap Poweries in hand.
Yeah,
Ready to pick up the Lance and attack for 4 damage.
Yeah, we can see Noah's hand. We can see that there is what looks like a rescue. No, it can't be. Yeah, it looks like a rescue. The Master Storeroom I've mentioned, and
I think that's a...
Yeah, what is that?
Swindler Troop?
Yeah, Swindler Troop. That's it, yeah. Yeah, no, we haven't seen Jack's hand yet, though. Yeah, although Poweries here wouldn't be able to attack, so it would just die immediately. But but he just spent a minute on the Forge, so it doesn't matter, yeah.
I think we're frozen. There we go. Now we're caught up.
There we go.
We did get the Field Laborer played out by Noah.
Yep.
Finally got the
found
second Earth site.
Yep.
Ready to play Mr. Storeworm the next turn.
Yeah.
So Jack, Jack has not played a single thing.
Yeah.
And he's about to be facing down a Mr. Storeworm.
He is, yeah. Yeah, assuming Noah can put together that third water threshold, he's gonna be in deep trouble. Yeah, I think we can see a Sir Ironside in his hand. I couldn't recognize anything else before he pulled his hand away. But yeah, I'm very curious to see how each of these players will deal with each other's threats. Yeah, I mean, you don't need to play minions early game to play to the board at all. If you know you can win the late game.
But how do you win the late game in limited without minions on the board?
Yeah.
I am surprised that we're on turn 4 with nothing out from Jack yet.
Yeah, that's true. Especially as like a fire earth deck. There are a lot of good options for low cost minions like that.
And there aren't a lot of there are no sweepers? No sweepers in this format.
Yeah, I mean, aside from like great drowning of men, like really situational
things
awkward
that are
sweepers that we're just not likely to see. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Just move out of the way.
But Noah doesn't have any. Noah could have played like a bear, a 4-power bear. Could have played the cat, like you said, the Lugbog cat.
Yeah.
Nothing terribly threatening.
Okay.
But
So
here,
okay, interesting.
We do have the Saracen Raiders, but I'm honestly surprised he didn't attack the Field Laborers. Yes, the Soldier token could have blocked, but I would trade my Field Laborers for both the token and the
Field Laborer any day. Yeah,
the
for sure.
Saracen Raiders for the Field Laborer and the token for sure.
Yeah, I think Jack's hoping to pressure Noah a bit more, but I really fail to see how.
There's the third water.
Yeah. Oh man, and it's a bug too, so he gets to immobilize the Raiders. And
there is the Storeworm.
Alrighty.
Right in front of Jack's avatar, 2 steps ahead.
Yep.
Perfect position to deal 1 damage and then kill anything that Jack plays.
Yeah. Oh, there we get a better look at his hand. Okay.
Why did Noah play his bog over there now where Jack can play a site and then attack the bog?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the Storeroom can still handle the stuff played over there, but Noah will have to take damage in order to make it happen. No, really, the only reason he played the bog there was in order to immobilize the Raiders for a turn, just to gain 3 life. But yeah, you can definitely argue that it would have been better to play it on the right
back
of the
row.
Storeroom. Yeah,
Or on the back row if you wanted to immobilize the Raiders.
Exactly.
But maybe he has a plan.
Yeah. Although if you put it in the back row next to the Raiders, and then once the Raiders sees the Storeroom, it can get out of the way and sit on the bog and deal damage there. So yeah, we shall see. Yeah, and we did actually get a glance at Jack's hand there. We saw Burning Hands. I saw a Sir Lancelot. Really powerful late game card. Although
Durium Fomorians, I believe.
Yeah, that sounds correct. Yeah, his hand is full of gas, but it's all gas that dies to a Storeroom activation. So
there's a lot of cards in his hand.
Yeah, I mean he didn't play anything in the early game or in the first couple turns, so he's got a full hand.
It's possible he just had a lot of removal. Are those Reckless Squires?
It looks like it looks like there's 2 Joust and a foil Sir Priamus, the lethal.
Oh,
Actually,
it's a
Sir
joust.
Priamus has a really interesting line of text on it. Your nearby allies are immune to lethal. That could be
That's
really
really
relevant
good.
in getting some actual damage on that store worm. But Jack will have to be really careful in setting all that up so that he doesn't get blown out by some form of removal from Noah.
So I think this is a good example of why it can be very dangerous to fill up your deck with magic.
Yeah.
And leave out the minions. So it's always important to make sure that you have plays that you can get out in a vacuum. So if you have a deck and half your deck is magic, like Joust and Burning Hands and Power Flight or whatever it may be, then if your opponent's not giving you opportunities to play those spells, well, you will have to just pass turn without doing anything.
Yeah,
similar to
exactly.
what happened here. Oh, so he wanted to save his Saracen Raiders so that he could play Burning Hands.
Yeah, that makes
Okay.
sense. Yeah, it's a pretty valuable. Did
So
he not kill the
gets
Sly
to-
Fox?
No, he didn't.
But why?
He could have.
Yeah, he definitely could have. Oh, I
Yeah.
think Noah's putting that out now. Yeah,
Yeah, I
because
think
Burning Hands
Noah's-
doesn't target, so it doesn't care
Right.
about stealth, and then
I
we'll
think
just drop the
Noah's-
lance.
Noah might have.
Oh, we got a judge call. So yeah, bear with us for a moment while.
I'll go help him.
All right, yeah. Adam will head over and help him out.
Projectiles dodge stealth, right? Or rather, stealthy guys dodge projectiles, right? Okay. He just, I don't think so. What's it say? Okay. It's not. Oh, this is not a projectile. I assumed this was. Oh, my. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah, I see they're discussing.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, okay, there we go. Seems to have been resolved. All right, we're back.
I spent some mana.
So yeah, Noah he thought that Burning Hands was a projectile, but Burning Hands simply deals damage to everything
Gotcha.
in its
Yeah,
in its area of effect.
Yeah, same thing as Master Storeroom. It's got a little graph on it showing you what takes damage. All right, Jack's gonna play a Foot Soldier.
So that was a really cool use for the Saracen Raiders.
Yeah.
I was wondering why he didn't attack the field laborers, and now we know.
Yeah.
So now all Noah has left on the board is a soldier token and the worm, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And the worm can't attack because Jack's not playing water.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, yeah, so Noah will be shooting the Master Storm sideways to get rid of that Saracen Raiders. Makes a lot of sense. Yeah, actually, I'm not going to lie. I think Jack can deal with this worm pretty effectively. He's got a Joust and a Sir Priamus in his hand, and the Storeworm isn't actually putting pressure on his life total. He can deal 1 damage per turn. That's not a lot. So I do think that Jack's got a very clean answer for this Storeworm. You know, of course, Sir Priamus coming into the lance and having lethal himself, so the Joust will just take care of the worm and leave Priamus unharmed. So yeah, Jack's definitely got a game plan
He
here.
does
He's
have
just
options.
Gotta,
But now Noah has a night out.
Yeah.
With a lance.
Yeah, although I'm not sure about playing it there.
I think he was trying to avoid the soldier token from stealing or breaking his own lance.
Yeah, but if you were to play it, if he plays it where he has it now, then the soldier can still defend against the attack and break the lance. I mean, sure, then I can pick up the lance that's sitting on the forge, but there's a couple. But also the foot soldier could just move over and pick up the lance itself, and then I could attack the end on the next turn.
Right,
So-
but the store worm can just kill the foot soldier.
True. Yeah.
And
you're
then
right.
the Yellow Knight can attack
Yeah.
in. So
Yeah,
I think I like where he placed it here.
And there's a Sir
Sir
Lancelot from Jack. Okay.
I think this is the first time I've seen Sir Lancelot played in limited period.
Yeah, I've been walking around the venue to take a look. I've seen Sir Lancelot play a couple of times, but I've never seen it. I've never seen it live in action for consecutive turns. I'm
I
really
like
excited.
Jack like throwing it. Your turn.
Yeah.
You have Storeworm, but I have Lancelot.
And
Which
he's
one's
holding-
better?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean,
Lancelot deals a lot of damage.
He does, but he can't attack the the bog without the Storeworm then being able to destroy it the following turn.
Yeah,
he
I
needs
think-
Primus. And we did see. Did you say that we saw Primus in his hand?
Yeah, there's a Primus in his hand.
Okay,
A foil
well
Primus
this
it's a gorgeous little Primus.
This could be the turning point right here.
for sure. Yeah, and Jack's actually 1 mana away from being able to play out his hand. It's a shame we can't put up the hand as a sidebar, but I'm more than happy to relay it every other turn. Okay.
So we do see a wall of brambles come out, which we were actually talking about this earlier today.
Yeah.
You said you've never seen it played.
Yeah, well, this is going to be my first time seeing Wild Brambles in action.
But
Yeah,
why not in front of the Yellow Knight?
I don't know. I think the thought process behind putting it there is that.
Oh,
that
wait,
means
I'm
that
sorry. I'm sorry. Noah played the Wall of Brambles
Yeah.
here.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, no, I do.
So now if Lancelot attacks in,
Yeah.
he takes 2 off the Brambles, and then Noah can actually block the Knight with the Yellow Knight.
Yeah, and trade Lancelot for Yellow Knight, which
Yeah,
seems like a pretty
exactly, yeah.
fair trade. Yeah, what?
It's pretty good.
Yeah, no, that's pretty solid. And then yeah, there you go, giving it stealth. Good stuff.
That's really, really good. Now the Master Stormworm, he cannot move Lancelot over to the forge at all because Master Stormworm is here
Yeah.
and can take care of it. Lancelot can't attack in without trading himself for, he moved his Yellow Knight forward though, so now Lancelot could attack in. Yes, Noah can block with Swindler Troop.
Yeah.
But then he would kill the Swindler Troop. But then again, we're back to the Stormworm issue where
Yeah, exactly.
anything that Jack tries to advance forward, Stormworm is just going to be able to kill.
Yeah.
So how do we deal with how does Jack deal with Stormworm here?
Yeah. Oh, here's a lookout. Okay. Oh, we see a snowball in Noah's hand. That's a pretty cool card. I don't know how useful it's going to be against Sir Lancelot with 6 defense. Crazy hard to kill that card is, but it's still something to keep in mind as these two players dance around each other in this positioning game.
Is it time to play Sir Primus?
Yeah, I think that's what Jack's thinking about.
I think he needs to here.
I think so too. Because as soon as he does that, then he can start actually attacking with Lancelot. Then he can start doing more proactive stuff.
He's really not in a bad position.
No, he's really not at all. Although I don't think anybody with a Sir Primus, a Joust, and a Sir Lancelot should ever be in a bad position in Sorcery. It would be a pretty absurd board state if that was the case. Yeah, and we do see a Fomorians in Jack's hand as well. So even after he gets down his second unique knight, he'll be able to follow it up with a 7-cost bomb.
He really wants to use Lancelot's ability. Oh, he's retreating.
Interesting.
Does he not?
So maybe I don't know. I don't know what he's thinking about. Yeah, there's the image of Sir
Yeah, he
Lancelot.
definitely wants to fight so that he can untap and fight again, but...
Oh, no, he took it back. He didn't mean to move it there, I guess.
But where is where's Sir Primus?
It's still in his hand.
See, maybe he's forgetting about its ability.
I don't know. I don't know. He might be forgetting that Lance lethal plus a forced fight is lethal. Like it is a somewhat complex, convoluted line. Let's say so. Yeah. And also, to be honest, he's not really under much pressure from the Stormworm. From Jack's point of view,
it's a very defensive card, but not very offensive.
Yeah, from Jack's point of view, he just played the Lookout Tower, so he sees that Noah is only holding a rescue and a snowball, and given that Noah could just rescue the Stormworm and replay it on a later turn, Jack is probably wanting to build up a bigger board state before he actually, if assuming he sees the pre-MS Joust line, he probably wants to build up a bit of a bigger board state before he goes for that play. But in the process, he's going to get hit. He's going to get beat up pretty bad by this knight. Although I don't know if he's attacking here because it appears the knight still has a stealth marker.
So I'm also interested in the Dirian
There's the
Fomorians being beneath the Hunter's Lodge.
Yeah, I might have played it on top of Lancelot, to be honest.
So we do see a Leprechaun come out. This is the minion that when it dies, you get to draw a sight.
Yeah. Yeah.
More blockers.
Yeah. The drawing a sight part isn't superbly relevant right now, but it does mean that Noah does actually have a late game super expensive play of rescue the Stormworm, replay the Stormworm, assuming it dies, which does cost 9 mana, which I think it might be something he's planning for as we, venture very far into the late game.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that Jack didn't play the Dirian Fomorians back on the Wasteland to protect that corner.
Agreed. Yeah, that definitely makes a lot of sense.
He could always burrow the Fomorians at a later time.
Okay, so he's using one of his jousts to get rid of the
Very
White
nice.
Knight. Yeah, and Lancelot lives by 1. Man, that's insane.
So, Joust does cause a fight.
Yeah, let me see if I can pull up Sir Lancelot.
This is a little bit tricky, though. So
First time he
because
fights each turn. Yeah, so Lancelot should be untapping.
Because Joust says that they strike each other, but it is a fight whenever both minions strike.
Yeah. Let me pull up Joust just to be absolutely certain. We have Joust. I know the alphabet. Doesn't look like we have the image of Joust here we can pull up. But yeah, no, it definitely is a fight. So Lancelot should have untapped. We'll see. Oh, thank you. Yeah, there's Joust. Okay. Yeah, they fight. So yeah, Lancelot should be untapped. Bear with us while we make the players aware of this mistrigger.
Okay, thank you.
There we go. Fantastic. Oh, and in the meantime, we do see the Sir Priamus played over by the wall of brambles. So I don't think Jack sees the Joust Sir Priamus line, because I don't see why he would have played the Priamus so far over to the right when he could have threatened the Storeworm.
Yeah, I think that he is not realizing that Storeworm is only a threat as long as it can deal lethal damage.
Yeah.
I think he sees Storeworm as a threat and that he needs to avoid this threat.
Yeah.
And he's not...
I have everything too, but you have more.
And it's fine. Like, this is a new set. Arthurian Legends, there are a lot of cards, especially these unique cards that we don't see very often at all.
Exactly.
I've never even seen a Sir Priamus played in
anything ever, yeah.
So it's an easy thing to overlook.
Yeah, for sure.
But now we do see the Ring of Morrigan. This is the most expensive card in the set.
Yep.
The Ring of Morrigan. Actually, can we get the Ring of Morrigan pulled up? That's a beautiful card, too. So,
oh, sorry, never mind. It looks like we don't have the images of artifacts we can pull up. Yeah,
So-
the Ring of Morrigan does say that the bearer has the ability, whenever this unit casts a spell, it does 1 damage to a nearby unit, and then you gain 1 life. So yeah, as it stands, sitting on his Spark Mage, now Noah will be able to shoot his Master Storeworm every time he casts a spell, and regain life every time he does this. And also, he can use it as a late game play by moving up his avatar with the ring and shooting his opponent's. Oh, there we go. All right, now you guys can get a better read of the card.
Relic of deathly fate.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, no.
It's a really good finisher, too.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was saying. You
As long as-
move your spell slinger up.
Yeah.
You can just cast any spell, kill your opponent dead immediately. Yeah, we actually did see Jack draw another unique knight. We saw him draw, I believe it was Sir K that I saw in his hand.
Okay.
So yeah, we'll see how Jack
Okay,
wants
Sir
to
K.
manipulate all these. Okay, Sir K. Indeed,
But
yeah.
if he doesn't realize the power of his Supremus, then he's never going to be able to use these knights.
Yeah, Lancelot is hiding in the backline right now, and Lancelot could be Joust, Priamus, killing the Storeworm line aside. You can also still just use the Priamus's ability that prevents lethal damage to nearby allies to concentrate all of his attack on the Cattletop Leprechauns and on that corner of the realm. But I think he's missing that. Yeah, this is bizarre. I've never seen Master Storeworm look so ineffective than it is right now. Obviously, it's still shutting down the site right in front of it.
Yeah, it is effective, but it shouldn't be, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So
That's
many
true,
knights, though.
Yeah. It is no wonder that, these players are both fairly skilled. So they've been piloting these extremely powerful decks up into this point, but it surely did not hurt either of their chances to have such powerful cards in their decks. And I see also Jack here is just forgetting about his Fomorians. It's just sitting underground right in front of the Storeworm, and he hasn't moved.
Well, he's afraid of the Storeworm.
Yeah, but he could just move it sideways. I think he just still doesn't see this. Yeah, forgetting the.
But you're
the
right.
line-
He can move it up underneath the valley.
Yeah.
Where the Swindler troop is.
Yeah.
And then he could surface to kill the Swindler troop.
Yeah.
Yes, if he doesn't understand that the Storeworm won't kill his minion,
then that'll be hard.
It is
but-
risky, but I mean at the same time, you have to do something.
Yeah, and not only that, but he can also there's the
What happened
Sir K.
here?
Oh, where'd it go? Oh, huh?
He cast something, but the camera
I
angle
think
was
he
a bit off.
jousted.
Oh, he jousted the Storeworm onto land. Is that what he just did?
Oh, it is. Yeah. Okay, that
But
makes
Sir-
sense.
Oh
Yeah,
my
which meant-
goodness,
yeah,
that
'cause-
is such an awesome way
Yeah.
to deal with the Storeworm.
Agreed, I love
because
that.
Joust requires both minions to swap places.
Yeah.
And Storeworm is waterbound.
Yeah.
Now that it's on land,
it's
it
disabled.
has no abilities whatsoever. And even after the joust, only
has them
both,
fight. Yeah.
Both minions strike each other after they move.
Yeah.
And so because the Storeworm moved and was disabled, it dealt no damage to Sir K.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
So even though he
creative.
overlooked Supremus'
Yeah.
ability, he's
It
still
does not
going
matter.
to take over this game with his knights.
Yeah. And now Noah has to deal with 3 unique knights coming after him. This will be extremely hard. Jack laying out his cemetery over there.
So that handful of magic and interaction that did nothing in the early game.
Yeah.
Now
is
came
dominating
through for him.
the matchup. Yeah, exactly.
Well, because all Noah has really had is the Storeworm.
Yeah.
With just a really defensive setup with
Yeah.
not really much offense going on.
Yeah, also the burning hands early burning hands early made it so that the Slyfox couldn't start dealing damage, couldn't start, collecting lances from around the field. So, yeah, Noah has really had no pressure for the majority of this game now.
All right, so now Noah is in the think tank here.
Yeah.
How does he get out of this situation? How does he deal with 3 unique knights?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I know that Noah is he does have a snowball. So right now he's probably looking at how do I make this snowball worth its money? Yeah, exactly. If he moves up there, then degradation.
So degradation is global. Oh, he probably moved forward just to ping it to get rid of the soldier token. Okay.
But that doesn't
So I was
work
wondering
because-
why he moved forward.
But that wouldn't work then, right? Because,
It
no, but it
does.
still has 1 damage on it.
Yeah.
No, that definitely.
It has 1 damage on it. It transforms into the soldier and then dies.
But I don't think he ended up pinging in the Sir Lancelot. He probably ended up pinging the Storeworm or the Sir Kay or any other thing.
It looked like he pinged it.
Yeah. Although
Isn't that why he moved forward?
Yeah. Honestly, though, there is an argument to be made, given that one of his last relevant cards is in his hand is Snowball, that he might want to let Jack keep that foot soldier, because then if Jack ends up pushing forward next turn, attacking with all of his units, then a Snowball sideways, throwing the Sir Kay, the Swindler Troop, the foot soldier, the other foot soldier, you could get a massive snowball going here and really obliterate Jack's board. I think that's really Noah's last hope for a really strong turn.
But if Sir Kay moves forward to the village.
Yeah, we'll see. Oh, there's the Murd from Orions. Okay.
Underneath the water set?
Yeah, it has both Submerge and,
of course.
They all have both Submerge and Waterbound.
So, then I'm really confused why he didn't move it forward already.
Yeah, he probably just forgot about it, to be honest. It was hiding underneath his site, and, the top half of it was hiding underneath the Storeworm, so. A little awkward, but.
So I'm still wondering about the ping.
Yeah.
With the ring.
I think he just picked any old minion, any of the minions there, Sir Kay, or Storeworm to gain a life.
He might have moved forward just because he thought degradation was a nearby effect as well.
Yeah.
But
definitely could be.
Either way, there is
Also,
just not a lot that Noah can do at the moment.
Now I'm curious, I think Jack probably missed intercepting the Avatar's movement. It feels like something he could have done, correct?
He did, yes.
Yeah.
He could have intercepted the Avatar moving into his Sir Kay.
Yeah.
But intercept has been a topic of discussion today.
Yeah. It's definitely a weird basic ability.
There's a good chance that it gets changed soon, too, so I've heard.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Yeah, because
Sir Kay does move forward here.
Yeah. Okay, good stuff. Yeah, how does Sir Kay, what is it worded again?
And we have the Dirium from Orions moving over.
Real quick. Target's a weaker minion, yeah.
So Jack moves the Dirium from Orions over instead of servicing to attack.
Yeah, interesting. It could be that Jack has some card in hand. Oh, okay, it's a blacksmith family, so.
Is Jack just anticipating Snowball here?
Yeah, but if he was intercepting, if he was anticipating Snowball, then he might as well just move up with the Sir Kay. So, although, maybe he's going after the Swindler Troop, trying to, mitigate blockers so that Sir Priamus can or so that his whole army can move forth with no resistance whatsoever.
So we see Vikings come down for Jack.
Yeah. I'm curious here, what is Noah looking for? Outside of the snowball, barring a good snowball turn, what is Noah looking for here to save him? Because I can't think of much. Another degradation would be nice. Answer the Sir K perhaps, or the Priamus.
I think anything that gives a lance could help him here.
Yeah, true. Oh, because then he could... So what, you're saying that the Splendor Troop gets the lance and attacks the Vikings, and then he either trades with Priamus or or the Vikings just die.
That could help a little bit, but only... I mean, he only has a hope here because Jack is not attacking with the Dirium Fomorians.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm not really sure why he's not attacking.
Yeah, honestly, it could be that Jack just knows that he's in an overwhelmingly dominant position and doesn't really feel like putting any of his minions at any risk. I mean, he has 2 unique knights. The storm is, well dealt with, and he doesn't even have to anticipate the snowball. He saw the snowball with his lookout tower, or his lookout, excuse me,
True.
a couple turns ago. So yeah, I think he's just playing overwhelmingly safely, not bothering to put his minions in any position where the snowball could damage him whatsoever, because he doesn't really need to. He doesn't really need to do anything like that.
But if he takes too long, Noah is going to get so much value out of this Ring of Morrigan.
True.
That the tables could get turned.
Yeah. Yeah, and now Noah obviously plays a Verdant Knight in the next to the Sir K, so now Sir K is in danger of getting killed here.
I don't know of any effect in Earth and Water that could pull the Master Storeworm back to the water side.
Yeah, because Koinixies is only enemy minions, right? Koinixies is the one that I can think of. Let me see if I can pull that image up real quick. There we go. That should work.
But this board
Nope,
state,
never mind.
this is getting pretty cluttered here.
Yeah. Giant Killer. Interesting. I haven't seen that card yet today.
I
It's kind of bold.
I haven't seen it ever.
Yeah. And it's funny because
the Giants have made a good showing.
Yeah, that's true. We have seen, especially like Lumbering Giant.
Oh, that's why he didn't raise his Dirium Fomorians. You said he played a lookout.
Yeah.
Did he have the Giant Killer in hand when the lookout was
I don't
played?
remember. He might have, honestly.
Maybe.
Yeah, in that case,
That
then
could
he's
explain it.
Yeah, that definitely could. Yeah, it's really unfortunate then for Noah. Although, did he just pass turn? Because the Vikings can just torch the Giant Killer immediately. Giant Killer only has 2 power. Wow. Yeah, this is a hard game. I mean,
it's a lot of things to think about for both players.
For sure. Yeah, I mean, Noah could also, like, an option that Noah had is to continue slow rolling the Giant Killer until Jack finally brings up the Fomorians. But okay, yeah, and there's the Vikings killing off the Giant Killer.
I'm just looking at the Master Storeworm artwork over here on the left side.
Yeah.
Is that not cool?
It
I
is
love
awesome.
that artwork.
I love that card.
Isn't that Melissa Benson?
Yeah.
I believe it is.
It is, yeah.
So we do see Sir Priamus
Yes, he strikes first, so he won't die. We'll just break it.
attacking in to take out the Leprechaun.
Yeah.
Which will allow Noah to draw sight. And now the Dirium Fomorians rising up to kill the Swindler troop.
Yeah.
And the Vikings did take out the Giant Killer.
Yep.
I'm sure Noah missed that.
Yeah, and now, okay, interesting. Jack's offering the... It's not a trade.
It's
I don't
not
think
a
he's...
trade. The Knight survives.
Yeah, the Verdant
and
Knight
the Lance
should
breaks.
still live. There we go. Okay, cool. Just make... Yeah, the Knight should be... All right, there we go. Fully resolved board state.
But yes, now the board is getting pretty cleared up here.
Yeah.
And we can now see how much of a dominating presence Jack still has
Yeah.
in this game.
Yeah, I think Jack also might have been waiting for a turn where he can clear up the board and make this snowball a non-issue. Because Noah just had kind of a mound of 2-power, useless in the eyes of a bunch of unique knights, minions. Then now that they're all cleared up, Snowball can't even begin to put a dent in Sir Priamus.
And after seeing the Giant Killer come out, he felt very safe surfacing the Dirium Fomorians
for sure.
that attack.
Yeah, there's no shot that Noah's playing a second Giant Killer, so he definitely doesn't have anything to worry about that there.
And we're just seeing the power of Lookout, I think, in this game.
Yeah.
If Jack had not played a Lookout and saw the Snowball, it is very, very likely, highly likely, that Jack would be playing into the Snowball here
You might,
and lose
exactly,
several minions. But
instead,
he's playing them all spread out.
Super patient.
Yeah, there's no way that the Snowball can be used right now for any powerful effect.
Yeah, something that for a moment I thought Noah could consider is snowballing his own Master Storeworm into a water site, but that's not, there's no way to configure that on the current board state.
Yeah, there are no water sites that you
Okay,
can snowball
Lugbog
to.
Cat. A Lugbog Cat here will just die to the Fomorians if I am reading the board state properly. Oh no, Noah just played a Bog to immobilize the Fomorians, so he has a turn with the Lugbog Cat alive. Okay, cool. Yeah, there's the Koinexi. It is an enemy. So yeah, Noah really doesn't have any option to bring his Storeworm back into action. So that's really unfortunate for him. It's just stranded.
It's a very interesting game, though.
Agreed.
Love seeing all these large minions out.
Yeah, all these elites,
all of these
and
knights.
Yeah. A lot of interesting interactions. And there's a giant, another giant. Man, this giant, Noah must really be missing this Giant Killer in the wake of all his power.
Yeah, he played it out a little too early, I think.
Yeah.
He probably held it for several turns.
Yeah, for sure. Waiting for the Fomorians to rise.
But it was probably better in his hand, just as a threat.
Yeah.
If Jack knew it was there, which we're assuming he did.
Yeah. For sure.
So Jack passes back to Noah. Both players at 10 life now.
Yeah.
But Jack having a commanding presence on the field with
a Viking.
Four large minions.
Yep. Yeah, Priamus now is actually only a 2/4, I believe. He's pretty weak on the power side, but he still has lethal, and he still prevents your nearby units from being affected by lethal. So he's still a presence. Yeah, we see Noah thinking here. He's in quite a predicament, so we'll see how he tries to deal with it. He's probably looking at snowball lines. How do I get Jack to move his minions in a particular way so that I can get this snowball value? But I don't think, based on how Jack's been playing so far, I don't think he's going to fall into any kind of snowball trap.
No,
he's probably got his mind focused on that snowball, making sure he doesn't walk into that.
And Noah's like, this is a puzzle.
Yeah,
but
for sure.
I have to be able to solve it.
Yeah.
There's got to be an answer.
Yeah, and I can really appreciate, although we can see this game kind of being ruled by the elites and uniques, that the changes between beta and Arthurian Legends Limited, in the fact that the good removal spell in Snowball requires all this tactics, all this thinking, whereas a good removal spell in in beta in the form of Poison Nova or Caven would just kill it outright. It would require a lot less strategy, and it would make for a bit of a less interesting game.
So we do have a Shellycoat come out.
So I think Noah's looking then to trade the cat and the Shellycoat for the Fomorians, but unfortunately for him, the Fomorians can just attack forward, or the giant can attack the Shellycoat. Oh yeah, he's not even trying that.
I think he's going to cast Snowball here after pinging the Fomorians twice. So this will kill everything in that row, or everything in that row.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. Yeah. Ring of Morgan putting in work.
So Andy gained 2 life in the process.
Yeah. So yeah, a bit of a Herculean effort to make all that happen in one turn, but he did get snowball value, and now he is not. He's not dying now. He's actually in the lead. Jack should be at 6 life, I believe, after that Lugbog Cat swing.
And Noah at 12.
Yeah. So. So next turn I could see Noah moving. Noah only has 1 spell. So if he draws another spell for turn and he moves forward with his avatar, he could use the ring to ping Jack's Spark Mage twice and then have the Lugbog Cat attack him for lethal. And then we could be in a fantastic position. Unfortunately, Jack is moving his foot soldiers in, although I think he just moved those this turn, so they won't be able to defend against the cat on its next turn. Honestly, it seems like Noah has a reasonable chance here. I did not expect that to be the case this game, given Jack's repeated blowout moves and overpowered uniques. But yeah, we'll see.
The game is definitely not over yet.
No, not at all.
And
okay. Cottagers, family. Yeah, Jack's
but we do
setting
have
up.
multiple minions coming out here for blocks.
Yeah,
we have the soldier tokens too.
Yeah. And
wow. 3 minions.
Okay, yeah, I mean, Jack had a big hand. He's been playing 1, maybe 2 spells every turn, so he's just had a ton of stuff in his hand. And he definitely sees the Lugbug Cat Ring of Morgan line, so he's going to prevent that from happening.
I think the Ring of Morgan is just doing a lot of work here too, keeping Noah in the game.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Noah's probably gained, what, like 6, 7 life off that thing? It's single-handedly keeping him off death's door for sure.
It definitely is.
Yeah, you don't think of 1 life being a lot, but 1 life every time you cast a spell. Every card you draw that isn't a sight is a spell, so it is just an insane card.
Oh, now he draws the Led Astray. How unfortunate.
Yeah.
He could have cast the Led Astray to bring in another of Jack's minions into the line of Snowball.
Yeah, true,
He drew it just a turn too late.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Led Astray does only say enemy minions, so he cannot use it to bring his Master Storm back onto the water site and then make a play to go for lethal on Jack by tapping it. Really unfortunate that it's worded that way.
Led Astray is a good answer to Mr. Storeworm.
Yeah, you're right, it is.
Yeah, because it has Waterbound.
Yeah, there's actually more answers to Storm than I thought between the couple force movement spells that there are in this limited format. It's pretty nice.
So we are seeing the Led Astray come out.
Yep.
He's pulling both the field laborers, or actually all 3 field laborers, the blacksmith family, and the soldier token over to the village out of the way so that the Lugbog Cat is a little bit safer.
Yeah.
Now the Lugbog Cat can attack and kill the common cottagers. Giving Noah a card up.
Oh, actually, chat just mentioned that he could have used Led Astray to potentially get lethal here. He could have, although no, he only has a sight in his hand, so he wouldn't have enough damage off the Ring of Morgan to get lethal there. But had he played it on the family that was underneath the Lugbog Cat, he could have moved forward and attacked, taken Jack down. Doesn't seem like the life totals are updated yet, but Jack should be at 6. And that is lethal on Noah. He is at death's door. Ring of Morgan's life gain is no longer going to be relevant.
I will let you judge.
Yeah, Noah has to move his spell slinger, because the Vikings are threatening to just shoot him in the head right next turn.
Yeah, unfortunately the Vikings can finish this game out.
Yeah. Noah, I did see a Lake Allfunk in his hand, which means that he can play the Allfunk on the Sir Primus site and then move his Spellslinger back to give him another turn. But because Primus prevents lethal damage, the Lake Allfunk will not actually trade with anything. Did Noah realize this?
Okay.
I don't think he saw the Vikings. Oh no, he goes to play a site. That is game then from the Vikings, assuming Noah sees it.
He untaps it for him.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think so. Maybe we're mistaken. Maybe the Vikings only hits minions.
No, we'll see if we can pull it up real quick. Fairly certain. Yeah, it's unit, so this game is over, assuming Jack.
Yeah, it looks like Noah might have just missed that.
my second one.
We shall see.
I was wondering how the hell that ended up on that. Yeah. That happened twice today. Oh my God.
So many things to keep track of.
Yeah, for
especially when the realm is getting filled up this much. This game has gone on for quite a while. It's been a good game. We saw Sir Lancelot come out.
Yeah, this has been an
Sir
awesome
Kay,
battle between all these like
Sir
crazy cool
Primus.
cards and having to interact with them in really weird ways. And responding to chat, they are playing it out, but the time is up. Oh,
I think
no,
that-
never mind. It looks like our stream is frozen.
Yeah, our stream is frozen.
Yeah.
The game is
the
over.
game is over.
Yeah, the stream is just delayed here, but yes, Jack does use the Viking to kill.
Yeah.
Or they just didn't show us that they finished the game.
Yeah,
they just
no,
said,
Jack could have just said the Vikings attack and then gotten up.
All right, we'll see if we can get. Oh, he went to the bathroom.
He went to the bathroom right before he was doing the lethal blow. Okay, man, that's brutal. Now Noah has to sit here and look at his.
All right, well, Jack does win this match, and we're gonna get Jack up to the to our comms desk and give him a quick interview.
Cool. He gets back from his break.
Yeah. I want to ask him about all these knights.
Yes.
Where did he get all these knights?
Exactly.
Did he get them out of his packs? Or did he get them out of his pocket?
The hope is that.
Joking.
No. All right, Jack's coming back. All right.
That is a lot of knights. That's crazy. That he probably had the foil
Primus.
Sir Primus and another Sir in the same pack.
Yeah. What a crazy pack to open. Being in a sealed pool and you open two knights in the same pack, you must be ecstatic to see that kind of thing.
Let's see if you.
And
Yeah,
there's
okay.
the
You realize
handshake.
there's the
All right.
handshake. Vikings for the win. Oh, and he's kind enough to give the pack to Noah. So this most likely does knock Noah out of day 2. Jack will continue on to day 2, so we'll see more of this deck tomorrow.
Yeah.
But let's see if we can get him over here for a chat.
Yeah, it looks like they're just they're cleaning up. Bit of post-game banter between the players.
I was focused on time and pissing and nothing else.
So we actually do have a schedule to keep here. So we're not going to do a chat with Jack, but we are going to have a SorceryCon panel with Eric Scuriosa coming up very soon with Eric, Simon, and Chase, all three joining us. And that will be hopefully within the next 15 minutes.
Yeah.
So for now, let's go to a quick break.
Yep.
And we'll see you guys then.
All right. Thank you.
He's like, oh, no, he's a door already. I forgot. Well, good game, dude. Good game.
So no chat at all.
I didn't pull my second store worm or my. I was wrong. Oh yeah, I forgot you. I knew you
I told him within 15 minutes.
I had a wonderful Morian. I had one. No, I had one.
Because he has Lance and support. So you're just feeling more play. But it didn't really matter.
Yeah, I know. I just didn't play more than like most people. So I'm really good at them. We're about to. Give me your address. I'll come say hi for you. No, Noah went first, Jack won. Noah went first. Oh yeah. Oh my man. Whoever thought of that deserves a second one. Well, good for him. He's a smart guy.
Yes. What did you do? 4-2. Okay. Same weightings.
We'll see. Yeah. My opponent's win percentage is pretty high, so I have a decent chance. Okay. I was gonna fail the draft. I did it for the top like 3 L's. Yeah, I gotta make up for June tomorrow, so. You've got lots of proof. Goddamn right. Goddamn fucking right. Well, I guess it's a good look when the editor-in-chief fucking debuts, you know?
Give him some space.
Oh, wow.
So probably.
Alrighty.
some stuff. Check two. Check two. 1 2 2 2 1 2 2. Light in its eyes.
Attention sorcerers! If you left a hardcover book to be drawn in by Miss Margaret Organ Keene, she would like to leave the venue and go home for the evening and return your book to you. Again, if you left a hardcover book to be drawn in by Miss Margaret Organ Keene, she would like to leave the venue and return your book to you. Please go to her booth and retrieve your book.
Boo. Boo.
Okay then, folks. Sorcerers! Wow. It's pretty amazing to see so many people here. When you start these types of things off a Kickstarter, not for one moment do you think you're going to have to stand up and speak in front of 300 people. So you're going to have to bear with me. Audience participation is mandatory, and I insist that basically we get this done as soon as we can so you can enjoy your night in Vegas. Very good. Right then, moving forward. SorceryCon 2024. What an amazing event. Let's have a round of applause for everyone who put it together. From Alex and David's Genesis to what we have today is absolutely incredible. And as an organization, we are just so proud of our community, our creators, and everyone who supports us to be able to put together this type of stuff. Bear in mind, this is not us. This is our community. This is you guys doing this for us. And we are so, so delighted. Big thank you to Alex, David, John, and Mike for putting everything together here. In addition to this, there's a lot of people who work behind the scenes. We have Brian, Erin, Chris, John, Adam, Josh, Justin, Kevmo, Nick, and Zachary as well. In addition to Marcellus, can't remember the other name, Andrew, and there's one more. Yes, and Adam, yeah, there we go. He's over there. You guys are seeing him enough on screen anyway. So in addition to that, we're proud that we have been able to assemble so many artists. A big thank to Mike for putting all this together and bringing all these wonderful artists. Sorcery is truly their vision. As we look upon the work that they do for us, this takes us back to our formative years, the things that we've always loved and enjoyed in high fantasy art, and it's an absolute pleasure. I'm surrounded by people who are so accomplished and just so professional in what they do. It's incredible. The artists, Alan Pollock, Brian Smith, Brian Wackwitz, Elvira, Heidi, Jeff, Liz, Margaret, Mikkel, Sam, Truett, Tony, Dan, and Dustin as well. And we have another artist today as well, probably the worst kept secret in reveals ever, but we'll come to that in a little while. So one question we're asked is, how is Sorcery doing? I don't really think numbers justify how well we're doing. Basically, I speak to all of our community out here today, and they tell me how well we're doing. The passion, the way that people enjoy this game. Sorcery is something special, and it will continue to be special for you guys. It will always be your game. Whoops. If I can go back to that. What we wish to see, we've produced over 100 million cards, individual cards. Now, I'm sure a lot of people will be getting the spreadsheets out at home and trying to work out print runs and things like that, but that's all you're getting, okay? No more than that. In addition to this, we have 12,000 registered players. That is a lot on the Play Network. That really surprised me. I thought, really? Is that many? But it is. We double-checked. To have that many players, it really shows how wide Sorcery has permeated all these different trading card game stores out there as well. But we still have a lot of work to do. We have 4.2 million visits to Curiosa. That is huge. Absolutely. If you consider the work that Ruben did initially, putting together Curiosa as a fan project, we brought him onto the team, and he's done incredible work since. 4.2 million visits to that resource really showcases the fact that we're able to capture the information, the sharing that we have in terms of decks, card lists, all this types of stuff. It's very, very gratifying. We know we're on the right path. 25% of dust codes have been registered. Now, we've obviously got some work to do, and there's probably one or two reasons why that happens. One potentially is because people like to hold on to product. Maybe they've got it stashed away in the attic, maybe for their retirement and things like that, but also some people don't know about it. And we have to do better in terms of communicating exactly how people can redeem dust. We've actually staffed up to a level now where next year we can start rolling out these initiatives and deliver better services and information to our community. But bear in mind, we're a team of 11 people. I'm going to go through them. Obviously, we've got Eric Olofsson. Our founder and creator. In addition to this, don't have to clap all these people. We've got Chase and Drew over there. In the New Zealand office, we have Mike, Sean, Kevin, Jesse. Yep, that's it. And you know, I have terrible imposter syndrome. I work with all these people and I just can't believe it. I just feel like I'm just helping them be excellent. You know, that's really what it's all about. In addition to that, we have Nick, and I'm happy to say that Ira has rejoined our team too. Ira's going to be our codex keeper. So he's going to help us basically get some rulings just a little bit more buttoned up for folks as well, because I know there's great demand for that as well. Did I miss anybody? Oh, and Rafa in Brazil. So I'm sorry, Rafa. If you're at home, I'm really sorry, okay? That's our team. Rafa has basically, I think, number 3 and before in the organization. Here's the foundation, the backbone of what we do to really produce the game that you enjoy today. Right, moving forward. We have 800 registered Play Network stores in 45 countries. That's incredible, and that's just the ones that are registered. We know there's probably about maybe half as much again as stores that have stock Sorcery. In addition to that, we have 6,900 registered players worldwide and 2,100 events on the Play Network. Thank you. Fundamentally, the numbers don't really matter. It's about how it feels to you guys. It feels to our community. And we're just so grateful for your continued support. So please give yourselves a round of applause. We are truly proud of our community. So thank you very much for all of your help. Right then, let's give you something that you guys might want to see. So where are the foil Druid cards? What happened to those? Did we forget them again or do something weird? No, we didn't. We put those in the dust store. So we are happy to announce that we will have 2 foil treatments for either side of Brian's Druid card as well. So there'll be separate cards, and these will be available together. I'm not going to say how much dust it is, but we are fully aware of people really wanting to get hold of these cards. We're going to do what we can to make them very cost effective for players. In addition to that, maybe we've got something else in the dust store. Here we go. So we have 2 artists who actually weren't included in Arthurian Legends. We have Vasily, who's actually one of our absolute fan favorites, and also Ian Miller as well. We're very happy to add these. These kind of cards mean a lot to us because we like to expand the themes. We like to actually have their work over and over again. Some cards just don't fit in terms of art direction. It's quite hard to get them into a set, but we're happy to announce that we're going to add these to the dust store. Who's the artist? Vasily and Ian Miller. Thank you. Sometimes somebody provisions artwork and forgot that they've done it. And as a result of that, we have one too many pieces. So we're happy to announce we've got Andrea Modesti's Common Cottagers, as well as a full-size foot soldier token from Andrea as well. These are very cool. These are quite popular in the dust store. We want to continue the themes, but please don't think we're going to be predictable with things like this. Now, talking about being unpredictable, we were made aware of one of our community members, Mike Pelly, who went to Drew Tucker and had a piece commissioned. And we loved it. We absolutely loved it. So we went to Drew and we said, hey, Drew, do you think we can use this? And he's like, yeah, I think you can. So we're happy to announce that King Arthur is coming to the dust store as well. This will be a foil card. And we think you guys are going to dig it. So, store kits. What's happening in future with store kits? Well, we know we have a lot of hard work to do with stores. And I think that our performance to date hasn't been optimal. We know there's store owners who are desperate for product, they're desperate for information, for play details, they need to be able to sign up. We don't do a good job at that, and we're going to fix it next year. We have a dedicated team now working on this, so early next year we can launch some store kits to them, which will allow new stores to get embedded with Sorcery. This will bring the products directly to them, and that way that people can get started with Sorcery with some pre-con decks, a few beta boxes, as well as Arthurian Legends, and then some draft kits. So there'll be a path for people to start getting used to Sorcery and then going all the way through to the limited or draft experience. We want to create a player ecosystem so more of you people can play with other players more consistently. Now, thank you. Now, store kits are nice, but what do you get in them? Well, let me show you one of the things we're thinking of doing, and we kind of punned our way on this, but we're delighted to announce we have 2 cards which I think you guys are going to really, really enjoy. So, Severin Pignot at Spielessen was meowing at me all the time, saying how much he absolutely loved working on these. And we have the Parentes Wizard and the Grand Meowster Wizard. Before anybody asked, no, you can't have those in addition to the other cards. These are replacements, okay, just to make sure. But to get these, you have to take a role in your store. Are you a new player or are you an established player helping get play up and running? So you're going to have to earn these guys, okay? But we're going to get stores out there very, very widely in future. Wonderful. So, coincidentally, we're going to talk about what's next. Now, to do this, I need your help, because we need to summon somebody to talk about what that next set is. Now, can anybody please shout out what they think might be coming next with Sorcery? Okay, more cats, yes, no. So, we have multiple, no, please. Okay, we have multiple things coming in the future, but what's happening next with Sorcery is that we're going to launch the Dragon Lord set. This for us is something that we just love to do, something a little bit different. And we're very, very privileged to work with an artist who means a lot to Eric and certainly me and the rest of the team as well. And I know to many of you folks. I know a lot of you have been patrons of Ed for a number of months now, watching the progress of these art pieces, but we're getting there, guys. We're getting pretty close. So I'm going to welcome to stage both Eric Olofsson and the Dragon Lord himself, Ed Beard Jr. Okay, Ed, we're going to share a microphone. So, the Dragon Lord is your vision.
It was from a long time ago, yeah.
Tell us more.
All right, so about 2005, I had wanted to create a world of my own, you know, kind of always surrounding around dragons because I had been doing that for so many decades. But this idea that came into my head about a creator, the very beginning, like the first god, if you will, and all the elements in the universe would kind of converge to create this physical, corporeal being. And of course, it would need things to keep itself like companions and also something to document its history. So I started creating this, and then I got kind of interrupted a little bit, sidetracked. In about 2010, I was commissioned by PPG Paints to do a van, a full automotive airbrush van, which I had been doing automotive airbrushing since the 70s. So we created the Dragon Lord van, which was basically some elements of the storyline that I did, and then this kind of concept of how the Dragon Lord merges with Earth. And so that was the first incarnation publicly. I had done some paintings, but not a lot. But I had the written story, and I thought maybe someday I'll actually produce a book on it. And then before you know it, I get this email from the maestro himself. And that was what started this whole project between Eric and I. You know, he, should I tell him about how it all started?
Ed's going to tell you a little bit more about Eric, so here we go.
Okay. So I got this email from Eric inquiring about having served my illustration work on this game. I didn't know much about it at the time. I'd kind of vaguely heard about it. I had been out of the game industry since 2005 for the most part. Eric and I talked. He had mentioned that he was a fan of my work in the early days. And I was just like, okay, what are you saying? Yes, it's 100% hand painted. We're doing old school. Everything we do is tangible medium. And I just right then and there went, this is not happening. This is am I just going back in time, 1993 all over again, you know? And I had art directed for some games. You guys may know Z-Man games, Shadow Fist, and some of those stuff. So I had art directed for several of those projects. And I remember the last time we did anything that was 100% hand painted in the set, I think it pretty much fell off by 96, 97. We started seeing digital art coming in. And by 99, 2000, 2001, everything was pretty much all digital, and certainly beyond that. So when Eric said to me, no, we want hand painted, I loved the eclectic styles, the unique look that tangible medium does, especially with different artists using everything from watercolor and oils and so forth. It makes the set so much nicer. And so I just went, oh my God, I didn't think I thought for sure I was done. You know, there was no way I'm going to old school hand painted ever have another opportunity in gaming. So honestly, I actually reached out to my friend Melissa Benson after my conversation with Eric, and I said, you worked on this. I saw this because I'm researching it. Like, what is this? And she says, yeah. And it was a good experience. And I'm like, this is for real? This is going to actually make it? He goes, oh, no, it already happened. And so that's when she turned me on to the Kickstarter. And I said, holy moly, this really happened. And so it's just from that point, you know, we talked about, you know, Eric asked me, he says, what do you have that's dragon related? Because I'd love to have you featured in something dragon. And I said, well, I said, actually, I created this storyline of the Dragon Lord, and it's this whole world. And it's based upon elements and how he works with elements to and merges those with these physical beings, mainly creatures, and as they develop every type of creature, but certainly a lot of dragons. And he said, well, you know, our game plays with elemental aspects. And I went, oh my God, this is going to be cool. And so as we did the project, you know, it just there's such synergy. And Eric is great at being able to take an image or a concept of something and going, if this can be done this way, this will work for our game. And I'm like, that is exactly what my storyline is. So the characters and their backgrounds and their storylines really aligned perfectly with the sorcery play and whatnot. So, yeah.
Wonderful. We're good, guys. Is that everything? Would you like to see some more about the Dragon Lord set? Do you want to share a bit more, Eric?
Yes, okay.
Let's
Time
do it
for the
then.
next slide.
Okay, so here is the Dragon Lord. We will share this afterwards. I don't everyone have to rush to the front, but you can see the Dragon Lord is an avatar. Eric, would you like to talk a little bit about the design aspects of the Dragon Lord?
So with the Dragon Lord, we had an amazing opportunity to sort of go back in history and also do various throwbacks to, well, something similar to, well, your avatar commands and, well, commander, which is quite a, well, it's a teenage dream of mine to work with Ed and to do this. And of course, with the Dragon Lord, he commands dragons. So with the effect, it's all about building a dragon deck and using the dragon abilities to your advantage.
Okay, so the Dragon Lords in isolation is not really what this is about, because there's quite a lot of card support here. Just to cover some of the basics for everyone else has asked. So it's a 13-card mini set, each featuring a hand-painted card by Ed. This is all of Ed's dream, and basically this is the manifestation of what's in his head, not just in the art side, but on the story side. It is a flavor explosion. And finally, it's going to be released next year. We're not going to put dates on it because I think some people might know how reliable we are. So we don't want to set expectations. And like 11-person team, remember? Okay, so give us a break, but we'll get there. And when it's ready, we'll be sure to let you know. Right, in addition to this, we're going to show off a little bit more art. Actually, Ed, do you want to come back on stage and talk a little bit more about what you've actually managed to do here? You can see some work in progress of another 2 pieces. I think we'll even let you show the names of these and tell us a little bit about the artistic process for these 2.
Okay, sure. Okay, great. All right, so guys, on the left is Kairos the Archivist. So I mentioned earlier about the Dragon Lord was a manifestation of all the elements, basically the first god, if you will, in his universe. And so among those elements was the aspect of time. And time really wanted to be in the physical form, to experience what life was. And the Dragon Lord needed someone to document everything that was being made in this time period, everything that he manifests, every creature he created. So in this picture, you see the Archivist, the Dragon Lord, Kairos. However, you're seeing him millions of years after the Dragon Lord came into existence. So there's been all kinds of experiments and things that have been produced. And inevitably, he's so old, his physical body's starting to die. So it's being replaced by what you see, kind of steampunk aspect. But in the background, there are literally over 80 hidden artifacts and things. They're actually written in old Celtic runes, as well as Norse. And they represent everything from astrology, astronomy, and there's actually a cipher for it. So it's going to be stuff that I'll release later on with the art prints and stuff. So beyond just the artwork telling the story on the face, there's a whole bunch of hidden things, including a little guy in the background here that lives behind the bookshelves. He's a little book troll, and he's stealing a bedtime storybook. So it's a lot of fun doing that. It's like a big I Spy for big kids. The piece on the right is me working on the Dragon Lord's castle. And yes, I did do all of these paintings live. 100% of the paintings that I did was recorded. So on my Patreon and whatnot. Later on, when we get the set out, we'll release that.
Absolutely. And Ed has also got some prints as well. So if you're curious maybe to take a piece home and put it on your wall, then he has some available after the show. Thank you very much, Ed. Do you want to see a little bit more? Yeah. All right. Okay, so first up we have the Dragon's Egg. Eric, can you tell us a little bit about this?
Yeah, so you can't have a dragon set without ways to cheat dragons into play faster. And with this card too, well, it has a lot of story elements to it, but one of the things we have to do as designers is to just take an incredible story as ads and then condense it down to only a few sentences. So, but it's this set has also been an almost perfect example of top-down design, where we start out with the artwork and just cool names, and then we figure out the rules afterwards, which is a very enjoyable way to work.
Yes, I must say, this has taken a while because we want to get this type of stuff right. And this is what we insist on with Sorcery. We want to make sure that the products we produce are great for 10, 20 years in the future as well. So thank you for your patience. But we're going to show you one other thing as well. Something which is a little bit of a callback to a previous card that we'd done before. The Fire Dragon.
Oh yeah, so one of the elements of getting these adds story into the game is to marry it with the element system, and this example here is one of the few that's an existing art piece, and it's, I don't know, it looks perfectly like it's made for Sorcery though, where it's super iconic, it has only 3 lines of text, and it's very powerful, especially if you can cheat it into game early with the Dragon's Egg.
And these cards work throughout our whole product portfolio as well. We really want people to inhabit the Dragon Lord and use it alongside in both casual formats and maybe even playing in store as well. So we really encourage people to do this. So we are delighted to work with Ed Beard Jr. on this. Again, we don't have a release date yet, but we're working very hard on it. So big thank you to Eric and the team for actually producing this. We can't wait for you guys to get it in hand. Okay, at this juncture, we will throw ourselves open to questions. And so if people would like to come to the front and ask any question they want, we will happily give you an answer. For people who give us a really nice question, they actually get a little prize. They get the foil basic sides from the draft kit. So if people want to come up and ask a question, please do.
All right. Can I get, there we go. Hello, testing, okay.
All right, so it sounds like we are going to be going with an existing story. Does that mean that Sorcery itself is going to be having a story going forward, continued through multiple sets?
I'm leaving doors open, but I would say that Dragon Lord is very much contained to its own thing, and that I'm a huge fan of the more open-ended type of storytelling, where we provide basically puzzle pieces and let people create their own stories, and that will always be the kind of mainstay of Sorcery. So what you have played now with Arthurian Legends, I see almost as the kind of it's kind of an experiment in going towards story and lore. And then we will probably go back more to a more default type of classic fantasy and more open-ended things, at least for the next foreseeable future.
Nicely scoped, thank you. Okay, next question.
Testing. So I'm maybe slightly embarrassed at how much thought I've personally given this, but how will the Dragon Lord set be distributed?
Good question. We have multiple different options, and with this type of product, it's not something that can maybe sit on store shelves without additional product support, if you see what I mean. That people would want to do this. In itself, it doesn't have a purpose, so we need to position it with other things. We have a whole variety of different relationships, and we really want to get it out there widely as possible. But this is not sort of like a highly available set. This is not an entry point into Sorcery. So we're considering our options at the moment. We're in active dialogue, but we want to make sure it's very easy for people to get hold of. So we're working with multiple different partners to ensure we can do that.
Hello? Okay. How much farther do you think you guys are going to introduce the dragons into Sorcery?
So there's a thing with dragons where they aren't that special if you do it too much. So I would say that this Dragon Lord set puts quite a cooldown on a lot of additional dragons, I would say. So.
So how many questions am I allowed to ask?
That was it.
I don't know.
Wait.
No, you're good. You're good.
I'll tell you what, we'll give you 1 minute. How many questions can you get him?
One?
1 minute. How many
Wait, 1
questions
minute.
can you go?
So why only 13 why only 13 cards? Like, why? That's not that much.
Because the set itself is very thematic, and it works well with like a limited number of cards. Also, we can only get Ed to work so hard for us. If we could find more of Ed, we would probably have more cards, to be honest. But we'd want to try new things out as well as a company. Let's see how this works. The set itself is very self-supporting. It's going to be a very cool narrative experience, but also it's going to have multiple different sort of play areas in there as well. So it's going to be an exciting complement to the game that you play today.
All right. So how are the packs things gonna be?
Again, we're not quite sure. I think what we'd like to be able to do is that people can get hold of all the cards in one purchase, and as a result of that, then they can enjoy that, take it to the store and play with friends. So it probably is going to be like a single product, which will be the Dragon Lord set that will be out there.
All right. Testing. So this is something I'm just personally curious about. Like cards in beta, such as Great Old One and Hounds of Turbolos reference. Is there ever going to be like a Cthulhu-esque set?
Well, I'm a huge fan of H.P. Lovecraft.
I think sometimes less is more. Okay.
So I got a question. So I know Ed talked about the lore being really important in the set. Is that going to be released once the actual set is out?
So we haven't.
You want to get
Yeah.
The Dragon Lord.
Yes, I can answer that. So, ironically, again, this is a storyline I wrote back in 2005. And so the whole format was supposed to go into a book years ago, actually. And I just never got around to it. But now I have all the reasons in the world to produce it. So I have an art book coming out next year, which is going to have that storyline and all of the explanations of what the cards' histories are, specific to the ones that are published. So you're going to know everything about at least the background history between what I've created, and then you'll be able to see that synergy with what they've done.
Good question. Hey, all right. The Four Horsemen now. Here we go.
I just want to thank you because this game has kind of brought a lot of nostalgia back from when I was like a young kid, and I've met so many cool people, and this is such a cool community to be a part of. And I just wanted to ask Eric what it's like for you to have undergone this huge endeavor to create this game, to literally go from nothing to something, and to be in Vegas now with all these people here. What's this experience like for you to see how far your work has come?
Well, it's very, very heartwarming, and it's amazing to see. So, yeah, it's fair to say it's exceeded my kind of wildest expectations, because this started out as an art project, and then it turned into a game, and then it became a game that was even better, that sort of had its own identity, and then it attracted all these very highly talented people that are amazing at spreading the word. So, well, thank you for coming and spreading the game.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for making a game that's art focused. You know, that's really like really high up there for me. And one question I have is, I know you want to keep it open ending, but in the future, how far do you think you would ever go into like science fiction-ish, science fantasy?
Well, I don't want to close any doors, but Well, I can't really reveal any details here, but I can say that the company name Eric's Curiosa was chosen for being a company that's able to create various cool things, so which may or may not, yeah.
So you might actually hate my question. As the game grows and players begin to, continue to join the ranks, and the game gets more popular, is there going to be any plan from the company itself to have tournaments that are based from the company and not by the players, i.e., like maybe something like a Pro Tour, where there's actual real prizes, real prestige?
I would say, yeah, exactly. These are real prizes and the real prestige. No, but to your point,
yeah.
I think we have to be very nuanced about how we approach this, because this is the community's game. Now, a lot of people look to us for leadership. They look to see, okay, well, what do the company say? Because consistency is so important in all of these types of endeavors. People really want to make sure if they're attending some kind of competitive event, there's adequate prize support, there's scoped rules, they know what they're getting into. Now, our vision is to be able to continue to support events like SorceryCon, March of the Mortals, all these other events, the Baltimore event as well. This is really what we want to be able to do. And those events will basically exist in our ecosystem. So we're providing the prize support, help to actually make sure that these can continue to be viable for people as well. And that way, the players get the whole expanse, the whole variety of different feelings of going to these different events with that consistency built in. At our sort of core, we are a kitchen table game, but we do acknowledge the fact that people like to play excellently. They like to master the game. They like to play at their level, at a competitive level as well. So we are going to be doing more next year to accommodate people.
Oh, Kevmo. All right. No rocks.
No, next. Okay.
So I actually have two questions real quick.
Go on.
So Ed Beard was obviously lucky enough for us to have his own dragon set, which is amazing. Are future mini sets going to be specific to one particular artist doing that full set, or will we see multiple artists contributing to mini sets in the future?
Well, basically we don't know. We're experimenting, seeing how this goes. It depends on if really cool opportunities arise like this. So I'd like to keep things flexible, and it's more about doing cool things that aren't being done otherwise, rather than sort of setting up a specific schedule. So just open to whatever sort of presents itself in that department.
And my other question, are we ever going to see a realm meter printed?
The real meter, you mean?
The real meter, realm meter, real meter. Future curious.
Yeah, there might be multiple versions of that card if it gets printed.
Hello. First and foremost, thank you for creating this and everything that's here. I appreciate this. I appreciate the community, and I've been having fun playing this as I'm pretty new, relevantly new, 4 months in maybe. I've been having the time of my life playing this game, and the community is amazing. I just wanted to say that I'm a really big fan of Jihad and Crusade. We do not have a water or air version. I was wondering if we're going to get something in the future, let's say Olympus, Atlantis, I'm not sure, something crazy like that. Is that plans? Do we have plans for something like that?
I'll think about that one.
Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that.
I'll be on a very long flight soon back to New Zealand, and during those, it's the brain is churning, so maybe something comes up.
Cool. Hey, welcome. Great question. Thank you. Come on down.
Thanks for making this game, Eric. Are there any artists you're currently stalking? that you haven't commissioned yet?
Yes, there's a few that I'd really like to see in the game.
Okay. All right. I guess that's the question.
You asked a yes or no question.
And I will say as well that we do hear your feedback. A lot of you guys kind of make recommendations and things like that, and it's things that we talk about all the time as well. We have to add artists to the sort of sorcery artist family in a fairly measured way. We want to make sure there's a level of consistency there, but also we want to encourage new talent. But with one set a year, maybe a little bit slower than people would like, but we're always on the lookout for new artists. We get a ton of submissions. We get people kind of wanting feedback on their work. We're happy to do it. Sometimes it takes a little while to get back to folks, but in the future, yeah, there's certainly some names that we've spoken about that we kind of really want to hunt down, and some of those are a little bit challenging, but we'll do the best for you guys to get them involved.
All right. My question is more along the lines of trying to bring new stores in, like local stores. I have like one store kind of close to me that they're on the Play Network, but they haven't really been able to do anything due to lack of product for the most part. Is there any way I could set up like a cube sealed type thing where people could join in?
Yeah,
and try the game to help spread awareness?
No, yeah, this is exactly what we're going to try and do next year. Our content strategy is to basically have like a getting started guide both for players and stores. Honestly, we do a pretty piss poor job at guiding people to the Play Network. We're going to fix that as well. There's going to be a lot of video content that shows people how to do that. This is going to be well supported by actually having a store kit that goes to stores to activate new stores as well, with discrete product that can be used to get players playing. Once that starts, then we can start accelerating potentially product availability to a degree, but we have to be quite measured in that regard as well. We know there's hundreds and hundreds of stores, both in North America and worldwide, that really want to enjoy sorcery, but we have to onboard them and activate them in a way that's comfortable for them. With one set a year, this is a bit of a paradigm shift for them as well. This isn't the reliable moneymaker that they have where they can just basically have sets after set after set coming out. This is maybe more of like an experiential or an event that happens. Once we can tune to them on exactly how sorcery feels, they can start cultivating those communities with your help.
Thank you.
Come on down. Here you go.
Okay, next.
I just saw you were giving out promos, so I came for that. I know. I recently heard that, Eric, you were in charge of 100% of the art direction for everything A to Z, and I think that's unbelievable that all of us are continuously impressed by the art direction that you take. As this keeps on going, and at some point you'll have to take care of your kids, are you planning on delegating that art direction? Do you want to be always in charge of this as long as you see yourself being a part of the game? Or are you going to eventually, let other people in the company alongside with you commission other pieces of art and share their images and the way they want to develop sorcery, of course, with you directing that?
Well, I will try to delegate some of it, but it would be... I suspect it will take a long time, and it requires finding the perfect person for it and sort of over time making them sort of aligned with the project. And there's also things that can be helped, can be sort of taken off my plate to let me do more of the sort of fun part of art directing, dealing less with contracts and more with actual art and game design. But that it's part of the company growing. It's not easy. It's not something you can hire for right away. You need someone that really understands the game. So, yeah.
Okay. And we're going to scope the questions to probably about, say, let's do like 7 more. So apologies to people at the back. We'll see if we can still get you. So there's a snapshot here. We'll make sure that everyone hopefully gets one of these packs, but we'll take 7 more questions because I know we're in Vegas and we want to have a good time, right? So,
Great question.
okay, let's go.
Sorry, if I can just give a compliment, is that artistically how you've brought so many people together and also created an incredible game around it. We're so impressed. Genuinely, it's incredible. So.
Well, thank you very much. It's all the artists, really.
Hey there. I love this game so far. Big fan. I really like that there's not a ton of instance and a lot of like maybe deterrence on when I'm playing. I get to really play my turn. I guess my question is, Candlemas Monks is just so like, well, I don't know what the word is. Just so deflating to play, like, and you don't even play. I guess my question is there going to be like a ban list ever? Is there ever going to be something along? Maybe that's been answered already. But Candlemas Monks it hurts, and I want to play the game. You know what I mean? But
great question. No,
sorry.
Well, I can say as a general design philosophy, we try to design counterplay to any strategy, and the pipeline can take quite a long time to sort of get the proper tools into place for handling certain strategies. But well, we will see. I'm not sure what the best decks will be, because one thing with sorcery that happens is that we see one deck win tournaments and then we get a bit worried that maybe that one is too good, and then we try to design some card against that, and then the next month some other deck becomes the best deck, and then yeah, so it's hard to keep up. So hopefully there will be sort of answers to it, even some with Arthurian Legends, but yeah, we're keeping a close eye on it.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, come on down. How's it going, man? Hey, I'm sorry if this is a bit out of left field for it's not like related to physical play necessarily, but as I'm actually kind of lucky to be here right now, it almost didn't happen at all. So like for funds and time and whatnot with the family and whatnot. So if is actual like fully produced digital concept of sorcery something that you can play on your computer? Is that even on like the radar or maybe on a drawing board somewhere as something that might be created eventually?
So an unfortunate thing here, in a way, is that I come from the computer game industry, so I know how hard and how much effort it takes to make a really high quality digital client. So it's something we're thinking a bit about, and it's something that we sort of slowly plan ahead for. But we have a lot of work to do with the paper game first, so it's not really something that will happen tomorrow or next year.
For sure.
But when it happens, or if it happens, it would also have to have a incredibly high sort of quality threshold to it as well. So that's one of the things that, like, we wouldn't release something quick and bad, so to speak. So, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
I think the most pressing question everyone wants to know here is, what is the airspeed velocity of an unladen swallow? Yeah. Well, my real question is, we've seen some quick or more instant speed, to use another game that we won't names term, things, and there were counter spells in the pre-alpha cards. Can you kind of comment on what you feel like the future direction is for cards that will be able to be played on other players' turns?
So it's something to be very careful about. Basically, sorcery has a lot of complexity through the square grid, and there's so many new design things and so many new abilities we can do because of that. So I would much prefer to explore cards in that area. With that said, we can do a very, very limited amount of them. Like we're talking like 1% or so, and even those cards would not quite be like instants in other games, but more that they can be played at specific moments where you would take an action anyway. For example, when you're blocking your opponent's minion, you have a choice to make anyway. So it's not like you're interrupting your opponent really. Yeah. So yeah, and that's all done, of course, so that to simplify and make games kind of faster and easier.
How's it going, Eric? Just based on how much thought that you've put into what's currently made so far, how far would you say ahead that you guys are thinking as far as content goes? Like that you have solidly locked down. How many years of content would you say you have in your head right now?
So we were actually discussing this on a dinner the other day, and I counted the kind of future sets in my head that have what I think is solid plans or like really good themes and ideas, and it was up to set 7, I think it was. So, and one thing, this almost leads into the last question with the square grid and all the design possibilities there. Like there's just so much you can do in this game. I don't think we will ever run out of ideas.
Can I ask you one more question? One of the games that was near and dear to me and my friends growing up was the World of Warcraft trading card game. And one of the things that we used to be able to do was sit around a table where 5 of us could go against a boss environment. Is there such a thing in this world of Eric's Curiosa and Sorcery where you can have 5 of your friends sit around a table? I know it might be difficult in a grid structure, but where you fight one massive power or build up to a climax battle.
So I can say that the sorcery system or engine actually in a way should lend itself quite well to a sort of RPG type situation where you do that kind of thing. But I should also say that it's not something we're actively looking at. I think it's something that might be easier to explore when the card pool is a lot bigger, because then there's more to play around with. But it's also something that I see as something like I would encourage people to kind of play around with it, almost like try to make a sorcery mod, so to speak. So yeah.
Hi. It seems to me like the game was intended to have a sideboard, but for the length of the time, it's just not practical. Have you considered any other options, like maybe having a sideboard and then you sideboard after the reveal of the avatar?
We have discussed a lot of those ideas, and we're testing some things currently actually that are sort of related, but otherwise I have to say that I'm quite pleasantly surprised by how well sorcery works as a one, like just best out of one, because it's kind of unintuitive that it would work. But then we still see in tournaments that the top players or the players winning, they just happen to be extremely good players all the time. So it might be, yeah, I'm not sure it's exactly needed, but we're also exploring card designs that allow a little bit more flexibility when it comes to that kind of thing.
Thank you. Okay, Chase, how many more have you got?
I think it's the last one. Oh, 2 more?
2 more. Okay, let's do it.
So I have a very specific question about mechanics. So projectiles are a big part of sorcery. You got the rolling boulder, you got Pudge Butcher, grapple shot. Is there a way that we can possibly curve projectiles? For example, like maybe a future site that says projectiles that enter the top board of the site exit through the left or right side.
This reminds me of a card that our newest designer edition Kevin designed that reflects projectiles and changes the direction. But yeah, there's ball lightning, chain lightning. Yeah, there's a lot of possibilities there. There's a lot of stuff to explore. So I'm sure you will see a lot more of that.
Will Las Vegas be an annual event?
That's a good question. It's down to you guys and down to the host of SorceryCon. We really hope so. It's been an absolutely amazing venue. A big thanks to Park MGM and all the staff here that have made this so nice for us as well. So, like I said, we couldn't ask for anything better. It's an incredible scale, and I know you guys have had a good time. We're going to wrap it up now, but to thank you very much for your patience, maybe we share just one final image with you.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Thank you very much.